The day you were found by the sect, you were thinking about being a nobody and living a peaceful life in the sect, but who would have thought that your careless revelation would completely break your peaceful thoughts? At this time, Lin Hang looked at the two women not far away with a confused look on his face. Why does this environment feel so familiar? Lin Hang looked at the layout of the hall and the disciples who came in one after another, and finally came to his senses. Then memories began to emerge in my mind. That's right, he really traveled through time. And he traveled to a cultivation novel with the theme of multiple wives, more blessings. Book title, Beauty Records. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that this is a brainless and pretentious novel. Don't be fooled by the name. The story was the most popular harem novel at the time after all. The audience loved it. Beautiful Master, Demon Fox Fairy, Cold Senior Sister, Dynasty Empress, Demon Saint, Widow? As long as the beauty can be named. It goes without saying that she is the girlfriend of the protagonist Yi Yan. The fucked up thing is that this bastard author was afraid of being sanctioned on Amato, so he relied on the champion to attract traffic in the early stage, but he just relied on water words to attract girls without touching them. In the early stage, after he accepted the heroines, he just flirted with them and had a clean harem in the later stage. He even had a plot of sending his clone to girls. Otherwise, it will only anger the public for a short time. Lin Hang carefully recalled the memory information about this novel in his mind, and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. That's right, his current identity is the lost son of the Kingxuan sect's leader, and today is the day to trace our roots. By then, all the 7 peak masters will arrive, and he can take this opportunity to choose someone as his master according to the normal plot. He will become the protagonist's master's disciple and become the first person to be suppressed by the protagonist. Not only will the relationship between master and disciple be alienated, but he will also be bullied by a group of senior sisters in the end. He ends up being ignored by his father and mother, and soon after, he is stomped on the head by the protagonist and killed. What's worse is, his father even wanted the original protagonist to be the sect's successor. But in the end, they were framed and their entire family was wiped out. And those senior sisters who were given away for free in the High and Mighty Master either became disabled or were sold to brothels. The specific plot is very vague. It is probably that the author is mentally ill and deliberately disgusts the readers. The story was reported and removed from the shelves by righteous readers before it continued to the point where the heroine was sold into a brothel. He was destined to be a cannon fodder villain, a loser template. His father was the leader but he didn't care about him at all, and his mother never showed up until his death. Who wouldn't feel numb reading this script? It doesn't matter if this ancestor never returns. Staying here is a thankless job. My father doesn't care about me, and my mother doesn't ask me about it. My master and senior sisters also look down on me. In other words, if he wants to survive, he must stay away from the protagonist and the woman around him. I can just find someone else to be my disciple. Hide away and wait for the right time to make some money and leave the sect anyway. My cheap father has been in seclusion all the time. What can they do to me? No matter how useless I am still the sect leader's biological son. Congratulations to the host for successfully traveling through time. You will obtain the villain life system. Follow the positive and negative plot to the end and survive. At key plot points, you will have multiple options. Support reward, heaven-defying comprehension. What the hell? Golden finger? Yes, that's great. I admit that the screaming sound just now was a bit loud. Lin Hang, who had read countless novels, naturally knew what this golden finger represented. Since I can choose the plot route, I must hide away. What the hell is the Kingxuan sect? Is this guy really out of his mind? Look at his expression just now. He was both serious and worried, but also full of excitement. He is already criticized for being a useless person without the foundation for cultivating immortals. If he doesn't clear his mind. Lin Hang, are you okay? Hearing the voice, Lin Hang subconsciously glanced sideways. I thought of it. It turns out to be this silly woman. No wonder she looks so familiar. They were both stunned. He looked around blankly. What's going on? Who is speaking? Although there were disciples whispering nearby, the voice just now sounded like someone was speaking into their ears. Silly woman? TSK, you really have to admit he is really pretty. The two men looked around suspiciously again. There were only a few people in the entire hall, and they had heard almost all the same voices before, but none of them were as magnetic as this one. Yun Yao caught a fleeting glance and her eyes suddenly fell on Lin Hang. Could it be him? Senior sister Xiao Yao is a nice person, with a beautiful face and a playful personality. She is an extremely proud fairy. It's a pity that she was so stupid that not only did she give it away for free, but she was also sold to a brothel to atone for the protagonist's sins. When I get a chance to survive, I will take care of her business. Yun Yao. This Mu Yuxiet is hard to describe. She's so stupid, she has a sullen face all day long. I thought someone died in the family. Can't she dress cooler if she has a cold personality? Mu Yuxi. This? At this time, Both of them reacted. I can really hear Lin Heng's inner thoughts in my mind. This is the clan leader's son who has just been found. It's like seeing a ghost. Yun Yao bit her lower lip lightly, trying her best to hide the anger and confusion in her heart. What the hell is this bastard talking about? Is he giving it to me for free? And was sold to a brothel to atone for her sins? This guy could come up with so much dirty stuff in his mind as soon as he arrived at the sect. He is really a useless waste. Wu Yushi was also a little angry in her heart. This was always her personality. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to treat her so frivolously. You have a dead face, and everyone in your family is dead. Oh my god, why are they both looking at me? It's a bit strange. It's okay if the look is unfriendly. But why does it feel like he wants to slap me to death? Forget it. Let's ignore these two idiots for now. Lin Heng kept criticizing like a chatterbox, not knowing that Yun Yao and Mu Yushi were gritting their teeth and wished they could twist his head off. Ta-da-day. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the disciples in the hall stepped back one after another to make way. Greetings, master. Meet the Peak Master. The 6 lawn rainbows disappeared in a flash, and in just 2 breaths, the 6 masters of Qingshuan Peak arrived in unison. The Peak Master is an elder-level figure in the Qingshuan sect and the undisputed second in command. Lin Heng's return today will most likely affect the future development of the sect. If he is not here, the future successor to the sect master will most likely be the talented disciples trained by the various peaks. Since its establishment, Qingshuan sect has used virtue and qualification as the means of selection to select the sect's inheritors and successors of each peak. This is also the reason why Qingshuan sect has been able to survive and become increasingly powerful. If one appoints people based on personal connections and hands the sect over to incompetent cronies, even the most prosperous sect of cultivating immortals will decline like a secular dynasty. The surprise is that Lin Heng does not have a very high aptitude for cultivating immortals. His bones are different, and his mind is weak. Even if he puts all his efforts into cultivating the golden core stage, he has already reached the peak. The problem they are facing now is who will recruit Lin Heng. After all, the sect leader had instructed before he went into seclusion that if Lin Heng was found, he would be placed on a peak to be trained first. The chief elder of the main peak glanced at Lin Heng and said calmly, "That's right, this boy has an extraordinary temperament, and has the style of the sect master in his early years. If you take him into the peak and train him carefully, he will definitely be a talented person in the future." Third elder, your Guiyuan peak is the sacred place of Danmen. How about letting him learn some tips on making fire from you? The third elder frowned slightly. Our Guiyuan peak is already fully staffed. Besides, if we let a newcomer play with fire, aren't we afraid of potential dangers? Alchemy cannot be done carelessly in my opinion. Let the second elder teach him some swordsmanship. Several elders were talking at the same time, treating Lin Heng as a burden and passing the butt to each other. After all, the qualifications are there, and each peak has a limited supply of resources. The resources are obtained by the peak master and disciples, and each peak has its own inherited disciples. These disciples will be the successors of the sect sooner or later. No matter where Lin Heng is, he will definitely be excluded. This is like a listed company. If the company's CEO has no successor, he can only choose someone from the shareholders to take on the responsibility. Now, if a successor suddenly appears, no one will be happy. Of course, if he is gifted, the masters of the 6 peaks will naturally scramble to get him. The 5th elder, Meng Yutan, crossed one arm across her chest and watched the other elders pass the buck with great interest. Naturally, she did not want an ordinary person like Lin Heng who had no qualifications. This plot design is really a brain thrombosis. Not only did the father who recognized his ancestors not show up, but he also dared to despise the prince who was found with great effort. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple. And I don't know who is the big king or the small king. But is that Yiqian's master? It's really hot. It's worthy of being in the top 10 of the beauty record list. Realm Division. E-Training, Foundation Building, Golden Elixir Strong, Nascent Soul Venerable. Spirit Transformation Great Monk, Returning to the Void True Lord, Unity with the Tao Mighty, Mahayana Supreme. The woman on the far left with flying hair is noble and elegant, exuding charm all over her body. The occasional smile on the corner of his mouth gives people an unpredictable feeling. Meng Yutong, the leader of Yunxian Peak in Qingshuan sect, is the sect's ironclad beauty role model. Today she wore a purple robe and put on a little makeup. Even her 5 senior sisters, who were equally beautiful, or slightly inferior to her in terms of appearance and figure. After all, this is one of the top 10 in the beauty record, probably ranked 5th or 6th. Of course, the beauty list ranking is comprehensive and is also related to cultivation level, influence, etc. Meng Yutan completely lost because of her conservative and strict personality. It's okay that she usually has a cold face, but her outfits are always the same on all 4 seasons. No matter how beautiful a person is, you will get tired of looking at her after a long time. To be honest, if I were to dress her up, she would definitely be in the top 3. This purple robe looks like a gas tank from a distance, with only her face and hands showing. If she wears a black short skirt with black stockings, high heels, and puts on some delicate makeup, she might even be able to compete for the top 3 in the beauty list. DSK, that's not very realistic. After all, she is the protagonist's girlfriend on T. I know what the protagonist is like. You are only allowed to light the lamp yourself. How can you let others borrow the light? Never mind, the country is vast, and there are many beauties. Meng Yutong is nothing. There are so many beauties in the beauty list. When I become invincible, I will definitely be able to pick up a few. Meng Yutong was stunned, and a huge question popped up in her mind. What the hell is going on? His spiritual sense quickly swept across the entire hall, and his gaze firmly moved to Lin Heng. This guy actually dared to slander their master. In his heart they didn't know what a gas tank was, but it was definitely not a good word. The two of them couldn't help but feel that Lin Heng's identity was a little strange, and he seemed to know something unusual. Besides, human hearts are the most unpredictable things, and it is outrageous enough that they can hear what is really in their hearts. Black stockings and high heels? Meng Yutong silently used her spiritual sense to look him up and down, but unexpectedly Lin Heng started talking again. You old fellows, this third elder will use the excuse that Xianyun Peak Laxman as an excuse to pass the buck to Meng Yutong. I have to make a choice as soon as possible. I would rather die than stay by Meng Yutong's side. It's okay if she's stingy, but the key is that Yiqian will catch her and hold her tightly. Xianyun Peak is the harem. If I go there, Yiqian will definitely see me as a thorn in his side. If I stay here, I won't survive more than 2 years. It is better to stay at the Taoist peak and cultivate the land, and grow up slowly. With the blessing of the heaven defying enlightenment, it is impossible for you to do too badly. Asshole, he said. Xianyun Peak is a harem. I am being held in the clutches of my disciple Yiqian. Meng Yutong has always chosen the best of the best when recruiting disciples at every recruitment conference. There are always a huge number of disciples who want to enter Xianyun Peak. Others are scrambling for a spot, but he actually said that he would rather die than go. How could the dignified Lord Fanzu be threatened by someone who holds something against him? Elder Meng, how about letting this boy join your Xianyun Peak? Your Xianyun Peak has not had any male disciples for decades. There must be some hard labor and odd jobs that need people, right? Meng Yutong and the other two girls were slightly shocked. Lin Heng's thoughts turned out to be true. As expected, the third elder threw the ball to Meng Yutong on the pretext of lack of male heirs. Meng Yutong was stunned for a moment and was about to speak, but Lin Heng suddenly interrupted and said, "My fellow elders, I come from a remote and desolate place, so I have to rely on plows for my own company. Why don't you let me farm? The Qingxuansek's spiritual fields cover a vast area, so they must need manpower." When these words were spoken, all the elders except Meng Yutong were surprised. Planting spiritual fields is the task of menial disciples. Doesn't Lin Heng want to directly become a core disciple and obtain the best resources? Seniors, I know my own talents and abilities. Everyone has their own aspirations and destiny. I am satisfied as long as I have food, clothing, shelter and a safe place to sleep. His sincere eyes and words immediately made the elders who were passing the buck feel relieved. You want me, Lin Heng, to go to Xianyun Peak and work as a laborer for those stupid women? Don't dream on. Stay away from Meng Yutong and the harem, and become bigger and stronger on your own to create greater glory. Okay, let him come to my Xianyun Peak. He likes farming, and I have plenty of land for him to farm at Xianyun Peak. Meng Yutong glanced in the direction of Lin Heng with a faint smile. Thank you. Lin Heng looked up with a confused look on his face, and met Meng Yutong's slightly playful gaze. No, what the hell? This isn't right. Why did you agree to this? Shouldn't you just pass the ball to Ziyu Odo of Ang? Also, there is a hammer spiritual field and a large wasteland behind Xianyun Peak. You see, he is already so happy that he is incoherent. Just let him stay with Elder Meng. The great elder spoke. You are so happy that you are talking nonsense. I don't want to die next to Meng Yutong. So from now on you are our 7th junior brother. Hello? My name is Yunyao, please take care of me in the future. Yunyao took 2 steps towards him and stretched out her fair jade hand. Shake hands? Hello, Lin Heng. Lin Heng pinched the soft and tender hand, just as he felt the cold touch. Before he could react, he felt a huge force that seemed to crush his fingers. This. Senior sister Xiaoyao, you are so enthusiastic. Fuck it. Why is this stupid woman using so much strength? It's going to break. Yunyao tilted her head and smiled slightly, and only pulled her hand back when she saw that he couldn't help but grin. Mu Yushi also walked to Lin Heng's side, still with a cold look. Second brother, Mu Yushi. Hello, second senior sister, please take care of me in the future. Lin Heng rubbed his right hand and quickly responded, fearing that Mu Yushi would also stretch out her hand and show inexplicable enthusiasm. Although neither of them knew that they could hear Lin Heng's thoughts, they were sure that they would take good care of each other. Yunyao and Mu Yushi had already reached a consensus on this point. Originally, they were thinking about how to find an opportunity to get close to Lin Heng and find out what secrets he had. Unexpectedly, the master accepted him. Why? From the look of you, you don't want to? I think so. Lin Heng, meet the master. Lin Heng showed a stiff standard smile. He kicked the ball so hard that it was almost shot into the goal. At the moment, he had no choice but to refuse. The plot did not develop in the direction he expected. Perhaps it was really beyond his control. No matter if it's possible or not, he wants to change the script of his life. Lin Heng always firmly believes, if God closes a window for you, then he will definitely close another window. Next came the stage of cleansing the body and measuring the bones. The great elder waved his hand and a large bell was directly placed on Lin Heng's body. A chaos bell. With its own turbid power, can absorb the turbid and dirty air around the cultivator. Since Lin Heng has become a member of the Qingshuan sect, he naturally has to go through this stage. Don't mention it, you really shouldn't mention it. This mysterious energy in my body is quite warm, and it does make me feel refreshed after removing all the impurities from my body. However, time and fate, joy and sorrow, this Manhwa is indeed pleasing to the eye. But what's the use of just pleasing the eyes? Didn't she die after being plotted by Yi Yan? She became a furnace for others to cultivate. The storyline ends. Although we don't know what kind of furnace it is, the popular ones are feeding it with natural treasures, directly plundering lifespan, or directly absorbing cultivation. Logically speaking, this word should not be used on the heroine. As the peak master, Manhwa is ranked as the true Lord Fanzu, and can be said to be a well-known figure. She possesses both strength and beauty. If she continues along this path, it won't be long before she is framed, severely injured, and her cultivation is destroyed. To be honest, Lin Heng always felt that the plot of this part was very similar to the plot of bullying the female emperor and master. It was also the case that the master lost his cultivation due to some reasons, and then his disciple got hold of the secret, and then that was it. But this setting itself has a big loophole. Although the targets of calculation are multifaceted, it just allows the protagonist to get the advantage. But as a true lord in the Return to Void stage, no matter how he is plotted against, he cannot fall to the point of being threatened by the protagonist who has not yet grown up, right? Is there no trump card to counterattack? Lin Heng shook his head, closed his eyes and enjoyed the mysterious power in his body. No matter what, the plot development is definitely towards the original protagonist. But I guess that at this point in time, the old guys from Zixu sect and King Yu Changji have already designed a trap, waiting for Manhwa to go there and enter the secret realm together. Manhwa, how did he know about Zixu sect and King Yu Changji? A design trap? A secret place? Although Manhwa knew that this was Lin Heng's true feelings, she still felt surprised. Some time ago, she attended the invitation meeting of Tianji sect on behalf of Qingshuan Pavilion, and learned that the long-lost secret realm of destroying the country appeared, including the Zixu sect and King Yu Changji sect. After discussion, each sect will send a strong man to lead a team into the secret realm to explore the remains of the destroyed country. Does he mean that he will be framed in this matter? Manhwa tilted her head, tapped her lips with her jade fingers, and fell into thought. Soon, the cleansing and bone measurement were completed, and Lin Heng followed the three women out of the hall. Only after the three men left did the other disciples in the hall dare to speak. As expected, this kid doesn't have any cultivation talent at all. I even doubt whether he is the sect master's son. There's no doubt about it, but it's a bit enviable that this kid can enter Xianyun Peak. Are you envious of him going there to cultivate spiritual fields? As far as I know, there are no spiritual fields at Xianyun Peak. Guess what he will do there? You mean? After a while, 3 women and 1 man crossed the Feiyun Bridge and reached the top of Xianyun Peak. Looking down at the layout of the mountain from top to bottom, the magnificent palace and the spacious training ground from a pavilion, including Lin Heng and some menial disciples, there are only a dozen people on Xianyun Peak. Among these dozen people, only 5 senior sisters and Yi Chunkai can be considered direct disciples. To put it bluntly, menial disciples are just working for free. And whether they can be converted to regular employees is another matter. The eldest sister, the 3rd sister and the 5th sister are out for training currently. Only the 4th sister Yun Yao, the 2nd sister Mul Yushi and the 6th sister Yi Tian are still in the sect. As soon as the group of 4 arrived in front of Xianyun Palace, they saw Yi Chen already standing outside the stage waiting. Just now, he had learned from the grapevine that Lin Heng was accepted as a disciple by Manhwa. Greetings, master. Manhwa glanced at him, and perhaps influenced by Lin Heng's inner thoughts, her tone was not as gentle as before, and she just responded faintly. Master, senior sister, this is junior brother Lin Heng, right? Greetings, senior brother Yi, you are indeed extraordinary. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Heng replied with an extremely respectful attitude. I thought to myself, I have already bowed my head to you. So please don't kill me from now on. Of course, if you have any questions, you can always come to me. Stop, forget about looking for you there. No need to be polite. You'll use my background and talent to ridicule me and make master and senior sister laugh at me. At present, there is nothing we can do about the partiality of our master and sister. My extraordinary enlightenment has not yet been revealed. Ichan has been with them for so many years, how could he be biased towards a newcomer like me? It's just like when he was in school, teachers and classmates only liked students with good grades, and they didn't care about poor students like him. What is this guy thinking? Junior brother, he has no grudge against you, so why is he making fun of you? The three girls just thought so in their hearts, when they saw Yi Yun speak. I have heard about junior brother Lin's situation. It's not your fault that you grew up in a remote place. I believe you have become strong enough after being tempered. It doesn't matter if you don't have the talent for cultivation, as long as you are willing to work hard and have the guidance of your master, your future won't be too bad. At least it will be much better than rifting outside. Lin Hang pulled the corner of his mouth. Brother is right. My unreliable father, the sect leader, lost me. It's not my fault that I don't have any talent. Let you go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days as a child and try it out, your supreme bones will become skin and bones. When Meng Yutong and the other two girls heard his inner complaints, they were also slightly shocked. Yes, can he really be blamed for this? It was indeed the clan leader who was unreliable and was busy fighting with his enemies, and then he abandoned his son there. When he turned around to look for him, the son was gone. Either they were deliberately taken away by human traffickers, or they were picked up by passers-by who thought they were abandoned babies. Lin Hang even doubted at one point whether he was his biological son. It's a desolate place where people often starve to death or freeze to death. It's really not easy for Lin Hang to survive until now. Meng Yutong stopped and said in a cold voice, "That's enough, Tianer. Don't mention this matter anymore since I have accepted him as my disciple. I will naturally teach him carefully." She didn't expect Yi Tian to really bring up his growing environment. This was not the right excuse to comfort someone. Yes. Lin Hang was quite surprised. Why was this different from what he expected? Shouldn't the two senior sisters who looked down on him also follow Yi Tian's lead and start mocking him? Shouldn't master just act like a wooden stake and pretend that he heard nothing? He looked back again. Yun Yao tilted her head slightly, while Wu Yushi glanced to the side, neither of them showing any intention of speaking. Just when Meng Yutong thought Lin Hang would be grateful, she heard a different voice. Forget it, just guide her. Since the master said that he would teach her carefully, it depends on whether she can be a good spiritual mentor. Yun Yao clenched her fists and really wanted to kick him. Could his mind be a little more normal? Meng Yutong's long eyelashes twitched, and she was confused as to the meaning of that sentence. Then, listening to Lin Hang's somewhat strange smile, she always felt that there was something wrong with the word spiritual mentor. Lin Hang, since you have become my disciple, I will give you something. This is the Tongtian Atlas. You can establish a connection with it by putting your consciousness into it. Tongtian Atlas? Lin Hang was stunned. What was going on? Why were they sending things? He didn't remember such a step. Ding, system plot prompt. Tongtian illustrated book. The most widely circulated encyclopedia in the heavens, recording the appreciation of various rare treasures and the essence of creation in layman's terms. It can help cultivators quickly identify unfamiliar objects in front of them and estimate their actual value and efficacy. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist's treasure and obtaining Gaiyuan N5. Yiqian, Yun Yao and others were shocked. The master actually gave this treasure to Lin Hang. You should know that this Tongtian Atlas was once sold at a high price of 5,000 spirit stones at an auction. Yiqian's eyes were full of resentment. He had asked his master for this item many times but had never succeeded. Now his master would actually give this item to Lin Hang. Is it just because he is the clan leader's son? The group entered the hall, which was brightly lit and where two errand disciples were collecting books. Lin Hang was playing with the Tongtian Atlas in his hand and standing silently behind them. It's a bit unexpected. This doesn't match the sarcastic and cold character described. I'm inexplicably uncomfortable with this sudden change. Give a meeting gift if you want, but at least be smart. In a few days, you will take Yi Tian and several of his disciples to explore the secret realm on Tu. Think about why Qianji sect should tell King Xuan sect about such a good thing? Because of the greatness of the King Xuan clan? Because you, Meng Yutong, are the true Lord Fanzu? The secret realm of exterminating a country has disappeared for 100 years. Xu clan and King Yu Changji are more or less related to Tianji sect. Just think about it and you will know that there is something wrong here. Meng Yutong sat on the chair, leaning slightly, with a rare look of solemnity on her face. Disciples, what do you think about the secret realm of destroying nations? Master, is this true? Mu she asked. Of course. I discussed this matter with Cixu sect and other major sects. When we met at Tianji sect the day before yesterday, the 100-year star shift caused the secret realm of exterminating nations to disappear for 100 years. This time is an opportunity that has not been seen for 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, We don't know when the secret realm will reappear. Yun Yao and Mu Liushi fell into deep thought, obviously influenced by Lin Heng's recent words. Perhaps there really was a trap waiting for the Qingshuan sect in the secret realm of destroying the country. Seeing that the two were silent, Yi Qian replied, Master, I think this matter can be done. The Tianji sect's astrology technique is well known far and wide. The place where you break through the barriers is the place where you will gain the Tao. Although the secret realm of destroying a country is dangerous, those who can obtain it from ancient times to the present have the potential to become immortals. How can we be wrong? Even if Xianyun Peak doesn't go, the other peaks will naturally send people to go. The superficial meaning is that this piece of meat was swallowed with great difficulty by Yun Feng. So how could he spit it out easily? Hey, Master, you are talking, but what do you mean by leaning forward? Suddenly there are two more stress points and the table is deformed. There are 4 people watching in front of you. How can you make second senior sister and fourth senior sister feel embarrassed? At the table, Meng Yutong and Yun Yao, who were listening to Yi Qian's answer, were both stunned when they heard the sudden voice. What table is deformed? What is embarrassing? The 3 of them looked down at the same time. Then, asshole. Shameless. Lecture. At this time, Lin Heng's mental activities gave people the feeling that he was a chatterbox. Which was a bit too much. He stood aside silently, not noticing any strange looks. Well, the 3 of you come with me is for you. Meng Yutong glanced at the 4 people, with a little more cunning in her eyes. Master, I can look after the house. Xianyun Peak will have to take care of you when you leave. No, I want you to come with me so we can see the world together. This is not right. Let him go with you. Master, I am still an ordinary person. What if I hinder you? It's okay, junior brother. Yun Yao stepped forward and patted his shoulder vigorously, smiling and said, Senior sister will protect you. The word protection is emphasized. Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat according to the normal development of the plot. He should not be qualified to go to the secret realm. It's getting late, Yaoer. You guys should arrange a place for him to stay first. You can spend the next 2 days getting familiar with the affairs of the peak. Okay, Master. Master. Most of the disciples' rooms had not been tidied up yet. Why don't you let junior brother Lin stay at my place first? Yi Qian stood up and said, Fuck. Please don't, senior brother Yi. I can't stand your enthusiasm. If I lived with you, you would blame me if you lost something. Let master punish me and let senior sister mistakenly think that I am dishonest. I remember this piece looked a lot like the real and fake daughter. Lin Heng cursed in his heart. To be honest, he had never seen such despicable and brainless behavior in novels. Unfortunately, the author of this novel is so amazing that he can come up with any plot for you. Meng Yutong and the other 2 girls were suddenly surprised from what Lin Heng meant. Yi Qian would deliberately frame him for stealing. How is this possible? Although they didn't know why Lin Heng was so hostile to Yi Qian, they knew Yi Qian's character very well. There was no grudge between the 2 of them, so how could Yi Qian frame him? Meng Yutong waved her hand. It's okay, it won't be too late to tell a few more disciples to clean up. Alright. Seeing this, Yi Qian didn't say anything more. After the 4 people left, Meng Yutong sat at the round table and pondered for a long time. What happened today was really too unbelievable even for her. The true Lord Fanzu, she had never heard of listening to people's voices. People's hearts are treacherous and difficult to predict. In the world of cultivating immortals, apart from soul searching, there is no other unique skill that can directly see into the secrets of a person's mind, let alone hear their inner voices in discussions. After a long while, she stood up and said to the secret compartment on the right side of the hall, Go to Qingshuan Pavilion and check if the people from Zexu sect in King Yuchengji are doing anything secretly. Also, go to the small borderland and carefully investigate Lin Heng's past. The secret compartment trembled slightly, as if a door opened, leaving behind a faint shadow. Who are you, Lin Heng? Why do you know so much about me? The celestial masters of Tianji sect and Qingshuan Pavilion cannot fully predict the future, but you seem to know the trajectory of my life. Spying on the way of heaven, even the most powerful people in the past and present can't do it. So how can an ordinary person like you? Yi Qian, can my good disciple really ride Master Me Easy You? Disciples' Palace. Lin Heng was brought into a small courtyard, which only had a 2-story building and 4 ancient trees whose names could not be told. The yard looked like it had never been cleaned and was full of weeds. Hey, you can live here. Your senior sister. Live next door to yours. Yun Yao stretched out her arms, totally unaware of the graceful arcs formed by the 2 protruding guys in front of her. Junior brother Yi. Shall we go? Senior sister, you go first. I will stay and help junior brother Lin clean up the yard. Oh, well. Yun Yao nodded and looked at him meaningfully. Although she didn't believe that Yi Qian would really frame his fellow disciples, his current behavior made it hard not to leave seeds of suspicion. TSK. There is no escaping the disaster. It seems that this disgusting routine cannot be avoided? Then don't blame me. Your junior brother. Thank you, senior brother Yi. In the following time, Lin Heng, Ichian and two errand disciples who came to do chores cleaned up the courtyard together. After all, they were cultivators, and they could handle the miscellaneous items at a very fast speed by controlling objects through the air. After a while, most of them were settled in and only the beds needed to be made. Thank you, senior brother, and thank you everyone. Brother, go to bed early, see you tomorrow. Lin Heng looked at Yiqian's departing back and smiled like a villain. As for what a villain's smile looks like, it's simple, it's not a protagonist smile. After returning to the house, I searched for a while and finally found a dark green jade pendant on the corner of the side table. Ichian did it very secretly. It was difficult to find it if you didn't lower your head. Even if you were discovered, it might have been accidentally hung on the corner of the table and pulled off. But Meng Yutong is so stupid that she believes whatever her beloved disciple Yiqian says, whether it is true or not. Yiqian can always find an excuse to get out of it. Either they falsely accuse themselves of stealing it, or they claim that they dropped it accidentally. But do you really think I can be controlled by you? We'll see. Nightfall. Lin Heng climbed up the tree and picked some fruits for dinner. It was really cool to stay under the tree, even in the house. It's so comfortable when the breeze blows. System space, Gaiyuan pill 5. That's great, having a built-in storage backpack saves me from having to get a storage ring. He took out a pill, thought for a moment, and then took out the Tonkian atlas given by Meng Yutong. I am not in a hurry to practice even though I have a supernatural understanding. The most urgent thing is to build a good foundation first. Purifying the body is only the first step. The current physical body is too weak. Maybe Yiqian could kill him with just a slap. If I can enter the secret realm of exterminating nations, I can find some opportunities with the help of the Tonkian to identification. The secret realm of destroyed nation is a country that is about to be forgotten. This country, from the king to the ministers, were all great cultivators above the golden elixir level. However, such a powerful and boundless country was wiped out in history overnight. Some rumors say that the king offended the will of heaven, while others say that an extremely powerful being wiped them out single in action. Since then, the ruins of the kingdom have gradually evolved into a secret place where a country was destroyed. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Heng lay on the bed like a handsome reader and closed his eyes. To be honest, this plotline does follow the way in the book. First tracing one's ancestral roots, and then becoming an apprentice and learning skills. However, the heroine's attitude towards him is completely opposite. And all the mindless ridicule and suppression in the original novel are gone. This is not a good thing. How could Yiqian tolerate his harem getting close to him? No, for the sake of my life I must stay away from these jinxes, otherwise Yiqian will smell the bad smell and find trouble with me, right? Ding. The main storyline begins. Positive main quest. 3 days later you will set off to the secret realm of extinction, and promote the development of the story to cause Meng Yutong's cultivation to fall, causing Yiqian to succeed in his act of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors' reward index. Excellent. Anti-main quest. Do whatever it takes to stop the protagonist from betraying his teacher and ancestors. Reward index, unknown. Note, the reward index is divided into top grade, high grade, medium grade, ordinary, and a Naupnufn is a random and uncertain index. And there may even be no reward. Lin Heng was so startled by the system's voice that he sat up immediately. Has it finally come to the crucial plot choice? Unknown is equivalent to random, which means that all 4 grades are possible according to the ridiculous random probability distribution. There is no doubt that the probability of drawing ordinary and intermediate grades is the highest. As long as you follow the main quest, you will get 100 of the best rewards. Anyway, the ultimate main mission is to survive to the end. He is now a villain who can't even protect himself. So life and women are secondary to everything else. My great master, I just want to say, your sacrifice will be part of my great plan. It's not that the heroine can't be saved, but it's more cost-effective to survive. As the sky gradually brightened, the disciples went to the palace. Lin Heng, why don't you come out quickly? Lin Heng, who was still lying dead on the bed, heard the noise, put on his clothes and opened the door. He was surprised. Yun Yao? And master, senior brother Yi. Here it comes. Finally here. I knew that our senior brother Yi had lost something and was coming to me to look for it, sarcastically. Since Meng Yutong and Yun Yao had been given a heads up last night, they were not surprised at all by his current mental activities. Junior brother, did you see my pendant jade last night when I helped you clean up the courtyard? Yiqian went straight to the point. You lost something. Why are you asking me? I only came to junior brother's place last night, and when I returned, I found that the pendant jade on my body was missing. Oh, I haven't seen that. Lin Heng shook his head. I threw the stuff into the garbage outside anyway. If you want to find it, go look through the garbage. We are just wondering if this little trick is childish or not. Next, we are going to tell you what the most important gift that master gave you is, blah blah blah. If you think about it, you will know that I, an ordinary person, can steal things from a monk like you? Can you not find out? If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. Oh! Yunyao couldn't control her expression when she heard his inner monologue. The three of them looked at her suspiciously before they straightened themselves up and said, I just thought of something funny. You guys continue. It's so funny, you'll cry when you're sold to a brothel. Forehead. TSK. Hearing this, Yunyao immediately stopped smiling. Junior brother. You grew up in a small remote place and got into bad habits, so I can understand that, but as long as you take the initiative to take out the pendant jade, I will pursue the matter. It is the most precious treasure that master gave me. This tone and expression is just short of having the word theft written on his face. Will you hold me accountable if I take it out? No, if I say something wrong, I will pursue it. Tianer, do you mean to say that Lin Heng must have taken your things? Meng Yutong frowned slightly, her face looking slightly cold. That is not certain. Since we can't be sure, let's look for it first. Meng Yutong sighed softly, seeming a little disappointed with Yi Tian's performance. Just as Lin Heng thought, could an ordinary person with no cultivation at all steal things from a Jindan stage cultivator? As early as the moment she stepped into the courtyard, she had already used her spiritual sense to investigate and found that the pendant jade was buried in the pile of miscellaneous items at the door. However, she still pretended to stretch out a jade finger. With a light tap in the air, light yellow ripples quickly spread around. And the pendant jade flew out. Tianer, but this? Yi Tian's eyes condensed slightly, with a hint of surprise flashing across his eyes. How is this possible? How did this jade pendant end up in the garbage dump? He deliberately left it in the house last night. So there was no way Lin Heng would not have found it when he was cleaning. If you see a sparkling jade while cleaning your room, would you ignore it and sweep it away as garbage? According to the normal plot, this pendant jade should be found on Lin Heng, and then Yi Tian and his master would arrive to catch the man red-handed. At that time, no matter how he explained, his brainless master would definitely believe Yi Tian's words and scold him. But now that Lin Heng had thrown the pendant into the garbage dump, he had a complete excuse for not being unaware of the situation. Oops. Lin Heng touched the back of his head with his right hand, pretending to be surprised. This is a misunderstanding. It should be that senior brother Yi accidentally dropped it into the yard last night, and I happened to not see it and it was swept away as garbage. I'm sorry, I treated master's love as garbage and swept it away. TSK. If you can still put the blame on me, then I can only say that Meng Yutong is a pure dinner, the kind that cannot be saved. What? Dinner? It sounds like this little thing is dragging me down again. Meng Yutong glanced at him and then at Yi Tian. Now that we have found the things, let's go. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared on the spot. As expected of a big shot in the Return to Void stage, even his shadow couldn't be caught when he teleported. Yi Tian took the jade pendant, said thank you with a forced smile and laughed. However, Lin Heng detected a hint of coldness in his eyes. There's nothing I can do, since I'm the villain. A protagonist and the villain have a natural bond. And even if he takes a breath, he may be hated by the protagonist. Phew. Lin Heng took a breath and just as he turned around he was almost hit by Yunyao driving the ball. Senior sister, why didn't you leave? What's the matter? Yunyao smiled and took a step closer. Because master asked me to bring you your favorite things, you can do your favorite work for the next 2 days. Favorite thing? Lin Heng looked around and found it was indeed quite good. Hey, this is it. In just a moment, a pitch-black stick appeared out of thin air in Yunyao's hand. You said sincerely yesterday that you like farming and often spend time with plows, so master specially found a pickaxe for you from the barracks. I'll ask you to work hard on the spiritual fields in the back mountain. Lin Heng was dumbfounded. Senior sister, you are kidding? Is there a spiritual field in our back mountain? I heard that it is a wasteland. Yes, so you need to open up the land. Don't worry, I will help you. And we'll be quick. Fast. I'm going to use this broken stick to open up new land. And it will take me forever. Let's go. Master asked me to supervise you. If you slack off on the first day, you will be punished. Hawking big makes you feel good for a while, but your spiritual field will grow. Yunyao waved her hand to signal him to follow. Lin Heng had a dark face and had to follow. Back mountains. A desolation stretches as far as the eye can see. Since Meng Yutong took over as the master of Jianyan Peak, he has always adhered to the principle of reclaiming as much land as there are people, so the whole mountain looks extremely natural and appropriate. In other words, it is a manifestation of lazy governance. As long as she lives comfortably, she can leave her disciples as they please. When you are hungry, you don't have to starve, you can just lie down and eat grass. Lin Heng stood in the wasteland holding a black pickaxe, letting the wind mess up his hair. In the following time, Lin Heng swung the pickaxe while cursing his vicious master in his heart, which made Yunyao unable to repair herself carefully. It has to be said that although Lin Heng looked serious, the swear words he uttered in his heart were no less than those of the common people. Meng Yuton, you are such a fool. I just said politely that I like farming, but you really asked me to open up wasteland for you. My father is the clan leader after all, you should at least give him some face. Let me till the fields now. When Yi Tian captures you in the future, I will be treated as a slave by you. Lin Heng was complaining when Yun Yao picked up a green fruit and started to eat it. She blinked at him. Hey, you conspicuous person, why don't you just be honest? You insist on saying that you like farming now. Master has fulfilled your wish, but you still don't want to. Yun Yao waved her hand and threw the spiritual melon to him. Take a break first, but junior brother, why do you look so unhappy? Why don't you smile and be happy? Don't you like it? Lin Heng smiled and nodded. Well said, very well said. That's right, senior sister. I'm almost dying of joy. Looking at the green melon that was about the same size as Meng Yuton, Lin Heng immediately took a bite. While he was eating melons, he took the opportunity to take a break to keep his eyes on Yun Yao. I have to say that each heroine has her own unique characteristics. Yun Yao was wearing a bright red skirt today, with a palm-sized wine gourd on her waist. She was the one who loved drinking the most among the many heroines. It is not difficult to tell from his attire that he has a rather stubborn character and will take revenge for any slight. Once you provoke her, she will kill you even if you run to the ends of the earth. Let's take Meng Yutong and Mu Yuxi as examples, although both of them belong to the category of ice beauty. But Meng Yutong is the kind of person who is charming but solemn. Mu Yuxi, on the other hand, prefers to be dignified yet cold. If you ask Lin Heng which one he likes, he would definitely prefer Meng Yutong. Although I'm not the protagonist, I still look pretty good right now. I really can't understand why Yi Tian's smile is like a spring breeze, but my smile is like a filthy shrimp head. The cold goddess and the fiery heroine have two completely opposite personalities. Why do they like Yi Tian, who loves to cause trouble? Lin Heng couldn't accept this. Yun Yao, who was eating melons and eavesdropping, suddenly heard the words Fire Lady, and almost blurted out who was the Fire Lady. Fortunately, I came to my senses and did not ask this question. If I asked this question, wouldn't my secret that I can hear what's really going on be exposed? Naturally, she wouldn't say anything about this matter until she had figured it out. The following plot is also exciting enough. If I remember correctly, after the return of the secret realm of national destruction, the sect will assign tasks to each sect. This fool Yun Yao didn't know that she would fall into Yi Tian's trap. Not only would my leg be broken, but her body would also be given away for nothing, and she would be the first one to be included in the harem. As a result, Yi Tian got into big trouble and had to go to the brothel to atone for his sins. Although I don't know what happened next, it's pretty miserable to think about it. I am not sure whether I can keep this leg if she is willing to give it away for free. There is nothing I can do. A protagonist's memory is biased here. The original novel is a clean slate, and the heroine is not raped. The pit will be filled in later. A brothel is a brothel, but don't think that there are only ordinary women in it. From cultivators at the key training stage to great masters at the Hidao stage, as long as the power behind the Hualu is strong enough, there is no realm of cultivators that cannot be dealt with. About 100 years ago, there was a sect called Bahua Valley, which offended a super powerful force for some reason. As a result, all 103 members of the sect, including the sect leader, were sold to brothels. You have to know that the leader of Bahua Valley at that time was already in the middle stage of Hidao, and was also on the list of beauties. The sect was surrounded, and it was said that the stones were refined into a furnace for use. It goes without saying that once you go to a place like a brothel, the consequences will be miserable. Lin Heng recalled vaguely in his mind and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Everyone has compassion under the suppression of the dynasty. Such tragedies will not happen again, but people with conscience will more or less feel uncomfortable and regretful. A self-disciplined man is scary. Female liquors are even more terrifying. Snap! When Yun Yao heard Lin Heng's voice, she was so shocked that she dropped the melon on the ground without even holding it firmly. Before, he could always hear Lin Heng complaining about her giving it for free, and now even the details of it have come out. Thinking about what Lin Heng had said in the past 2 days, she was indeed a little panicked. She couldn't believe that this was the trajectory of her life. She has feelings for junior brother Yi Tian, but it is only the affection between siblings, and it is far from the level of Taoist companions. Could it be that there will be major changes in the next sect mission? No, absolutely not. I will never accept such a life. Yun Yao swore secretly in her heart. At this moment, Lin Heng was looking at her with a confused expression. Senior sister, what are you doing? The melon has fallen off. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes to make her come to her senses. Yun Yao hid the disgrace on her face, snorted coldly and said, "Stop talking too much, take a rest after eating. Don't act like a fool. Stupid, idiot." Lin Heng didn't understand what this sentence meant. He didn't know that Yun Yao had heard his inner thoughts clearly, and his attitude towards Yi Tian has subtly changed. The heroine is like this. She always develops a rebellious mentality after learning about her predetermined fate. Regardless of whether it is true or false, she has begun to be wary of Yi Tian. 2 days passed quietly. During this period, Mu Yuxi and Meng Yutong came here once each. After seeing Lin Heng diligently cultivating the spiritual field, he left with satisfaction. There is no way, because there are too many things to complain about and these two cold people have been completely offended. Master, do you really want him to keep clearing the wasteland? This little guy looks innocent, but I think he is very good at hiding things in order to punish him for not being honest. It is better to let him suffer a little. Early morning of the third day, Meng Yutong gathered everyone to board the cloud boat and set off to the secret realm of destroying the country. This long journey requires crossing the void. Yiqian and others are only in the Jindan stage and cannot tear through the void to travel across the starry sea, so they can only rely on the cloud boat as a tool for crossing. Lin Heng looked at the glowing board under his feet. This consciousness and the Tonqian Baojian interacted with each other, and he quickly got the information about Yan Shu. It is indeed a 5th grade magic weapon. I didn't expect that Master has such a treasure. With Yan Shu's protection, there is no need to worry even if we encounter bandits. I just don't know how fast this thing is. Master, are you saying that the secret realm of exterminating nations appeared in the Tianxing continent? That's right, Tianxing continent is only separated from our Tianzhuan continent by a celestial river, although this journey won't take too much time. The 3 major immortal sects of Tianxing continent will definitely participate in it. The 100-year-old sword sect among the 3 major immortal sects has a close relationship with our Qingzhuan sect. It may not be a friend, but it is definitely not an enemy. Except for the 3 major immortal sects, Cexu sect and Qingyu Chengji will be our main competitors. As for the other small sects, we don't need to worry about them. Meng Yutong looked at everyone and said calmly, Master, I have a question. What's the problem? Yiqian turned his head and glanced at Lin Heng and said, since Master is taking us to practice, he certainly cannot be with us the whole time. If we let junior brother Lin follow us into the depths of the secret realm, it might be inappropriate. The implication was that Lin Heng, this burden, would hinder their search. Before he could continue his suggestion, Meng Yutong said in a cold voice, don't you 3 senior brothers and sisters even take care of Hanger? Yiqian was stunned. Yun Yao and Mu Yuxi were also stunned. Wait a minute, call me Hanger? You call me so intimately, wouldn't Yiqian, the vinegar bottle, hate me? Lin Heng, the person involved, was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Yiqian. From his eyes, one could see 3 parts of confusion, 3 parts of disdain, 3 parts of anger and potentially 1 part of murderous intent. Yes, that's the look. As expected of the protagonist, he has a crooked smile and fan-shaped eyes. Very good. Junior brother Lin, your presence makes me feel that Xianyun Peak is no longer so boring. Don't think that just because you are the sect master's son you can compete with me for the master's favor. Yiqian suddenly felt that this was not so boring. Since the first day he entered Xianyun Peak, he has regarded Meng Yutong and her 5 disciples as his women. It was precisely because of his intervention that no male disciples had entered Xianyun Peak for many years, and even the menial disciples were all female. Master, senior sister, I will let you know that I am the most outstanding disciple of Qingzhuan sect and the future successor to the Holy Sun. Only by becoming my woman and staying by my side can you stand at the top of the cultivation world. The 3 women and 1 man had different thoughts and all focused their eyes on Lin Heng. Strange, I haven't said a word since I got on board. Why do you keep looking at me? Master and senior sister, please give all your attention to Yiyan. The scene was too embarrassing, so Lin Heng put his hands in his pockets and went straight into the cabin. The cloud boat was flying at full speed, comparable to the speed of a cultivator in the divine transformation stage. 2.5 days passed. Finally arrived at the unfallen mountains of the Tianxing continent. At this time, many monks had gathered outside the Biulwo mountain, which was located at the entrance to the secret realm of destroying the country. The 3 major immortal sects native to Tianxing continent plus the sects coming from Tianzhuan continent have a total of more than 200 people. Compared to other sects, Qingzhuan sect has the least number of people, and the number of people is even less than that of several other small sects. Fortunately, Yiqian, Yun Yao, and Mu Yuxi are talented disciples far beyond their peers, and with the presence of Meng Yutong, a big shot in the return to void stage, there will be no problem. Friend Meng, long time no see. Urong, the centenarian elder of the sword sect, has reached the middle stage of return to void and is as powerful as Meng Yutong. Elder Hu, long time no see. Qingzhuan sect has arrived, so now we are all here. Master Park, do you know when we can enter the secret realm? Everyone looked at the middle-aged man on the far right wearing a grey robe and holding a tray. Although this man looks young, he is actually an old monster who has lived for 1,000 years. His cultivation has reached the peak of return to void. The 3rd mathematician of Tianji sect is named Pu Fanyuan, also known as the ghost mathematician. His deduction skills are at the pinnacle among those in the same realm. Don't worry, fellow Taoists, the secret realm of destroying nations has moved to the Tianqing continent and overlaps with the unfalling mountains. The three seem to be combined in space, but they have spawned multiple paths. This is the best way right now when Xuan Yang stands in Dongyan. It will be the best time. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to wait where they were. After all, a location of the star shift in the secret realm of national destruction was discovered by the Tianji sect, so no matter how anxious they were, they could only wait patiently. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Heng observed the others intentionally or unintentionally. An elder in the early stage of return to void came to Zia Xu sect, and he had 20 disciples. Ling Yu Changji was led by a woman in white, with her face covered by a white scarf so that only a pair of phoenix eyes could be seen. There were about 30 disciples behind her, most of whom were female disciples. The King Yu Changji sect is very mysterious. It has existed in the Tianquan continent for thousands of years, but no sensational secrets have ever been reported. They give the impression to the world that they are reclusive, but they can be seen in many important occasions. It is said that the leader of King Yu Changji sect has broken through to the Hedao realm, and the 5 elders in his sect all have the power of half a step to Hedao. And because this sect has hardly ever shown its capabilities, no one knows how high its overall combat power is. Even so, no major sect in Tianquan continent is willing to go against it. Just because others don't know King Yu Changji's background doesn't mean Lin Heng knows nothing about it. This woman in white only knows the single word, Qiu. No one knows her specific name, even other sects can only call her Dao Yu Qiu. Lin Heng speculated that she must be listed in the list of beauties, and her ranking might even be before Meng Yutong. After all, when one reaches their level, there is no need to say much about their appearance. The higher your cultivation, the harder it is to see ugly people. Just as Lin Heng was looking around, there was a sudden movement on the Biyuo mountain. The ghost calculator Park Fangyuan immediately threw the luck disc into the air and formed a seal with one hand. With a loud bang, the whole mountain seemed to be covered by a net of fine wires. Under the halo, the formation seal was reflected in front of everyone. At this moment, a mysterious blue door appeared above the formation seal. Bu Fangyuan shouted, "My fellow Taoists, a door to the secret realm has been opened, follow me in." Soon, under his leadership, more than 200 people from various sects entered the secret realm. In the secret realm, spiritual energy is dense and mist is lingering. The first thing that catches your eye is the 2 broken wall gardens, which are like the main beams of a palace, supporting the endless void. A corpse that had turned into dry bones fell on the wall, making the whole country look as if it was stained with ominousness. Very depressing. This was Lin Heng's first feeling. Maybe it's because of the grey tone. Not long after entering this country, someone suddenly pointed to a huge pit not far away and shouted, "Look at that place." Everyone looked in the direction of her finger. I saw that the deep pit was very vast, but the large number of bones piled up in it, and the air was chilling. Yes, I feel the power of Hedao. Here are the corpses of Hedao masters. Yes, this place looks like execution ground in a secular country. An elder of a major sect pointed to the gallows not far from the deep pit. So many people were killed at once, and some were even powerful people. This shows how prosperous this country was in the past. A Hedao cultivator can be considered a giant in today's world of immortal cultivation. But this sacrificial ground where the corpses of criminals are piled up has actually killed a Hedao cultivator. Compared with other sect elders, Pu Fangyuan and others seemed much calmer. My fellow Taoists, this is only the outermost part of the secret realm of destroying nations. The real opportunity is still inside. Let's keep going. Park Fangyuan continued to move forward with the wheel in his hand. Ding, system plot prompt. 7 stars and 6 positions formation, form a formation with 7 people, combining the strength of 6 people. The sudden prompt sound from the system made Lin Heng stunned. Especially the plot that happened later, which almost made him exclaim, "Wow. This formation is quite amazing." It turns out that Meng Yutong's serious injury and declining cultivation are closely related to Yityan. Ling Ding's true feelings startled Meng Yutong and the other 2 girls. Meng Yutong, formation? Is my cultivation level drop related to Yityan? Yun Yao, oh my god. Lin Heng said that master will be seriously injured and his cultivation level will drop? Mu Yushi, master is extremely powerful. Could it be that there is some deadly danger in this secret realm? The 3 girls' curiosity was aroused at once, but after waiting for a long time, Lin Heng felt nothing. As the person involved, Lin Heng hadn't noticed that Meng Yutong and the other 2 girls had taken a few steps closer to him. It's really annoying. Can you explain it more clearly? What on earth happened to master? Yun Yao really wanted to roll up her sleeves and make him vomit it out immediately. After carefully reading the plot hint, Lin Heng continued to complain at his heart. No wonder. It turns out that the Tianji sect had known the location of the secret realm of exterminating nations long ago. and they had sent people there long ago. However, the secret realm was filled with barriers, and the Tianji sect could not break all of them by themselves. Zexu sect and King Yu Chengji were the first partners. They considered Tianji sect wanted to use the 7 stars and 6 positions formation to break the barrier. So they had to find someone to act as the center of the formation. If you think about it, you will know that being the center of the formation is the most dangerous thing. If there is any backlash, it will affect the person in the center of the formation, and the other 6 people will be safe. My stupid master was actually used as a tool. Lin Heng shook his head slightly, seeming to feel a little regretful. Based on his understanding of Meng Yutong, she definitely didn't know the danger of the 7-star 6 position formation. It could even be said that she didn't even know she had become the core of the formation. But this was only the first step in her decline. At this moment, it was a foregone conclusion that Meng Yutong had been seriously injured, so Lin Heng naturally would not intervene. His current main task is to follow the plot and make Yi Qian a traitor to his master. Then get the best reward. Lin Heng couldn't help but smile as he thought about it, not knowing that his little thoughts had already been heard clearly. Yun Yao and Mu Yu she frowned slightly, with complicated expressions. Since Lin Heng could predict what would happen, he was unwilling to give any warning and just watched his master jump into the fire pit. The two of them originally wanted to convey the message to their master, but then they thought, how would they explain this? Could it be that Lin Heng said that they could hear what was in his heart? Obviously, this argument is not the optimal solution. Even if I tell her, Meng Yutong will definitely not believe it. They believed that Lin Heng knew more, and if they made him alert, they couldn't tie him up and torture him. In the end, the two struggled for a long time but still couldn't find a suitable excuse to speak. As long as Lin Heng is here, there will be no danger to life. Meng Yutong couldn't help but clench the corner of her clothes with her delicate hands stretched under her sleeves. If she hadn't been rational, she would have really wanted to hang Lin Heng up and whip him severely. Yi Qian's crime of threatening his master to do something wrong is naturally unforgivable. Then, since you knew about the crime but did not report it, and even assisted the evildoer, causing her, your master, to be imprisoned, shouldn't you be equally guilty? Seeing that he was being plotted against, he actually smiled so happily. To be fair, up to now, as his master, she has not bullied him in any special way except punishing him for not going to open up the wasteland honestly. She decided that after returning, she would find fault with him and teach him a lesson so that she could feel the love of her master. But just as this thought was about to come out, she suddenly froze again. Wait a minute. Just because I can hear his inner voice doesn't mean he knows I can hear it. If there is no inner voice, from his perspective, even if he says it, I may not believe it. After Meng Yutong calmed down her anger, she suddenly felt that her previous thoughts were a bit ridiculous. After all, their master-disciple relationship had not yet been truly stabilized. When they reached a canal, they saw a barrier above the dry river blocking their way. Fellow Taoists, according to ancient records, there is a 100-mile-long canal in the secret realm of the Destroying Nation, which runs through the entire country. Beyond this barrier is the core of the country. Friend Pooh, how do we break this barrier? I just used 50 of my strength to attack the barrier. But there was not even a ripple. The Fengyi sect elder retracted his right hand and said, with 50 of his strength, true Lord Fanzu could flatten a mountain hundreds of miles away. But he couldn't even create a ripple when facing the barrier. Wu Fangyuan seemed to have anticipated this. The person who set up this barrier has a higher level of cultivation than us. If we want to break it, we must not divide our forces. Only when we work together can we have a chance. Might Yunji sect has a 7-star formation, which can gather the strength of 7 people. When they use all their strength, it is no less than a fatal blow from a great master of He Dao. Really? The fact that 7 returned to void stage cultivators could join forces to launch a powerful attack was already beyond imagination. That's natural. Park Fangyuan said proudly. The luck disc flew out again and landed at his feet after a rustling in dark spell. The ground began to loosen and even a cloud of dust was splashed at the scene. The whole formation process was very fast. Before Lin Heng could even see the movements of his hands, he saw 7 points appearing on the ground. Wu Fangyuan stood behind the luck plate and said, fellow Taoists, please stand at the positions I marked in order. Taoist Hu and Taoist Fang, you to stand at the east and west points respectively. Fellow Taoist Sun and fellow Taoist Qyu, you two should stand in the lower right corner in turn. As for fellow Taoist Meng, you can just stand behind me. Park Fangyuan directly arranged the positions without specifying where the center of the formation was. Of course, Meng Yutong and others are not good at formation techniques, so they have no idea of the advantages and disadvantages of this formation. Meng Yutong glanced down at her feet and frowned slightly. Just now, she felt that Pu Fangyuan seemed to have a glance with Fang Zhen, the elder of Zexu sect, as if they understood each other, as if they had succeeded. When one reaches their level of cultivation, even small actions will be magnified to a huge extent. Then she sent people to investigate the Tianswan sect and the Zixu sect and found out that they had had many exchanges before the secret realm of destroying the country. It is impossible that these two did not conspire with each other. Thinking of this, Meng Yutong had already stood at the center of the formation. Fortunately, she had made all the necessary preparations before setting off, and with Lin Heng's reminder, she was confident that she would be safe even if she acted as a tool. Everyone, don't hold back, put your strength into the Lut plate. As Pu Fangyuan finished speaking, powerful fluctuations of true energy suddenly emerged above the 7 points. A formation was activated, and the spiritual energy from the surroundings began to surge in frantically, forming a vortex that gathered towards the Lut disc, and then turned into a beam of light that was injected onto the Lut disc. The beam of light became brighter and brighter, and in the end it looked like a blinding golden light, making everyone dare not look directly at it. Bang bang, 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 bang. As the formation roared, cracks began to appear where the formation was formed. Everyone was surprised and kept backing away to avoid being affected. Blick. Following a loud bang, a layer of barrier collapsed. At the same time, the backlash force after the collision of the 7 forces also erupted. Meng Yutong, who was at the center of the formation, was the first to be hit even though she released her protective key at the first moment. It was shattered in an instant. After all, this is the backlash force generated by the 7 Fanzu True Lords. I am afraid that a cultivator in the spirit transformation stage will be directly blasted into pieces. Master, friend Meng, Yi Tian and others and the 100-year-old elder of the sword sect exclaimed. I am fine. Meng Yutong shook her head and forced a smile, signaling everyone not to worry. Friend Pu Dao, why does such a strong backlash force occur? Meng Yutong's eyes were cold, and she asked the question even though she knew the answer. The centenarian elder of the sword sect and the white-clothed woman singing King Yu Changji also cast inquiring glances. Bu Fangyuan smiled. He had already prepared an explanation for this. My fellow Taoists should know that most formations have a center. The 7-star formation is the same but unlike ordinary formations. Every point in the 7-star formation has the potential to become the center. What? They all became the core of the formation? You mean that everyone could suffer such a serious backlash? Then why didn't you tell us in advance? We didn't even have the slightest preparation. The centenary sword sect elder Hu Rong questioned. Fellow Taoist Hu, if I tell you all the advantages and disadvantages of this formation, and if one of you is afraid of backlash and refuses to use your full strength, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? I have some healing pills here. Fellow Taoist Meng, just rest and recover. I will go and explore the way for you guys first. After handing the elixir to Mulyushi, Bu Fangyuan took his disciples directly into the core of the secret realm. The Zixu sect and other sects then rushed in. Once the barrier is broken, there will be opportunities. Whoever gets there first will have a greater chance of gaining more. Friend Hu, please go in first. I'll be there soon. Meng Yutong said. Alright, I don't know what dangers there are in the city, brother Meng. Please heal your wounds first. After Hu Rong lead the 100 Years sword sect away, Meng Yutong sat cross-legged on the ground and prepared to heal his wounds. Yi Tian, Lin Heng and others had no choice but to stand by quietly. The trend cannot be violated. Master is now seriously injured, which is equivalent to half of his strength being wasted. If I remember correctly, Yi Tian got into danger after fighting with others, and she was eager to save her disciple. It is very likely that her cultivation level would be completely ruined. The final result is that the beloved disciple that he protected will turn around and do the same thing as the jockey Niju. If you want to blame someone, blame this woman for being stupid. She couldn't even tell the character of her apprentice after all these years. For a moment, everyone was silent. Even though they were already in silence, Yun Yao and Mulyushi felt a sense of guilt and panic in their hearts. To their regret, they hesitated and did not remind Meng Yutong to avoid danger. The terrifying thing is that every word Lin Heng said came true, as if he was peeping into the laws of nature and knew the trajectories of their lives in advance. Could it be that Yi Tian would really betray his master and ancestors? Since Yi Tian entered the peak, from his master to the 5 senior sisters, who among them did not take good care of him? And his performance did not disappoint everyone's expectations. With his spiritual roots and a high talent for cultivation, he was able to surpass his peers in just 3 years. If he were given another 100 years to grow, the world of immortal cultivation would sooner or later have a giant. Although Meng Yutong closed her eyes, her spiritual sense was always on Yi Tian. She wanted to see how Yi Tian would react when he saw that she was injured. I found that he was not as calm as usual, and there was even a hint of worry in his eyes. This surprised her a little. According to Lin Heng's words, he should have shown a little expectation. However, this cannot dispel her distrust of Yi Tian. Meng Yutong took a look at the storage ring, and saw a layer of black fragments floating inside. This is the Taoist bead, one of her trump cards, which can block a fatal attack. But now she was just taking advantage of the situation and pretending to be seriously injured in order to test her disciples. The last Dao Pearl has been used up. But fortunately it helped me offset 70 of the backlash. I want to see if what happens next is as Lin Heng said. Tianer, please don't let me down. After all, they had been together for so many years, and she still didn't want to believe that her beloved disciple would do such a thing. After a while, Man Yutong slowly opened her eyes. Her flawless face still showed some fatigue, and she looked a little haggard. Of course. 80 of this is fake. Master, how do you feel now? We were really scared when you vomited blood just now. Etienne asked anxiously. It's okay, just a little backlash, just make some adjustments. Let's go in quickly, or else they will take all the good stuff away. Man Yutong waved her hand. Yeah. Let's go. Etienne nodded when he heard that and took the lead to follow. Inside the secret realm, Bark Fang Yuan was slowly walking towards the depths of the secret realm. The rest of the disciples scattered, each looking for opportunities. Since Lin Heng and others came in relatively late, they could always see disciples from various sects either gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to chat, or sitting cross-legged by the rocks to meditate and rest. Not far away, there were quite a few scattered soldiers staring at them warily, looking very nervous. In the current situation, if the elders are not around, there will be a situation where the sects will fight over the treasures. Man Yutong turned around and said calmly, the 4 of you should look for opportunities. I will go out alone and avoid murder or robbery, but if anyone dares to cause trouble, fight back. No matter what happens, I will take care of you. Yes. Hey. Senior sister Liu Shi, I'll leave Lin Heng to you. I need to go over there and take a look. Yun Yao said hello and walked in one direction. Fuck, are you throwing me to Mu Liu Shi? Okay. It doesn't matter it's the same with everyone anyway. This secret realm has nothing to do with me. Lin Heng shrugged inferently and was about to talk to Mu Yushi, but unexpectedly the other party turned around and walked to the back. Hey, second senior sister. Wait for me. Lin Heng quickly ran to her side and rubbed her arm intentionally. Senior sister, walk slower. You have to protect me. Mu Yushi showed a look of disdain, but still kept a cold face and said nothing. It wasn't because she didn't want to talk, but she really couldn't chat with someone who called her dead face. This nickname really hurt her. Don't get too close. Okay. Senior sister, can I leave a gap of 1 finger in the middle? If it's too small, how about 2 fingers? Mu Yushi glanced at him, and after a long while she uttered, 3. Yes. Sir. Lin Heng immediately moved 1 centimeter to the right. In the following time, the 2 of them visited many places. This country is very large, and there are restrictions in many places. The 2 couldn't break it. Senior sister, isn't this secret realm said to have been opened many times? Then why are there still so many restrictions that have not been lifted? Lin Heng asked curiously. I don't know about this, but I have some guesses. Mu Yushi rarely spoke and continued to explain. There are many similar secret realms in the world of cultivation, and the secret realm of destroying a country is just one of them. A reason why the secret realm is called a secret realm is because it is not completely fixed in time and space, otherwise there would be no star shift. Why am I a little confused? Isn't spacetime the product of the interaction between time and space? What does the change in the location of the secret realm entrance have to do with time? No, it is indeed related to time. Some secret realms are more like the product of history, just like the secret realm of the annihilation of a country that we see now it may be full of restrictions. 100 years later, after another star shift phase, when we enter the secret realm again, we may find that the restrictions have been lifted. Just because something is not done now, doesn't mean it won't be done in the future. Just because a problem is solved in the future doesn't mean it won't affect the present. Lin Heng was dumbfounded. It felt like Mu Yushi explained, but also like she didn't explain. There is something. I feel that this worldview is not as brainless as I imagined. The specific events are different. The same event is different at different times. Interesting. Hey. He found this thing first. Why don't you stop it now? Just as the 2 were chatting, an angry shout came from somewhere, interrupting their conversation. Hearing the voice, they both looked up and then were stunned. I saw a woman in white standing on top of a dead tree with her arms spread out. The rich wood attributed energy around her quickly condensed into several green lotus flowers floating on her left and right. Not far from her side was hovering an emerald green flying sword. Opposite him from a distance was Yi Tian. That is Yingyu Cheng Ji's disciple? What is junior brother Yi fighting with her for? Mu Yushi was a little surprised while wandering around. She actually ran into Yi Tian and others fighting over something. There is no need to think too much about something that can make Yi Tian's heart move. It must be something extraordinary. Several more disciples from outside the sect came one after another. Oh, has it already come to the part where the protagonist pretends to be cool and grabs treasure? As expected of the protagonist, there are treasures wherever he goes. The dead spiritual tree actually still has the power of life. Through observation, Lin Heng quickly deduced from the Tontian Atlas what the two were fighting for. The dead tree under the woman's feet is an innate precious tree with extremely strong vitality. Even in the face of extremely harsh environments, it can condense the vitality in a certain part of its branches. When the time is right, it can be reborn. The strong life elements contained in the power of life are undoubtedly a treasure of reconstruction for those monks who had been seriously injured. Yichen originally wanted to use the power of life to heal Meng Yutong's injuries, but Meng Yutong was injured and damaged by the power of Tao after saving him, so the power of life was just a drop in the bucket. If I am right, it was because Meng Yutong refined the power of life that Yichen discovered the secret of her cultivation plummeting. One link after another, no step can be missing. Does this matter have anything to do with the outcome of the Chongxi? Mu Yushi couldn't help but become more serious when he heard this. The general process of punching. Master was seriously injured for the first time harvesting spiritual wood. Master was seriously injured for the second time. Let Master refine the spiritual wood. Discovered Master's secret fall. Successfully attacked Master. Spiritual wood is the key bridge. Come to think of it, the protagonist is set to be both good and evil, and the plot needs to be advanced by nesting contradictions. In order to show the perfection of the protagonist and highlight his character, you need a villain like him. And he needs to show off in front of an unknown passerby. Just imagine. A cold and beautiful master was seriously injured, and the perfect boy who was as good as a demon went to find a magic medicine to heal her. A routine of the hero saving the beauty is always changing, but the public still likes this one. The only cool thing is that the protagonist has captured the master. Lin Heng imitated the protagonist's pretentious movements. He put his hands behind his back and sighed slightly. Ying Yichang Ji's female disciple is very powerful. She can cast several mysterious seals with just a wave of her hand, and the flying sword she controls through the air is also dazzling. But unfortunately, the person she met was Yichen. It was no joke that Yichen was able to overpower his peers in the same realm. Mu Yushi stood there and showed no intention of helping. When Yichen was in the middle stage of the Jindan realm, he could defeat a cultivator in the late Jindan realm by jumping through smaller realms. Now that he has entered the late stage and is in the same realm as the other party will naturally not be his match. Girl, stop it if you take another step forward. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The woman's hand holding the sword was shaking slightly, and her eyes were sharp and she seemed very unwilling. Don't be afraid, junior sister, let me meet him. At this moment, a man dressed similarly stopped the woman. I know who you are, Yichen. A core disciple of King Xuan sect. I am Li Chaochun, the Changji of King Yu, and I have come here to learn from you. Is it him, Li Chaochun, who is ranked 33rd on the ladder list? Mu Yushi said in surprise. The ladder? It is a battle strength ranking list. Those who can make it to the list are undoubtedly top geniuses. The ladder list is replaced every 5 years as the final ranking during this period. Those who want to be on the list must kill those on the list. So how many are you in line? Senior sister. I didn't participate in the ranking. Although the ladder list represents the highest honor, it will also attract endless challengers. Lin Heng suddenly realized. That's true, a ranking list is mostly just a false reputation. Once you are on the list, in addition to exposing your own strength, you will also attract endless challengers. Either you kill him, or he kills you or kneels down and admits defeat. Mu Yushi likes to practice meditation and doesn't like trouble, so she doesn't get involved in these disputes. Wow, this is a direct achievement for Yichen. There is no need to think too much about the next plot. Yichen will definitely defeat the opponent and successfully make the list. Passerby will be shocked again. Li Chaochun. Never heard of him. Yichen didn't smile. I bet that within 5 rounds, Li Chaochun will be killed. In the first round, Yichen stood still and let the opponent attack, but he easily dodged the long-range attack. In the second round, Yichen still stood in the same place. The opponent thought he was lucky to use 3 magical powers, but was cut off by a sword. In the third round, Yichen smiled contemptuously, and began to taunt his opponent. Li Chaochun was furious and used his strongest killing move, but it was still easily resolved. In the fourth round, Yichen took the initiative to attack and killed the opponent directly while the opponent was shot. The following scene was exactly as Lin Heng had imagined, except that in the second round Li Chaochun only used 2 magical powers and a flying blade to launch a sneak attack. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the beginning of the fourth round, Li Chaochun was so shocked that his head was chopped off by a sword before he could finish his words. Yichen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down on everyone. The remaining disciples of King Yu Changji did not dare to breathe and retreated one after another. Li Chaochun was Qiu's most proud disciple, but Yichen actually killed him directly. Mu Yushi opened her mouth, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. It was not because of Yichen's powerful fighting power, but because of Lin Heng's prediction of the battle. Yichen and Li Chaochun were like the actors he found, following his script step by step. Was he just giving a live commentary? Exaggerate. It's unbelievable. Ichian walked towards them slowly, and when he saw Mulyushi's shocked expression, he couldn't help but smile smugly. Senior sister is really surprised by my current strength. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Li Chao-chan is too weak and I don't even have the interest to fight him. He was secretly proud of himself. Senior sister, junior brother Lin, what a coincidence. I just ran into some trouble and made you laugh. Ichian, you shouldn't have killed Li Chao-chan. He was King Yu Changji's key training target. And even the last disciple of the white-robed elder. Mulyushi said after coming to her senses. Senior sister, are you worried about me? Ichian smiled. It was King Yu Changji's disciple who caused the trouble and tried to kill me. I can only blame him for his poor skills. Besides, Master has told us to fight back if we get into trouble, and she will take the responsibility. A troublemaker is a troublemaker. You killed the disciple that King Yu Changji carefully trained. Will he swallow this anger? To put it bluntly, you are selfish. You want to use Li Chao-chun's military merits to enter the ladder, but you pass the trouble on to others. Meng Yutan can't even protect herself now, and yet you're still causing trouble for her. I can only say that this is my beloved disciple. Lin Heng shifted his disdainful gaze elsewhere. He was very clear about how powerful King Yu Changji's force was, and it was definitely not comparable to the current Qingshuan sect. Originally, the two families had not interfered with each other, but after this secret experience, King Yu Changji began to actively cause trouble for the Qingshuan sect. The culprit is the current Ichian. The brainless Meng Yutong and other elders would even protect him. Ichian did not stay for long and walked towards the west of the ancient ruins. Because Mulyushi was with Lin Heng, she moved quickly, but she did gain something. They found a small bottle of elixir and an ancient mirror in a secret room. Mulyushi took out a pill to examine it. The pill was light yellow, round and full, with only a slight medicinal fragrance emanating from it. It's actually a fourth-grade elixir. Lin Heng, you have the Tontian illustrated book to see what kind of elixir this is. Lin Heng put down the ancient mirror in his hand, glanced at the pill in her hand, then moved closer to smell it, and quickly searched for information about it in his mind. It should be the Wrath God pill. After taking it, the combat power will increase to a certain extent, but the side effect will make the cultivator weak. I see. Mulyushi nodded and put the pill into her pocket. Sister, where is this mirror? The restriction on the secret room was lifted by Mulyushi, so Lin Heng naturally couldn't ask for the things inside. Even if it was a mirror, he had to ask first. You take it if you go back empty-handed. Your senior sister Yao will definitely make fun of you. Okay. Lin Heng was overjoyed and immediately put the mirror into the system space. In just a moment, the system interface popped up. Item. Dream mirror missing. Description: a mirror polished by billions of light crystal fragments, a bridge connecting dreams and reality, a world where the real and the fake merge. With no distinction between true and false, can be used to evolve consciousness and increase the speed of cultivation. In the return to the void stage, it can tear apart the real and the fake and enter the dream world. What the hell? Just as Lin Heng thought, this mirror is also a treasure. Since there is a bottle of elixir in the secret room, why would a mirror be placed there casually? Dream world? Dream? Or the real world? He doesn't quite understand this concept now, so he will study it further when he returns. The two left the secret room, and as soon as they stepped out, they felt the ground shake suddenly. Chapter 11. Junior sister, how can I live if you leave? Then, a shout came from not far away. Not good, everyone retreat quickly. I saw a group of disciples from XU sect and some people from other sects rushing towards them. There were even people who ran and cursed at the same time. If you curse me again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Bah! Not only did you, the Qingshuan sect, go too far in bullying us, but you also caused the deaths of 6 of our fellow disciples. Are you blind? Didn't you see that it was that crazy woman King Yu Changji who started it first? I don't care who did it, you guys killed my junior sister. The young man covered his purple-blue eyes, with only the right half of his dark silver robe left, looking extremely miserable. That's right. The eyes were hit because of fighting with Yun Yao for something. The robe he was wearing was a tier to magic weapon, but it was torn to pieces by the shockwave just now. Yun Yao didn't look well either. Her hair was disheveled, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yun Yao. Second senior sister. Yun Yao rushed over immediately when she saw Mulyushi and Lin Heng. Xiao Yao, what happened in front? You are. Don't mention it. Just now, I and some outer sect disciples were searching a drum tower and found an alchemy cauldron. I had already snatched it away, but suddenly, a pressure appeared above the drum tower. If I hadn't escaped quickly, you would have carried me back to the sect. Pressure? What does that mean? I'm not sure. I just saw a flash of white clothes when I was running. I ran into 3 disciples from XU sect. They were shouting about our master fighting with others. Hearing this, Lin Heng and Mulyushi looked at each other at the same time. They had a tacit understanding with each other and knew what was going on immediately. Ouch, no, I can't stand. Lin Heng, help me up. Yun Yao leaned close to him and placed her left hand directly on his shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Heng had no choice but to put his right arm around her right shoulder. That's good, master is in trouble. No need to think too much. It must be because of Li Chao Chun's incident. You know the inside story? Mu Yushi nodded. Handed Yun Yao a healing pill, and then explained, it should be because of junior brother Yi Yan. He killed Li Chao Chun of King Yu Changji. Really? How dare he be so reckless? Yun Yao was dumbfounded. Li Chao Chun is listed on the latter list and has a great reputation. In King Yu Changji's opinion, his status is like that of the true disciple of their King Xuan sect's main peak. If Yi Tian killed him, would his master not come and fight him to the death? While they were talking, the Zexu sect disciple wearing a tattered silver robe not far away suddenly started crying. He shouted a woman's name. Junior sister, how can I live if you leave? The fellow disciple beside him also felt a little uncomfortable, so he stepped forward to comfort him. Brother son, don't be too sad. When I was in the sect, I often said that I would never marry you even if I died. Now you have helped her fulfill her wish. As soon as these words came out, the man in the silver robe froze. Fuck you, I'm crying for money. She borrowed 1,000 spiritual stones from me. 1,000 spiritual stones. I saved up the resources for a year. Yun Yao and Mu Yushi's mouth twitched after hearing this. Sure enough, that's how men are. It is always sad to see a beauty die. It is hard to clear the love and money without crying. Meng Yutong, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. Your evil disciple killed my disciple, and today you will make him be buried with my disciple. If you dare to stop me, you will be my enemy, King Yu Changji. Even if I cannot kill you, you will face endless disasters in the future. Don't forget, you are seriously injured now. You can't be my opponent. A woman in white stood in the air, holding the star-picking sword in her hand, like a killing god who could destroy the world. Meng Yutong was equally unwilling to be outdone. The 3-foot sword tip emitted a dark blue light, and her aura was not inferior to that of the opponent at all. Although she knew roughly what happened, she would not allow the other party to take Yi Yan's life. Fellow Taoist Qiyu, your disciple took the initiative to stir up trouble and used deadly move. She was inferior to the master and ended up dead. It's too much for you and me, as the master, to interfere in the affairs between disciples. Are you going to kill all those who are stronger than your disciples? If your sect is cultivating hothouse flowers, I have nothing to say. Meng Yutong's meaning is very clear. Matters between their peers should be resolved by their peers. Who can you blame when your own disciple is incompetent and gets killed? Stop trying to argue with me. Seeing that she couldn't win the battle, the woman in white stopped talking and rushed forward with her sword in hand. In terms of overall strength, it is obvious that the woman in white has the upper hand. True Lord Fanzu possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth with just a gesture. The aftermath of the collision between sword and ruler can even spread hundreds of miles away. This isn't the real war yet. Transform the spirit to cultivate spiritual consciousness, return to the void to cultivate visions. Visions are the true measure of a return to void cultivator's strength. The visions resonate with heaven and earth, and this is the true way to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Fellow Taoist Meng. Fellow Taoist Qiyu, why don't you stop it now? After sensing the aftermath, Park Fangyuan immediately knew what had happened and rushed to the battlefield where the two were without saying a word. The secret realm of the Nation of Annihilation is full of restrictions. If you to fight here, it is very likely that the restrictions will collapse, and everyone will be in danger. A King Xuan sect killed my beloved disciple. I will not stop until I have my revenge. Asshole. Bu Fangyuan shouted loudly, then clasped his hands together and recited scriptures in the blink of an eye. An octagonal golden hexagram condensed in the void, forcefully separating the two people. Friend Pu Dao, are you going to help King Xuan sect? The woman in white said coldly with anger in her eyes. The other party is already half a step away from achieving the Dao, and anyone would be wary of him if he stood on Meng Yutong's side. It would be a big trouble. Bu Fangyuan snorted coldly, standing between the two men and said, I will not help any of you, no matter what conflicts you have. No large-scale fighting is allowed to happen in the secret realm of destroying nations. This will kill everyone. Even if you are not afraid of death, you should also consider the disciples you brought with you. Don't think that I am exaggerating. After a long while, the woman in white put away her sword and continued to look at Meng Yutong coldly, saying word by word, Meng Yutong, this matter is not over yet. If we have a grudge, I will definitely kill your disciple. I'm always at your service. Meng Yutong withdrew her gaze and looked at Yiqian, who was sweating profusely not far away, and her brows became a little more solemn. No matter what, Yiqian is her apprentice, and at least he has not done anything out of line so far. It was neither reasonable nor moral for her to allow the woman in white to kill him. Besides, Yiqian is now the most outstanding disciple of Xianyun Peak. She still relies on Yi Qian to choose the future successor. Master, I have caused you trouble. Yi Qian stood in front of her and whispered, his face full of guilt. Seeing this, Meng Yutong stopped the words of reprimand on her lips and sighed, it's not your fault you have performed well enough. I hope you can proceed steadily and not rush for fame and fortune. Remember Master's teachings. Yi Qian clasped his fists and bowed his waist, and was about to take out the life-giving spirit wood he had obtained and present it to Meng Yutong to show his affection. Unexpectedly, the ground shook violently again. It was even louder than the noise caused by the fight between Meng Yutong and the woman in white just now. Chapter 12. Lin Heng has little time to argue. Meng Yutong suddenly looked up into the void. He was suddenly shocked. Could it be that the aftermath of the battle touched the bell? In the central area of the secret realm of destroyed nations there is a bell tower, on top of which hangs an ancient bronze bell. The entire bell tower was surrounded by the power of Tao, and its strangling force was so strong that even a return to void cultivator could not easily resist it. The sound of the bell resounded throughout the entire secret realm, followed by an explosion of terrifying Taoist power, which instantly submerged all the cultivators within a 10-mile radius. Those cultivators were all outstanding disciples brought by various sects. Most of them were at the Jindan stage. Even so, they didn't even utter a scream. Meng Yutong reacted quickly, picked up Yi Qian like a chicken and ran away. They were too close to the center, and even though Meng Yutong used his great teleportation ability, he was unable to completely avoid the power of Taoism. Could this power cause my cultivation to plummet? Meng Yutong was horrified. She would never allow this to happen. In a hurry she immediately offered a life-saving talisman and a black fan. These two items are her most precious treasures. The life-saving talisman can protect her soul, and the black fan is made of meteorite iron and can withstand the force of strangulation. According to the normal plot, Meng Yutong would give the life-saving talisman to Yi Qian because of her love for her disciple, but she didn't know that the most terrifying thing about this power is that it can strangle consciousness. But now, in order to avoid getting hurt, she directly used the life-saving talisman on herself, and even protected Yi Qian in front of her. Yi Qian was stunned immediately. Master, what are you doing? Don't be afraid, Tianer, your master is here to protect you. At the Xuanshan, we will be safe and sound. 70 miles away. Lin Heng and others naturally felt the huge earthquake and heard the bell, but the power of Tao had not yet arrived. What's going on? Did they fight again? Lin Heng looked at the smoke and dust gradually spreading behind him, and his heart suddenly tightened, and he had an ominous premonition. He subconsciously protected Yun Yao in front of him. No, that's not smoke, hide quickly. Mu Yushi shouted. Yun Yao also realized something was wrong and wanted to hide behind a huge rock nearby, but unexpectedly Lin Heng was pinching her slender waist from behind. Hey, Lin Heng! Let go! Senior sister, please open the shield quickly, it's too late. And Lin Heng let go now? You can hide behind a boulder 30 meters away, but I can't. Bang! The protective energy was activated, but it broke within 3 seconds. The two were thrown several meters away and fell headfirst to the ground. Lin Heng was fine, as Yun Yao was blocking him, but his nose was hit by the back of her head and it hurt a little. As for Yun Yao, she was already injured in the fight between Meng Yutong and the others, and then was shocked by the power of Taoism and fainted on the spot. Xiao Yao! Lin Heng! Mu Yushi rushed over and said with a guilty conscience. It's all my fault, I forgot that Xiao Yao was injured. She dodged too quickly and forgot that Lin Heng had no ability to protect himself. Lin Heng coughed twice, grinned, and got up. He quickly ran to Mu Yushi and asked with concern. Second senior sister, is senior sister Xiao Yao okay? It shouldn't be life-threatening, he just fainted. It's all my fault that I held senior sister Xiao Yao back. If she hadn't protected me, I'm afraid. Tears welled up in Lin Heng's eyes. But in his heart he was thinking. Luckily, I was smart and hid behind my senior sister honestly. This human shield is safe and reliable. Senior sister Xiao Yao, you can't blame me. If I hadn't done this, I would have probably lost my life, and you would have only been slightly injured at best. Forehead. Mu Yushi was about to comfort him, but was directly suppressed by the two words he muttered in his heart. Although this behavior is understandable, isn't it too rude to compare your senior sister to a human shield, in your mind? No matter how you listen to the tone, it sounds like he's gloating over someone else's misfortune. Not long after, Meng Yutong found Lin Heng and his companions. There was a paper puppet beside him, carrying Yi Yan on his shoulder. Master, junior brother Yi. Let's talk about this outside. We can't stay here any longer. Meng Yutong's face was pale, as if she had been seriously injured. After leaving the secret realm, the group boarded the cloud boat and returned. Inside the cabin of the cloud boat, Yun Yao was lying on the left side of the two beds, and Yi Tian was lying on the right side. Mu Yushi and Lin Heng took care of one each. It was obvious that Yun Yao's injuries were much lighter. The power of Tao would gradually weaken as the distance increased. Their location was 70 miles away from the central bell. Meng Yutong sat on a cushion with her eyes closed and her breathing adjusted, as if she was healing. Master must be panicking right now. He must feel that his cultivation is slowly declining. But it's all your own fault. It's a bit strange. How did Yi Tian get injured? And he was injured so badly. Could something have gone wrong? Forget it. When Yi Tian wakes up, I will get my reward. Lin Heng was secretly delighted. Although there are some deviations in the plot outcome, the completion of the rebellious disciple dungeon is definitely a foregone conclusion. He was becoming more and more curious about what the top reward could be. Weapons, elixirs, or heaven-defying skills. Lin Heng shook his head, reminding himself not to take it lightly now. This is just the first key plot, and there are many pitfalls waiting for him next. After Master Yi Tianchong passes away, the entire Xianyun Peak will become a harem. No matter whether it is the mysterious senior sister or the cold and icy second senior sister, they will not be able to escape the predetermined fate of the harem. Therefore, he had to select certain keynotes to carry out the reverse direction plot in order to avoid being killed by Yi Tian. It won't be long before the sect issues a mission, and Yi Tian will break one of his legs in this mission, which will also help him capture Yun Yao directly. The best way to avoid breaking a leg is to not participate in the mission. As long as he doesn't participate in the mission, Yun Yao might not give it to him for free. This will in turn slow down the protagonist's development. After all, the protagonist has the aura of multiple wives and good fortune, and the more heroines he has, the stronger he will be. Thinking like this, suddenly Yun Yao opened her eyes abruptly. Before Lin Heng could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as if he was kicked by a donkey, and then he flew backwards to meters. Bang! Yun Yao looked down at him, raised her jade feet and stepped directly on his chest that was about to break. Fuck! Senior sister! What are you doing? Lin Heng was stunned. He had been feeding her water and wiping her sweat for the past 2 hours. As a result, he was kicked as soon as he woke up. Is it because he is using her as a shield? The situation was so critical at the time, it shouldn't have happened. What he didn't know was, Yun Yao's soul was just slightly shaken, which didn't mean she fainted and couldn't hear what Lin Heng was saying. Not only did he use her as a human shield, but he also gloated over her misfortune and said that she was stupid and thick-skinned. How can I establish my authority if I don't teach this kind of junior fellow a lesson? Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Don't disturb Master's recovery. Mu Yushi pointed outside the cabin and signaled with her eyes. Yun Yao immediately understood what he meant and walked out, grabbing Lin Heng by the collar. Senior sister, are you crazy? I took good care of you all the way. Why did you hit me? Yun Yao smiled, and a heartwarming smile appeared on her beautiful face. My good junior brother, I don't mind using my senior sister as a human shield. After all, I have the obligation to protect you. Do you think that I can't feel the smile on your lips just because I faded? Do you think I can't feel your restless little movements when you hug me? Click. Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat. Did he smile? He remembered that he had squeezed out to tears. How could an Oscar-winning actor make such a low-level mistake? If you want to laugh, you can only laugh in your heart. As for the little moves, Lin Heng doesn't have much time left to make excuses. In fact, Yun Yao had no physical perception during her coma, but she heard these words. It's time to gain weight. P.S. Let me explain first. Yun Yao may like to bully the male protagonist in the early stage, but she is definitely not masochistic, because the protagonist will stab her back fiercely later. The storyline of the two in the later stage is a little sweet. Chapter 13. Yi-chan can become a master. Why can't I? Yun Yao snorted coldly, let go of him and threw him aside. Then kicked him in the butt again. What a frivolous fellow, he's quite courageous. But, to be honest, I think this guy is more interesting than I thought. It was the first time she had such a feeling towards the opposite sex. The secret realm of destroying a country lasted for 20 days. Both the three major immortal sects of Tianxing continent and the forces from Tianchuan continent lost a lot of disciples at the final moment of evacuation. The origin of the bell is unknown, and even the Tianxuan sect had never expected that such a magical instrument would exist in the center of the secret realm. The power of Tao refers to the bondage caused by the external environment on the magical instrument itself. The white-clothed woman of King Yu Chengji originally wanted to ambush and kill Meng Yutong on her way back to Tianchuan continent. However, they did not expect that such a disaster would be caused by their fight. In order to protect the remaining talents of the sect, she had to withdraw her disciples from the secret realm in advance. The death of Li Chaochan was already traumatic enough. If the remaining disciples also died, she would be left alone when she returned. The only thing that comforted her was that Meng Yutong was most likely injured by the power of Tao because she did not retreat in time. Adding on the backlash she suffered from breaking through the barrier before, I don't believe she can still be as contemptuous as she was during the fight. Have you heard? The people from Xianyan Peak came back last night from what I heard from Master. It seems that something went wrong in the secret realm. They came back so quickly? It takes nearly 15 days to travel from Tianchuan continent to Tianxing continent, and back they only stayed in the secret realm of nation destruction for 5 days? Several disciples from the main peak were whispering in the doyo, discussing this matter. Some people are even very dissatisfied with this. Originally, it should be our turn to sit on Da Vang in the secret realm of destroying nations in my opinion. They were unable to compete with the other sects and had to evacuate the secret realm early. Zixu sect and King Yuchang Ji have almost sent out their best people this time. Of only 5 women from Xianyan Peak, a young man named Yi and our newly found son of the sect master, do they still want to compete with other sects for opportunities with just these few people? That makes sense. Many disciples nodded in agreement. The disciples among the 6 peaks of Kingshuan sect were not as united as imagined. This was not only true among disciples, but also among elders. Whether or not the disciples can earn benefits actually depends largely on whether the elders, or the peak masters are capable. Although Meng Yutong is the only female cultivator, her methods are no less than those of the grand elder of the main peak. As for her disciples, she only followed one sentence. It's not the number of soldiers that matters, but the people who accomplish things that matter. The other side. Inside the disciples' palace at Xianyan Peak, Lin Heng applied medicine to his eyes swollen by Yun Yao in the mirror, grimacing in pain. This silly girl. Is it necessary to be so cruel? It's fine if you were beaten, but you also insulted me by stepping on my face with your foot. Lin Heng decided to start saving money from today, because sooner or later he would get back at him in another way. Brothels are high-cost places, and it's hard to get discounts even if you're with acquaintances. He has never asked how much a Jindan stage cultivator is worth, but the price should not be low. After finishing the work, Lin Heng lay on the bed and opened the system panel, and found that the main storyline was not over yet. Come to think of it, Yiqian was seriously injured and is still lying in a nursing home. The person should wake up soon, so there is no rush to reward him. The only worry is that he has not yet mastered the basic methods of cultivating immortals. According to the normal process, his cultivation level should at least reach the 2nd level of key training. Since Meng Yutong insisted on taking him to the secret realm of destroying a country, time wasted. Tomorrow I will ask Meng Yutong for some basic immortal cultivation techniques, otherwise my extraordinary talent will be useless. Strive to reach the 9th level of key training within a month. The next day, before Lin Heng woke up naturally, then I heard the door of my room being kicked open. Lin Heng, hurry up and get up, don't forget that you still have a lot of work to do. Yun Yao leaned against the door frame, her slender, straight legs slightly crossed. Aday's outfit has changed, the skirt has changed to white and is even half a length shorter. If others saw her, they would definitely mistake her for a graceful lady. Lin Heng stood up quickly, knowing that he should not be fooled by her appearance. Panda, I say it all. Senior sister, you won't ask me to go to the back mountain again, will you? I'm injured. At least let me rest for a few days. You don't have to hold a grudge like that, it was just 2 scratches, I don't think it's too small. Yun Yao laughed unhappily at this distance, she couldn't hear what he was muttering in his heart. You think I want to stare at you? It was my master who asked me to come here? Master, she said she wants to use farming to sharpen your character. Anyway, this is what you like to do, so she asked me to keep a close eye on you. I guess you accidentally offended Master. Otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately tormented you. I have been respectful and careful since I became her disciple, how could I have offended her? Lin Heng originally suspected that Yun Yao was looking for trouble and deliberately targeting him. After all this trouble, it turned out that it was Meng Yutong who was causing trouble. In this way, Lin Heng was caught in the field in a daze. After working for a whole morning, the Picasso was almost smoking. If you endure for a while, everything will be calm, but if you take a step back, you will get angrier and angrier. He is a villain. But he is so cowardly, there is no such a way to be a coward. Looking back, Yun Yao was probably bored and had run away. Is it because her cultivation has declined, and she is taking it out on me? According to the bloody setting of the heroine in this book, this is probably the case. The protagonist is always favored. But the villain is not so optimistic. I can only say that he deserves to be attacked. Etc. Chongxi? Lin Heng threw down the Picasso, and the word Chongxi flashed through his mind, which immediately gave him a crazy idea. Some ideas may appear in just a moment. There were no signs. This kid Yi Yan is now unconscious, which means he hasn't reached the stage of becoming a master yet. Of course this is not the point. Since Yi Yan can become a master, why can't he give it a try? There is a saying, if the enemy can go there, I can go there too. Facing a true lord in the Return to Void stage, there is actually not much difference between a Jindan cultivator and an ordinary person. Yi Yan was able to remain safe and sound, so logically he should be fine too. As for the results, there are only 2 options, success or failure. If it succeeds, Meng Yutong will not dare to disobey him, just like she obeys the protagonist. Then what resources will she have for cultivation? Even if it failed, Meng Yutong would never kill him no matter how angry she was. At most, she would expel him from Xianyan Peak or even from King Xuan sect. Such a heinous act could not escape punishment, even if he was the clan leader's son. You know, he didn't think about returning to his ancestral home at the beginning, let alone entering Xianyan Peak. Even being expelled from the sect would be a happy thing for him. Staying away from Yitian can at least ensure that he can survive to the end. After understanding the pros and cons, Lin Heng immediately dropped his picas. Done. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. Meng Yutong is unkind and unjust, so we can't blame him for doing such heinous things. But before that, it is necessary to figure out what state Meng Yutong is in. If you still have some cultivation left, then just stay here honestly. If you don't have any cultivation at all, you still have to be careful. To be honest, if Yiqian had not been able to succeed, he would not have dared to have any thoughts about Meng Yutong even if he had 100 courage. I hope this successful experience can be replicated even if it's beyond your capabilities. You should give it a try. Chapter 14. You don't want others to know the secret of your falling cultivation level, do you? The other side. Xianyun Peak and Xianyun Palace. Meng Yutong claimed to others that she was in seclusion, but in fact she was bathing leisurely in the spirit pool. The spirit pool was filled with mist, and the rich spiritual energy gathered into a spiritual spring that flowed into the pool from top to bottom. The spiritual spring water can not only wash away foreign matter on the body, but also purify the restlessness caused by the soul. However, she had just closed her eyes and enjoyed herself when she suddenly noticed someone entering the hall. She was a little surprised that her spiritual sense instantly recognized who was coming. One of the purposes of her seclusion was to convey subtle signs of injury. The other party was trying to conduct a fishing expedition to see if their good disciple would take the bait. But the person who came was not Yi Qian. Why does this little guy act like a thief? Do you want to see me for something? Now Lin Heng tiptoed to the chair in the center of the hall, but was engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns. There were only 4 candles lit in the hall, and the dim light gave people a sense of solemnity and mystery. Master? He called softly. And seeing no response for a long time immediately made him feel relieved. As I expected, Master's cultivation has fallen to the point where he can no longer use his spiritual sense. Otherwise, I would have been discovered the moment I stepped into the hall. Lin Heng felt like he had received a shot of adrenaline and became much more confident. In front of Xianyun Hall is the meeting place, and behind it is Meng Yutong's boudoir. It has to be said that the boudoir is several times more magnificent than the palaces of their disciples. There are exotic and magical plants along the gardens, cattles, pavilions, and rugged rockery. Meng Yutong walked out of the spirit pool, quickly changed her clothes, sat on the bed, and pulled down the curtains. Who is it? A weak and suspicious voice came from inside the house. That's it. Master, it's me. Lin Heng. Lin Heng pushed the door open and walked in. The whole room was extremely bright, with a screen between the bed and the door. Anger? What's the matter? The voice is so weak, it really can't work. No matter how much fun you have, you still need to be cautious about your vote today. Lin Heng knew that Meng Yutong was watching him from behind the screen, so he bowed respectfully and said, Disciple heard from senior sister that Master was slightly injured, so I came to visit Master. There is a lot of discussion outside. Everyone says that the Master is seriously injured. The other elders want you to come out and meet him. A smile appeared on Meng Yutong's lips. Is he testing me? Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly heard, why not just go for it? Although the movement is small, the pronunciation is extremely clear. Go straight up? What to do? Swish. The screen was pulled open, and Meng Yutong behind the curtain was startled and could not help but take a step back. Lin Heng naturally noticed her reaction and was overjoyed. Master, you must be sweating profusely. The master only suffered some minor injuries, nothing serious. I will go to the main summit to meet with other elders in a few days. If you have nothing to do, please leave. Meng Yutong restrained her breath and pretended to be guilty. She wanted to see what Lin Heng was going to do. Oh? Lin Heng's tone became a little strange. Really? Master? If so, I'll be relieved. Of course. Master, I heard that you asked senior sister Yenya to supervise me to reclaim wasteland in the back mountain, but I don't like it very much. I want to learn the immortal cultivation method from you. Anger, this is to hone your resilience and lay the foundation for your future practice. You must understand, Master. Besides, this is not what you like to do the most. Are you lying to Master? No. Lin Heng took 2 steps forward. Master, I understand you too well. You just want to torment me. But from now on, some things are beyond your control. How dare you? What did you say? Meng Yutong was furious, and her voice returned to its usual coldness. However, in Lin Heng's opinion, the more this happened, the more it proved that she was panicking. From now on, apart from Yi Yan, you have to listen to me. I will definitely take care of this traitor. My unreliable father is the sect master after all, so I should have no problem keeping myself alive with this relationship if I remember correctly. If word gets out about my declining cultivation, I'm afraid I'll have no place to stay inside the sect, and people outside will be watching closely. Thinking like this, he walked quickly to the curtain and pushed it open. Lin Heng was immediately shocked. Because she had just showered in a hurry, Meng Yutong did not expect Lin Heng to do such a thing, so she just changed into a light nightgown. The light pink nightgown fits snugly against her curvy body, making her skin look even whiter and more translucent. Coupled with her current expression of shock and shame, she is simply extremely beautiful. Lin Heng swallowed his saliva. Consider this. A peerless beauty leaned lazily on the bed, with her legs crossed and one arm resting on her knees. The seductive curves and white shoulders are completely exposed to the air, exuding an alluring fragrance. Burgle. Lin Heng swallowed again. No wonder Yi Qian was determined to risk his life to capture Meng Yutong. No one would miss the opportunity to become a master. Meng Yutong looked at him in surprise. He actually dares to blaspheme me. Also, he just said that there was no place for her in the sect, and the outside world was watching her covetous lie. What did he mean? Even if her cultivation was really damaged, the sect would not abandon her because of her hard work and contributions in Kingxuan's sect over the years. Asshole! How dare you offend me? Meng Yutong covered her chest with her left hand to avoid being seen, and swung her right hand in a look of shock and anger. Lin Heng easily grabbed his wrist. Meng Yutong's acting skills are superb, her emotions and expressions are very accurate, and there are no flaws to be seen. Master, stop pretending. I know you are no different from an ordinary person now. I never thought your cultivation would drop so quickly. Let go. Traitor, do you know what you are doing? Of course I know. I want to challenge my master today. Master Chong. Meng Yutong couldn't help herself when she heard these two words. It wasn't enough for him to charge the master alone, but he actually followed suit and did such despicable things. I was fishing for Yi Qian, but now Lin Heng came up. Look at this little expression. It's really funny. But don't worry. I'm not as cruel as Yi Tian became a master for enjoyment, and I became a master for cultivation resources. Lin Heng originally had no thoughts about her, but after what happened in the secret realm, he realized that some things cannot be achieved by just hiding away. You have to be decisive when it's time to strive for it. Seize the opportunity to take off, and try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. As for whether Master Chong wants to enjoy it, although Lin Heng admires Wei Wu's style, he will not follow Yi Tian's ass and steal some meat. This guy is both good and bad. It's not clear whether Meng Yutong can handle it or not. If the baby slips away, who knows whose child it might be it. That's disgusting just thinking about it. Doesn't covet my body? Meng Yutong gave up the idea of suppressing him and decided to continue acting to see what tricks he would come up with. Lin Heng is definitely not as simple as imagined. He must know some secrets. Facts will prove that her choice is right. Master, don't even think about resisting. After all, you don't want others to know the secret of your decline, right? Lin Heng imitated the quotes from the best actor learned from movies and TV shows, and his expression couldn't help but become evil. As soon as these words were spoken, it seemed as if they were associated with some kind of taboo cause and effect, causing Meng Yutong's body to tremble slightly. Miss, why do I feel like I'm being suffocated by someone else's fate? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Meng Yutong suppressed the confusion in her heart, and her tone was still cold. What if this matter gets out? Do you think you control me with this? TSK. Lin Heng shook his head helplessly. After I finish what I'm going to say, you'll understand your situation. He didn't know that Meng Yutong's move was just to trick him into finding out whether he knew the secret. For Lin Heng, telling her this plot was of no importance, and it could kill two birds with one stone and become a handle to control her. Chapter 15 Main storyline completed. Different 5 elements spiritual roots. Take Kingxuan sect for example. Aren't there any intrigues among your elders in private? If the elders who have a bad relationship with you knew that your cultivation had dropped, such as the second elder of Ziyuodao Peak, do you think you can still sit safely on Xianyan Peak? In the history of Kingxuan sect, there were a total of 10 peaks, which means 10 elders later. For some reasons, 3 peaks were merged into the main peak. By then, not only will the position of peak master be lost, but even the outstanding disciples under the sect will be taken away. By 5 senior sisters and senior brother Yi Qian, with their talents, they will be able to make a living anywhere. Lin Heng explained the internal trouble she faced word by word. Impossible. How dare they annex Yanyan Peak? Maybe. Lin Heng put down her wrist, leaned down to look into her doubtful eyes and continued. Kingxuan sect may not be so aggressive, but those people outside who are watching you are different. Just like King Yu Changji, whom you offended for Yi Qian in the secret realm of destroying a country. If that woman in white knew your situation, do you think she would let you go? Let's not talk about her master. You are quite famous in Tianchuan continent to one of the top 10 beauties haven. You ever offended others? I may have to be humble and fawn on you because you are true Lord Fanzu, but what if you lose your cultivation? After leaving the protection of King Zhuan sect, I'm afraid your fate will be miserable. Imagine someone who was once high and mighty and whom you had to humble yourself to please. One day she was in trouble. And those enemies and jealous people let her go so easily? If you are unlucky, you will die, but if you are lucky, you can become a slave. Are you convinced by my words? I don't believe that these words can't win you over. Meng Yutong's eyes were wandering as she absorbed the killing for Sit brought. To be honest, she hadn't really thought about it that far. What the traitor meant was that in the future my Xianyan summit would be an X, and I would be driven out of King Zhuan sect and then murdered by my enemies. Meng Yutong felt a little scared. If everything is true and she is threatened by this, I am afraid she will really be in trouble. If she had not taken Lin Heng to the secret realm of destroying a nation, she would not have been able to know so many secrets and make preparations in advance. However, while she was still thinking, a hand suddenly stretched out in front of her. Under her astonished gaze, he raised his chin and pinched his face. TSK. This face is really nice, it feels so soft and smooth when you pinch it. Traitor. Bang! Meng Yutong reached out and knocked his hand away, and the two huge breasts upon her chest trembled with anger at this frivolous action. Having lived for more than 700 years, he was still the first person who dared to touch her face. How can this be? If he dares to touch his face now, who knows what he will touch in the future? Master. Can't you let me get closer and admire you? I won't eat you. Lin Heng boldly stretched out his hand and gestured. Meng Yutong frowned, but quickly suppressed her anger and silently comforted herself. If I expose myself now, it might backfire and make him suspect something. Since he likes acting, I might as well play with him and find out who in the sect is hostile to me. When the time is right, we will suppress it and teach it a severe lesson. She didn't know if it was because of Lin Heng's inexperience and love of playing, but she actually developed a sense of evil taste in her heart. That was to see Lin Heng's reaction when he found out that her cultivation was intact and everything was an illusion. I'm afraid he wants to die. Well, I'll just play with you, this conspicuous bag, for a while on cry and beg for mercy when the time comes. That's right. Meng Yutong finally rested her head on his palm to show her submission. This unwilling little expression. This murderous look. It's so cool. It's really cool. An extremely beautiful and graceful Master Fanzu is just being manipulated by others. Traitor, I will give you the secret order of the main peak library now, and you can choose any cultivation method you want. Don't come to my bedroom again. As she spoke, she suddenly turned around and took out a diamond-shaped wooden sign from somewhere. Lin Heng's eyes lit up and he took it. Thank you, Master. But Master, this amount is definitely not enough. I will come again if you need anything else. You can't be stingy. He can live off this secret for the rest of his life. It is definitely not enough to reap the benefits once. After all, Meng Yutong is an elder, and he must have a lot of treasures on him. There will be plenty of time for her to get equipment later. Now he was going to the library on the main peak to choose the martial arts he liked. After Lin Heng left, Meng Yutong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Acting is really not easy. If I hadn't tried my best to restrain myself, I would have slapped this bastard to death. After dealing with Lin Heng, she now has a headache about Yi Tian. It's tiring enough to think about if these two people came one after another to threaten me. Meng Yutong naturally could not have expected this at this moment. From then on, Yi Tian had no chance to become a traitor to his master. Master Yi Tianchong's prerequisite is to give her the life-giving spiritual wood for her to refine, and then discover the secret of her decline in cultivation. But now he was also seriously injured, and the life-giving spiritual wood was directly used by himself. Of course, even if Meng Yutong knew, she wouldn't care. It's just as well that Yi Yan didn't come to challenge the teacher, so she can concentrate on cleaning up Lin Heng's conspicuous bag. On the other side, Lin Heng had already climbed over 2 mountains according to the memory map and entered the main peak. A gatekeeper disciple at the outermost part of the main peak did not try to stop him after seeing him. A difference in their status was there. They were mostly menial disciples, so naturally they couldn't offend Lin Heng, the parachuted prince. Ding, the main storyline is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the ultimate reward, different 5-element spiritual roots. Do you want to transplant now? A system prompt sounded. Lin Heng paused, a little surprised. Is the mission accomplished? But it be that Yi Chun took over seamlessly after I left? Wait a minute. Different 5-element spiritual roots. Could this thing be a top-notch reward? As a person who has read countless online articles, he naturally knows how lame the 5-element spiritual roots are. Whenever this thing appears, it is either a genius or a loser. Assume that the upper limits of the 5 attributes are 100. If you are 99, 95, 99, 98, 95, then there is nothing to say. You are a noble hexagonal warrior. If yours is 150, 25, 15, 10, then you will have a pot belly. It looks like a civil engineer laying out pipes on site. But you can't guarantee that every pipe is in the right place. System, can you change it to the empty spiritual root in the mortal cultivation story? Or learn from Gulao Mo and give me a 5-element spiritual? It will take me a long time to develop it. If things go wrong, I might be killed by the protagonist before I even develop. Ding. Host, don't panic, this is not an ordinary 5-element spiritual root, but a mutated 5-element spiritual root. How does it change? Different 5-element spiritual roots are easier to break through than normal 5-element spiritual roots. Only one attribute needs to be cultivated to perfection to build the foundation. At the same time, the different 5-element spiritual roots contain the purest 5 elements, which can enable the host to melt multiple Dao principles in the Dao integration period, ignoring the repulsive attributes, and truly integrate all Daos into one. Furthermore, with the support of the system, the host has an extraordinary understanding. So even if he advances in 5 directions at the same time, it will be more than enough. After the system's explanation, Lin Heng suddenly felt that it was not so bad. At least in the early stages of his training, he doesn't have to worry about being a polygonal warrior, which would delay his realm advancement. That absolute benefit is definitely unrealistic. Take a similar setting as an example. The ancient holy body in the ancient times was the most powerful physique, which required a large amount of spiritual energy to cultivate. But when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became thin, it gradually withdrew from the holy body stage. Even if it is an alien 5-element spiritual root, the resources required will not be too few. Lin Heng found a deserted place and said, "Okay, let's start the transplant. Having spiritual roots is better than having no roots at all." Chapter 16. Reversal of the Heavenly Gang. Strands of spiritual energy flowed along the meridians to the Dantian. It condenses in the Dantian, turns into a ball of spiritual light, and slowly flows into the 5 internal organs. The transplant process was quick, with a very comfortable feeling of alternating hot and cold. Or it could be caused by the 5 elements of the spirit itself. Finally, after a long while, the spiritual light disappeared completely, and all the internal organs returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were extremely deep, lacking a lot of the clear stupidity. At this moment, he felt his body become light and he seemed to be reborn. Main Peak Dojo practice field. Looking carefully, he saw countless disciples gathered around. Well done. Well done. The competition between Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Wang is still the most entertaining. Our Main Peak will definitely take first place in this competition. It's hard to say. Gong Sun Ying from Ziyu Dao Peak and Yiqian Ka from Xionyun Peak have both entered the late Chindan stage. These two are like monsters who have broken through to small realms in just half a year. Some people still made an objective analysis. The sect competition is held every year, and disciples from all peaks can participate. On the one hand, it can test the strength of disciples from each peak, and on the other hand, it is accompanied by some division of interests. The better the peak is, the more rewards you will get in the second half of the year. Last year, Xianyun Peak sent its boss Wen Shuyan and Mulyushi, and the two of them almost beat the other 6 peaks. Therefore, Meng Yutong had the opportunity to grab the chance to go to the secret realm of destroying the country. But this year Wen Shuyan was out for training and couldn't come back, so the burden fell on Yiqian, Mulyushi and Yunyao. Lin Heng was just passing by and had no intention of joining in the fun. But he was recognized unexpectedly. "Hey, look, isn't that Lin Heng?" Since the day Lin Heng returned to the clan, his name has spread throughout the clan. Some of the disciples had seen him. "It's really him. Hey, what are you doing here at the main peak? The master is still in seclusion so you can't see him." The speaker is a fat man with a bloated figure. This man's name is Du Yan. He is the nephew of the elder of the main peak, and he got a job as the manager of the library in the main peak. It turned out to be the fat guy next to Yiqian. Lin Heng was speechless when he saw this, and he didn't understand why there was always a fat guy serving as a younger brother by the protagonist's side. Because he is honest and reliable? Now that he has encountered it, he can't pretend not to see it. I will have to rely on this fat guy to get the martial arts techniques from the library later. Lin Heng turned around and smiled slightly. "Hello, Senior Brother Du. I was just about to go to the library and didn't expect to meet Senior Brother Du here." According to the original plot, Yan has already started to have contact with Yiqian, but has not yet reached the point of becoming his younger brother. Seeing that he was speaking politely, Dian was a little surprised and asked, "Do you recognize me? I have heard about Senior Brother Du's deeds from my senior sister. It is rare that I get to meet the real master today." "Oh," Duyan nodded, "you just said you were going to the library to pick out martial arts books?" "Exactly. Are there any secret orders? Have. Lin Hang took out the wooden sign given by Meng Yutong and showed it to him. Suddenly, the disciples who were watching the excitement around gasped. The Elder's secret order. He actually got the Elder's secret order. Are there any differences in secret orders? Lin Hang glanced at the wooden sign in his hand and asked in confusion. Yu Yan coughed twice, suppressed the shock in his heart, waved his hand and said, "In that case, follow me." After walking for about 5 minutes, the two arrived at the library. Seeing that he still had questions, Du Yan explained, "The library has 9 floors in total, and each floor corresponds to a level of martial arts. The higher the floor, the higher the quality of the martial arts, and the more complete it is. The Elder's secret order in your hand allows you to ignore any restrictions and enter floors 1 to 9 at will. I have to say that your master loves his disciples the most. Even a newbie like you can directly use the Elder's secret orders. Even now I can only choose skills from levels 1 to 4. Yu Yan said enviously. Lin Hang suddenly realized. It turns out that secret commands are divided into levels. Ordinary secret commands can only select basic skills at the first level, and the next higher level is 1 to 4 levels. The highest level is the Elder's secret order, known as the clearance order. Of course, Master, this matter is handled clearly. Lin Hang looked around and went directly to the second floor. The library is oval in shape, with various books laid out on the table. Fortunately, each area is marked with special text so you don't have to grope around in confusion. Pills, forging equipment, physical skills, attributes, miscellaneous. It is roughly divided into 5 categories, and each category has many branches. As the name suggests, physical training is related to self-cultivation, and boxing and leg techniques are everywhere. In the original story, since he has no spiritual roots, he can only practice the simplest Kigon. In actual combat, not only is the damage low, but his luck has been almost broken for a long time. Now he possesses the mutated 5-element spiritual roots, which means he can practice skills related to the 5 elemental attributes. When practicing Kigon, the cultivator draws spiritual energy to fill Diantian, forming a vast pathway in the body, and then stores the spiritual energy in the limbs and bones, achieving the purpose of cleansing the marrow and changing the meridians. A book placed in the wood at reduced column caught Lin Hang's attention. The Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique. I flipped through the Tontian Atlas in my mind, but found no relevant information about this book. Ping Di may be the author, but he naturally knew the 3 words, soul-devouring technique. These 3 words often represent a method of assisting in absorbing spiritual energy. In order to retrieve its relevant information as quickly as possible, Lin Hang threw it into the system space without saying a word. As expected, the system seemed to have turned on automatic scanning and popped up the relevant information directly. Kung Fu, Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique. Grade, 4th order. Attribute, wood. Description, this is a much underestimated technique. If you can open up all 108 acupuncture points in the body, you will have an extraordinary training speed. Why is there a 4th level technique on the 2nd floor? Lin Hang felt a little strange. He then took out several other manuals on assisting in the absorption of spiritual energy and threw them into the system space. But they were all of 2nd grade. Even the descriptions directly rated them as garbage. Okay. First take this book, Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, and then go upstairs to look at the attribute-related skills. Lin Hang put away his skills and walked straight to the 3rd floor. From the 3rd level onwards, there are no basic luck-based skills such as soul-devouring technique, and attribute-based skills account for the vast majority. Wow! The 3rd level obviously has twice as many skills as the 2nd level. There are quite a few disciples. They must have come here for free. A library has a rule that each person can only take away 3 martial arts techniques. But this does not prevent them from staying in the library and reading books. This library-like business model is quite humane. Kung Fu, 10-foot golden body. Grade, level 3. Attribute, gold. Description, a method of creating a golden body that has been lost for 1,000 years. It was originally a 10th level divine skill. The remaining records of the skill can only be used to cultivate a 3-meter golden body. This is quite good. The golden body is extremely strong and masculine, which will be of great help to me in improving my gold attribute and polishing my spiritual root properties to the extreme. Although the golden will technique is relatively complete, its prerequisites are harsh and it takes too much time. Even if the 10-foot golden body is incomplete, it was once a 10th level divine skill. Cultivating immortals is also a process of self-realization. Perhaps he can complete the second half of the technique with his extraordinary understanding. Or maybe it's about bringing forth something new out of the old. Just as he picked up the 10-foot golden body, and was about to turn around and leave, a person appeared behind him. Wow! Where did these little potatoes come from? Lin Hang looked at the woman in front of him, who was only as tall as his shoulders, and took a step back in fright. Potato? Buh. Little girl, why are you walking so quietly? Don't blame me if I knock you down. Little girl. The woman laughed, and happily she had lived for hundreds of years, but was called a little girl by a boy whose bone age was only in his early 20s. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. Chapter 17. Opening the Spirit Wheel. Boy, been watching you for a long time. You picked up the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique on the first floor. And now you've picked up the 10-foot golden body. There are so many techniques in the library. Why you only staring at these two? Is there a problem? Can I choose? A woman shook her head and curled her lips. It's up to you. Once you have selected the skills in the library, you cannot return them. I advise you to think about it again. These two techniques are difficult to practice. Hey. After saying this, the woman turned and left. Lin Heng felt a little puzzled. The system said that these two exercises were good things. And it was natural that they were difficult to practice. He could not be convinced by just a few words. After learning the two sets of skills, Lin Heng planned to leave. He had no intention of going to the 4th level. Each level had its own cultivation limit. Levels below the 4th level were suitable for beginners. He couldn't just go up and choose a technique that could only be practiced in the Jindan stage. Everyone has only 3 chances to choose a technique, and he plans to keep one chance as a backup. Anyway, he can borrow books at will on weekdays and always find the best one. Wow, you picked pretty quickly. I thought you would take a few more hours to choose. What did you choose? Take it out and I'll register it for you. Dian took out the registration book and placed it on the table. A book called The Soul-Devouring Technique of the Green Emperor. A copy of 10-foot golden body. After seeing the name, Du Yan was stunned. And a question mark popped up in his mind. No, why did you choose two incomplete and difficult to practice techniques? The Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique is better. But the 10-foot golden body is not only a pervert, but also a gold-devouring beast. You don't all have to react like that. A teen-year-old just said the same thing. Child? She's not tall. Probably around here. Lin Heng stretched out his hand to indicate her height and continued. She has short hair and is wearing a floral dress. The person you are talking about should be the manager of the library. Our combined ages are not even a fraction of hers. She's the manager? Then what are you? I'm an administrator. Being an administrator is equivalent to being an elder. I'm just responsible for doing odd jobs. Du Yan looked back around and whispered, it's best not to talk about her here. She has very sharp ears and might be watching your every move. Alright, seeing your brother do, I'll go back first. After leaving the main peak, Lin Heng returned directly to his residence. Close the gate. Shake out everything in the system space. A bottle of 4th grade Gai Yuan, 2 exercises, and an ancient mirror. Lin Heng picked up the mirror and fiddled with it for a long time. But there was no response. Then he threw it into the system space, intending to study it again after he had the strength. The next step is to prepare to draw the key into the body. He went to the Dong Xin Lake Pavilion on the westernmost side of Xianyun Peak, where the spiritual energy spring was. There are brilliant triples crisscrossing in the sky above the head, like a giant net covering the entire mountain from this base point. At this moment, Lin Heng was sitting quietly in the center of the pavilion, his hair flying as he felt the spiritual energy pouring in from all directions. But he did not rush into action. He closed his eyes as if waiting for an opportunity. Every character on the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique was beating in his heart, without the need for guidance or explanation, as if he was the creator of the technique. After a long time, accompanied by a sound of collapse and shock, the white spiritual energy in the air began to change quietly. They began to condense, no longer in their original gaseous state, but gradually became tiny crystals, eventually dripping onto his body. Asa, the purest essence of spiritual energy. Lin Heng did not expect that the simplest soul-gathering power of the soul-devouring technique would be so powerful. At this moment, there are more and more densely packed crystals around him. But even so, Lin Heng is still waiting. After a long time, until the crystals completely soaked his surroundings and seeped into his skin through his pores and were absorbed by his body, he suddenly opened his eyes. The time is now. Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique. Gather. As the spell was performed, a wisp of misty fog suddenly came out of his body. Yes. It was the spiritual energy that had just penetrated into his body through his pores. The moment he came out, Lin Heng was stunned. What the hell? He performed the spell to gather spiritual energy for absorption, so why did he expel the little spiritual energy that had just been stored in his body? Is that the wrong way around? What was strange was that the spiritual energy discharged from the body did not dissipate with the air, but instead gathered into a ball and floated around Lin Heng's body. It's broken. Is there really something wrong with this technique? Bang! Just when Lin Heng was in doubt, almost in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy floating around him suddenly formed a light blue vortex, pulling the condensed crystals in the air into it. A huge vortex force almost crushed the crystals and turned them into part of itself, and then it tried desperately to drill into Lin Heng's body like a leech that smelled blood. Holy shit! Damn, having such a large air vortex drilling into your body is like giving you an infusion with an empty syringe. Even if Yi Tian came today, he would have to exclaim fuck. As these vortices of energy mixed with crystals forcefully entered his body, Lin Heng could not help but tremble all over it. His meridians throbbed all over his body, and he felt as if he was about to die from a burst blood vessel. Obviously, as an ordinary person, he could not withstand such powerful spiritual energy. The intense pain almost made him faint. But his eyes remained firm and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Break the hole!" Buzz. As the voice fell, the spiritual energy that had been swallowed into the body began to riot, rushing through all the meridians. He opened his arms wide, placed his palms from bottom to top, and chanted the magic. If you look closely, you can see that the meridians along the center of the wrist gradually turn red, as if the blood is constantly burning. As the crimson mark spread to the heart, a faint light suddenly appeared. It is exactly an acupuncture point that is broken. At first, the light was relatively weak, but with the impact of endless spiritual energy, it became more solid and brighter, until it couldn't be more beautiful. The dark blue spring sparkled like a bright starry sky. Spirit wheel, open. Just when the dark blue color reached its peak, another cold shout came out of Lin Heng's mouth. There was a click. A dull and obscure sound came from within the body, and the originally bright light seemed to be about to go out at any time. But as he formed seals with his hands, the spring felt like a turntable being moved, and suddenly a sucking sensation occurred. As it rotates, it begins to slowly absorb the vast spiritual power accumulated in the body's meridians. It wasn't even over yet after the spiritual power in the meridians was completely absorbed. It actually began to actively ask for spiritual energy from the air. The absorption speed was very slow at the beginning, and it took an hour to absorb one spiritual energy crystal. It only takes 5 minutes to absorb a crystal at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it will not stop seeking from the outside until it returns to the extreme dark blue color. The sun gradually rises higher. White dots of light sprinkled on the top of the mountain. Lin Heng's eyes were full of energy and there was no trace of fatigue. Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique. Minor success. No wonder this set of skills was abandoned on the second floor of the library. Although Lin Heng was an ordinary person, he was far ahead in terms of comprehension and could barely understand its contents. Add to that the extraordinary pain, and I'm sure no one would be able to persevere. The cost of mistakes for ordinary people is too high, and the slightest carelessness can damage the foundation. The blue spring in his body is called the spirit wheel. Each spiritual chakra is like a storage of energy, combining the functions of absorption, refining and storage. A general working process is converting spiritual energy into spiritual power in the body, and then gathering the spiritual power to the spring to finally form true essence. The concepts of spiritual power and true energy can be interchanged, and they are essentially the same thing. Lin Heng clenched his fists. His cultivation had already reached the first level of key training, but this was just the starting point. Lin Heng discovered that the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique seemed to lack the function of continuously transforming spiritual energy. Since the human body has opened up 108 acupuncture points to absorb spiritual energy, it should be possible for the spirit wheel to continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, instead of stopping working after the spirit wheel is saturated. Yes, that's what I thought. This technique is missing the most important part, so how can we make the spirit wheel keep running? Lin Heng stood up and looked thoughtful. If this problem is solved, it will be extremely disruptive. Chapter 18. Ouch. Senior sister, please spare me. Looking up at the sky, Lin Heng sat cross-legged again. The Green Emperor's soul-devouring art is a technique and also a single method. In just a few pages, it only covers the 3 steps of gathering spiritual energy, breaking acupuncture points, and opening the spirit wheel. It is obvious that there are words in this second half of the spirit wheel, but the most core and critical part is missing. When the Lingluan spring has absorbed all the spiritual energy, it will stop operating. If it could be kept in a certain unsaturated state, would it be able to continuously absorb external spiritual energy on its own? Thinking of this, Lin Heng suddenly thought of 2 words. Balance. If there are 2 spirit wheels, the spiritual power will be exchanged between each other, and the bones and meridians throughout the body will act as bridges to form a large circulation throughout the body. Wouldn't it be possible to connect the whole body? Lin Heng's eyes focused and he waved his arms to perform the spirit gathering technique to gather the rich spiritual energy around him. After going through the 2 steps of condensation into crystal state and gas vortex state, it once again entered a state of excruciating pain. This time, opening the spirit wheel is more painful than the first time, and the amount of spiritual energy required is even twice as much. Time flies, but it seems extremely long to Lin Heng. Time passed quickly and it was almost evening with a muffled sound in his body. The second acupuncture point glowed with a faint blue light. He exhaled only after feeling a faint sucking sensation. Hard work pays off. The second spiritual wheel opens. It took a full half a day longer than the first spiritual wheel. This also means that more time and energy will be required to open up each spirit wheel, and the process will become more and more difficult. The next period of time is for the spirit wheel to gradually absorb saturated spiritual energy. This process is not painful but instead makes the whole body feel comfortable. It's like a warm current flowing slowly inside and outside the skin. Lin Heng sat until dawn, and finally the most critical moment arrived. He began to try to guide the first spirit wheel to release spiritual power outwards. Although the pulling sensation was very strong, he could still control it easily. After all, it has to serve Lin Heng as a storage device. The boss needs to circulate spiritual power, so he has no choice even if he is reluctant. The same was true for the second spirit wheel. The spiritual power released by the two had the same origin and soon mixed together. Buzz. As the sound of spiritual power merging and colliding was heard, the two spirit wheels began to rotate slowly in the same rhythm as if they were matched with each other. What's exciting is that after reaching saturation, the two did not stop rotating, but instead began to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. During this process Lin Heng did not interfere at all, nor did he provide any deliberate guidance. It was as if the floodgates had been opened. The torrent poured down on its own without any external force. Done. It worked. An indescribable joy appeared on Lin Heng's face. He looks like an ordinary person on the outside, but there are secrets inside his body. But only he himself knew that the two spirit wheels in his body began to rotate continuously, absorbing the spiritual energy of the outside world. Although it is not as fast as the unsaturated state, it means that in the future his body can autonomously absorb and refine spiritual energy even when he is resting. He seriously suspected that he had picked up a rare treasure. The ability to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation independently is not a very awesome setting after all. Most people with special cultivation physiques have this ability. However, the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique can find a unique way to absorb spiritual energy by opening up spirit wheels. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, few people try this method. The speed and amount of spiritual energy absorbed by the soul-devouring technique depends on the strength of the cultivator himself. As the cultivator's level increases, the corresponding speed of absorbing spiritual energy will increase. However, this technique requires the constant breaking of acupuncture points and the opening up of spirit wheels for constant evolution, and upgrading the process is not only complicated but also extremely painful. It is really painful and happy. The benefit that can be seen at present is that the more spirit wheels are opened, the faster the body absorbs spiritual energy, and the faster the cultivation level improves. Similarly, as your cultivation level increases, the speed of opening up the spirit wheel will become easier. The two complement and promote each other. But the disadvantage is that pain is unavoidable, and the difficulty of opening up spirit wheels will increase with the number, and thus the speed blessing brought by the improvement of cultivation will be slowed down. Overall, the benefits far outweigh the harms. Lin Heng felt that his cultivation had reached the second level of key training, and a satisfied smile inadvertently appeared on the corner of his mouth. In just 2.5 days, it's pretty good to go from a novice to an entry-level cultivator. In the original story, it took him nearly a month to break through to the second level of key training, and he even had the help of elixirs. There is no rush to practice the 10-foot golden body. The key training stage is the entry-level stage, and we must lay a solid foundation. I just don't know what happened to Master. Maybe he has been killed by Yitian. Lin Heng planned to go and see Meng Yutong and get some resources for cultivation. A bottle of Guiyuan he has on him is not enough. On the other side, Yitian has woken up from his coma. After refining the life-giving spiritual wood, his complexion felt much better. Muyushi breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, your spirit has recovered well. You should be able to recover if you take these 3 soul-nourishing pills over 3 days. Thank you. Senior sister, I'm sorry for your trouble these past 2 days. Fine. Muyushi responded inferently. By the way, senior sister, how is our master? Master is still in retreat. We are not allowed to disturb him unless it is important. Oh, Yitian nodded. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Muyushi stared at him quietly, examining this junior fellow apprentice who had been with him for 5 years. Since the day Lin Heng appeared, Yitian has undergone many changes in her mind. An indescribable feeling. It's a bit hard to see through him. Similarly, he couldn't see through Lin Heng. By the way, the sect seems to have issued a mission this morning. Your injury has not healed yet, and I have other things to do, so I will let Yun Yao symbolically take on 2 missions to complete. After Muyushi finished speaking, Yitian immediately looked up and said, Is it released today? No, senior sister, I must participate. After completing this mission, I can enter the star-picking tower. After saying that, Yitian jumped off the bed without hesitation and ran out in a hurry. Sect missions are announced at the beginning of each month, and disciples from the 7 peaks will compete for places. Points will be awarded for completing the missions. Points can not only be exchanged for generous rewards, but when accumulated to a certain level, you will have the opportunity to enter the star picking tower for training. He didn't want to delay the progress for a month because of this minor injury. At the same time, Main Peak Treasure Pavilion. More than 100 disciples crowded around a column covered with mission orders. The task levels are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The difficulty and points rewards increase successively. The simplest Class A mission only has 30 to 50 points and is usually selected by disciples in the key training stage to capture some vicious people. Class B and Class C tasks are available for Foundation Establishment disciples to choose from, and their difficulty has increased. Some Class C tasks can even only be completed by Golden Core disciples. The points reward ranges from 100 to 200. As for the D level missions, needless to say, only disciples above the Jindan stage can choose them. Going below this level is tantamount to sending one's head. Every year there are a few people in the sect who are overambitious, stubborn, and not only do they get themselves into trouble, but they also bring shame to the sect. Oh, senior sister, please forgive me. I am not interested in points and I really don't want to participate in the mission. Lin Heng was originally going to Xianyun Palace to find Meng Yutan to get gold coins, but he was caught by Yun Yao halfway. He was dragged directly to the main peak. Yun Yao looked him up and down and snorted, "It's only been 2 days since I last saw you, and you've already reached the 2nd level of key training. You're hiding it really well. You have to go on the mission, even if you don't want to. Senior sisterly, she has something to do, and junior brother Yi needs to retreat for a while. The minimum requirement for each mission is 2 people. If you don't go with me, who will?" Lin Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, looking confused. "No way, there is a limit on the number of people. According to the rhythm of the plot, Yi-chan will definitely participate in this sect mission. Yi-chan used me as a tool to take you down. If I went, my leg would be broken. You are in a hurry to give it to me, but I don't want to be a cripple." Just when Lin Heng was about to think of an excuse to shirk responsibility, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Chapter 19, The Second Choice. Looking closely, a person coming was Yi-chan. Lin Heng's heart skipped a beat at first, then he was overjoyed. "Here he comes. He is coming on a 5-colored auspicious cloud. That's fine, the 2 of you are just the right size. After the mission is completed, just go find a place to hang out. Why would I be a light bulb? Senior sister, look. Senior brother Yi is here. It seems that he has recovered well." Lin Heng smiled and smacked his lips. But senior brother Yi and senior sister Xiaoyao taking action. The sect mission should be easily accomplished. I won't hold you back. Yun Yao looked at him with a sidelong look in amusement, and when she saw him turning around and trying to escape, she reached out and grabbed his neck. "It looks like a gangster bullying a good-looking man. Why is this guy so cowardly? He keeps yelling that I'll give it to him for free. If you don't go, how can I know what tricks Yi-chan will play?" Lin Heng leaned back with his head resting on her right shoulder in front of him. Besides the breathtakingly beautiful face with a smile on it, there was also a shining fist. Yes, if he dared to say no again, Yun Yao would create a panda in front of all the disciples. "Junior brother, don't be so anxious to leave. Senior sister is kind enough to help you kill monsters and level up, and earn points as a reward. Do you have the heart to disappoint senior sister's enthusiasm? Besides, with me here, I will never let you lose any limbs. I swear to protect you, okay?" Yun Yao didn't want to give it away for free. And even less did she want to be sold to a brothels. He had no ill will towards Lin Heng in her heart. If she wanted to blame someone, she should blame him for always saying in his heart that he was giving it away for free, which made her live in fear all day long. Yun Yao also knew that he was afraid of Yi-chan and afraid of getting hurt, so she would definitely do her best to protect him. With her around, I don't think Yi-chan would dare to do anything to Lin Heng. What a sin! Why is the Fiery Queen flower so different from what I thought? You say you want to protect me, but who knows if you'll have a seizure outside. The key is that I don't know how you gave it to me for free, so I can't save you. Yun Yao found it quite interesting to hear him look miserable. She wanted to see what would happen in this sect mission. Only by keeping Lin Heng by her side would she be able to know what means Yi-chan would use to deal with her and make early warnings. Under the pressure of Yun Yao's power, and her repeated assurances that she would protect him, Lin Heng felt extremely confused. Senior sister's enthusiasm cannot be let down. The actions and conversation of the 2 were all seen by the surrounding disciples, and they were petrified on the spot. Everyone knows Yun Yao, the smartest and weirdest one in Xianyun Peak, and a typical fiery queen of flowers. Disciples from all peaks kept their distance from her, and no one dared to think of taming her. As for Lin Heng, he had recently been given the title of the good-for-nothing prince, so most people recognized him. No, guys, it's a bit hard to understand. Is this a scenario where the rookie doesn't want the boss to lead him? but the boss insists on helping the rookie take off. No matter what Yun Yao is like, she is a Jindan stage cultivator after all. Isn't it just pure gain of points by teaming up with her to complete missions? Lin Heng actually looked extremely reluctant. The most outrageous thing is that Yun Yao used both fist threats and verbal begging. Not to mention the Outer Peak disciples. Even Yichun, who was standing not far away, was stunned when he saw the scene. Lin Heng has only been at Xianyun Peak for a few days, but he's already so familiar with Yun Yao? The senior sister actually begged him to go. He has been at Xianyun Peak for 5 years, and has never seen Yun Yao be so enthusiastic towards him. Yichun was so blinded by jealousy that he didn't notice that there was a gleaming fist hanging above his plea. Senior sister, what are you two doing? Yichun rushed forward and questioned. At this time, Yun Yao's hand was still on Lin Heng's shoulder. It was a very normal scene, but Yichun felt extremely crazy. Because he felt that this was somewhat intimate, he had long regarded the 5 senior sisters as his women. Yun Yao withdrew her hand and pretended to be surprised. Junior brother, why are you here? Didn't senior sister Li Shi say that you need to retreat? Yichun noticed the strange looks from the people around him and immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He had no idea why he was so emotional all of a sudden, so he could only blame it on the fact that his soul was damaged and a little sensitive. He took a deep breath and said quickly, Senior sister, I am no longer in any danger and I also want to participate in the sex mission. Of course, then it's the 3 of us. I chose a D-level mission and a B-level mission, both in Jinma City. No problem. Yichun nodded. After hearing the words Golden Horse City, Lin Heng closed his eyes resignedly. What is meant to come will come. It is a blessing rather than a disaster. Disaster cannot be avoided. Ding, the main storyline begins. Positive main quest. Tomorrow you will set off for Jinma City, participate in the first sect mission, promote the development of the story, make Yun Yao BA, and help the original protagonist conquer the heroine reward index, high level. Anti-main quest. Prevent the original protagonist from conquering the heroine and avoid getting her reward index, unknown. Description. This is a crisis that is difficult to overcome. Whether the original protagonist can get the beauty or avoid becoming a cripple depends on your second choice. The system recommends that the host choose the reverse mission. Only in this way can you resist fate. The more heroines the original protagonist conquers, the less living space you will have. Second choice. Lin Heng grasped a message from the brief description. Is there a hidden plot that has not been triggered? Regardless of whether the system gives him advice this time or not, he will definitely not let everything develop in a positive direction this time. I have a broken leg. So it is definitely not enough to just give a high-level reward. Furthermore, this is a script about multiple wives and multiple happiness. After all, even if he can't get the heroine, he shouldn't give her to the original protagonist so easily. In this case, his previous thinking was more or less flawed, and it also meant that this path of Jiao Yudao would hardly work. Forget it, I'll just take it one step at a time. I also want to see what tricks Yichun will play. The next day, Lin Heng and his group of 3 set off together. On the way, Yun Yao gave him a brief account of the mission. Even though he already knew about it, he could only pretend to know nothing. The Tianshuan continent is divided into 4 continents, East, West, South, and North. In this world of cultivating immortals, in addition to the forces of cultivating immortals, there are also dynasties that protect ordinary people. A dynasty is not the human emperor who rules the world as we know it in ancient history. It is a product of integration. The supreme leader of the dynasty is also a cultivator. The 3 departments of the inner court are all composed of cultivator families. It can be seen as a comprehensive immortal cultivation force in the guise of a dynasty, which mainly manages secular land. For example, the secret realm of extinction was originally a small dynasty. The so-called sect mission is just a group of people represented by the dynasty unable to solve the problem. They have to cooperate with Shulin's sect. The secular world is too vast, and it is inevitable that there will be some extremely vicious and evil cultivators who do evil things. All major immortal cultivation sects can cooperate with the dynasty. The dynasty will have helpers to solve problems, and the sect disciples can get opportunities to gain experience, which is naturally the best of both worlds. I can't understand why there are people willing to form a dynasty to protect ordinary people, since the goal of immortal cultivators is to achieve enlightenment and ascend to heaven. In Lin Heng's opinion, it doesn't make sense logically. Shouldn't the world of cultivating immortals be full of intrigue and deception, and occasionally a bit of worldly wisdom? It is too strange to combine the dynasty system and the immortal cultivation system. Yun Yao glanced at him and gulped down a mouthful from the gourd. Don't think they are so noble. They are under the guise of protecting ordinary people. But in fact they are doing it for themselves. The number of ordinary people in Tianshuan continent is too large. How many of them can become immortal cultivators? Don't forget that besides us, there are also bloodthirsty demons and demons who love killing. Allowing them to slaughter ordinary people will not only cut off our heritage, but will also make them even more powerful. You understand what I mean, right? That makes sense. Lin Heng nodded. When there are scum among ordinary people, they are called extremely vicious, but they can still be controlled. If there are bad people among the immortal cultivators, ordinary people will just become lambs to be slaughtered. The art of raising corpses and refining poison requires the sacrifice of living people. Some evil techniques seek to gain profit by taking yang to replenish yin or taking yin to replenish yang. If we allow these immortal cultivators to run rampant, the Tianchuan continent will be destroyed sooner or later. As for deeper things, Lin Heng said he was not interested yet. This time they went to Jin Ma City with two missions. First, the D-level mission is to help Wang Chao investigate whether the city lord's mansion has any cooperation with the evil sect. If the situation is true, the mansion lord can be captured on the spot. Second, the level B mission is to investigate a case of a prostitute's death in the city and capture the murderer. It is relatively easy. Chapter 20, My dear brother. Your daughter is very pretty. 4 days later, the three of them arrived outside Jin Ma City in a carriage. Jin Ma City is one of the most prosperous ancient cities among the 13 cities in Shishu of the Tianchuan dynasty. Located in the middle area of Shishu, its overall layout is wide from north to south and narrow from east to west. To the south, it leads directly to the 3 counties of Kaiyang and Baishu. To the north, it connects with the Polar Ink Valley. As you step into it, starting from the 6 towering pillars on both sides of the city gate, you will see rows of pavilions and wide streets. There are towering buildings on both sides of the house, which give one the aura of picking stars with one hand. If Lin Heng were to describe it himself, it would be just one sentence. At first glance, it's a big batch. As for the next action plan, Yichan was responsible for investigating the city lord's mansion, while Lin Heng was responsible for negotiating with the criminal department. As for Yunyao, she planned to go fishing for a few days. It was not easy for her to go out, so she decided to go around and have a look. Little did she know that she would pay the price for her carelessness. Lin Heng shrugged and quickly arrived at the criminal department's office following the instructions of passersby. Simply show an identity token to indicate your identity and purpose. Every disciple who participates in the sex mission will have a token as an identity indicator, which can also be used as a communication signal. When encountering danger, activate the token and other disciples will be able to know the location of the area within a radius of 10 miles. For timely support. Oh, please take a seat quickly. What are you standing there for? Bring me the tea. A middle-aged man in a black robe and a brown cloth bag around his waist ordered. He is the head of the criminal department, the highest official here. The Xingxi Mansion can be understood as a government office, which is responsible for maintaining public order in the city and arresting evildoers. Lin Heng didn't hesitate and said directly, since you know the purpose of our visit, why don't you just tell me the situation directly? It will be easier for you to catch the criminals as soon as possible. Okay. The chief said no more politely, then please follow me to the morgue. There are some things that cannot be described in words. The morgue is located inside the criminal department's mansion, and can be reached by walking through two long corridors. It is called a morgue, but in reality it is just a warehouse for storing miscellaneous items. The weather is getting warmer, and logically speaking, the corpse should have developed a strange smell after being stored for so long. Please look. Immortal, it's those 3 people. The chief stood at the door and pointed at the corpse covered with white cloth, with no intention of getting closer. Lin Heng had no choice but to go forward and check it out alone. It pulled the white cloth aside and almost retched. It's not because of the pungent smell, but because of the horrific appearance of the corpse itself. His skin was dry and dull, his hair was like dead wood, his cheeks were sunken and his eyes were swollen. He looked like he had been rewarded to death. When the other 2 white cloths were pulled open, the deaths of the 3 people were exactly the same. The chief and his 2 subordinates saw that Lin Heng didn't even blink, and they couldn't help but respect him. You are worthy of being an immortal. When we first saw this corpse, we were scared to death, but you can be so calm. Lin Heng knew the plot of the original novel and had prepared himself for it in advance, so he naturally knew what the corpse looked like. My lord, do you know the cause of death of these 3 people? The coroner's examination results show that all 3 died of blood depletion, but there are no wounds on their bodies. Lin Heng turned around and shook his head slightly. They were drained of their yang yuan. Yang yuan can also be understood as essence. Losing it will damage your lifespan. Having your essence sucked out means you have no life force at all. I'm curious. Why would someone like to look for prey in a brothel? There is no need to explain the concept of a prostitute. How good can one's spirit be when he spends the whole day buying prostitutes and having fun? Since you want to drain yang yuan for cultivation, why not find those strong and healthy men in their prime? The 3 people lying on the bed were all around 50 years old according to the average life expectancy of ordinary people. Most of their bodies would have been buried in the ground. How much can you gain by squeezing them dry? Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I have a rough idea. I suggest that you, Mr. Chief, compile a list. Lin Heng said. What list? People who had been to the flower house for 2 months, especially those between the ages of 40 and 55. The chief's face looked a little stiff when he heard this, but he still nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment, Immortal. I will send someone right away. I waited for about half an hour. The waiter returned with the roster. The brothel had its own roster, so it was sorted out quickly. Lin Heng took the roster and scanned it. There were 17 people between the ages of 40 and 55, including 3 dead people. It is not difficult to find that the deceased have common characteristics in addition to their age. They also have common identities. That is, the 3 of them are wealthy businessmen in Jinma City and have considerable financial resources. Suddenly he frowned and saw Sishu's name. The old Sishu blushed and hurriedly explained when he saw this. I went there to investigate the culprit. Not at all. Okay, Lin Heng waved his hand. I understand. I understand everything, sir. Don't be so nervous, we are all men. So why can't we be embarrassed? I do have a plan. I hope the chief can help me. Please tell me. Immortal, the whole criminal department will do its best. It's not that troublesome, you and I tonight. Lin Heng took the initiative to move closer and whispered in a low voice. This, Sishu's eyes widened. Isn't this too risky? What are you afraid of? Just do your best while I'm here. After explaining everything, Lin Heng left the criminal department's mansion directly. It was noon. Almost all the small stalls and shops on both sides of the streets in Jinma City have been removed, leaving the way for the pavilions in the back. This is the business model here. Small vendors can only sell their goods on the street in the morning and evening. Lin Heng walked slowly westward along the ancient street, and the aroma of wine in the air became stronger and stronger. Not long after, Yun Yao was found in a restaurant. Hey, are you done with your work? Lin Heng pulled out a bench and sat at the table. Pouring himself a bowl of wine after moistening his mouth, he replied, I've figured it out. It's a bit tricky to have an evil cultivator sucking people's yang essence. I plan to take the head of the criminal department to the brothel tonight to lure the snake out of its hole. Lin Heng briefly explained his plan. The evil cultivator's target was a wealthy middle-aged man. He planned to let Sishu act as bait to lure the man out, and then he would take action to suppress him. The only thing he was worried about was that if he couldn't beat the other party, Sishu would die in vain. While it's not right for you to protect others like this, you are only at the 2nd level of key training, which is really not good enough. But I don't think we need to be too anxious. It's just a Class B mission, so we should stay a little longer anyway. There's no news from your senior brother Yi. Yun Yao broke off a duck leg and started to eat it. He didn't take the mission seriously at all. Good fellow. You treated the sect mission as a public-funded trip, and you refused to put in any effort at all. Once something happens to you, the D-level mission will be put on hold, and in the end, even this simple mission won't be completed. According to the time, the young master of the city lord's mansion should be coming to give himself up. The dog author arranges the plot like this. Wherever they go, there will always be a sleazy young man coveting the beauty of the heroine. Either the original protagonist kills him, or the original heroine kills him. Then the young master's father came out with another wave of impotent rage, and then turned around and gave away another wave of heads. If you add in a little bit of a hero saving a beauty plot, the original protagonist would become pretentious. Although this transition is not novel, it helps Yi-tian to gain favor. The young master of the city lord's mansion. Yun Yao was slightly stunned. Just as she was wondering, 3 well-dressed men suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Master, you've come to the wrong place. This is a restaurant. Madame Yu's dining shop is next door. Let's go next door now and let Madame Yu sober you up. 2 men dressed as servants supported the young man in the middle. The young man reeked of alcohol, as if he was drunk. Wait. The young man pushed him away and walked towards the window with his right hand on the wall. Lin Heng's mouth curled up into a smile. Speak of the devil. My dear brother, your little lady is very pretty. Chapter 21. Selling senior sister for 3,000 spiritual coins. Young lady? Lin Heng reacted. The other party treated Yun Yao as his woman. The diners around naturally recognized the young man in light blue attire and moved their seats inward. The prince of the city lord's mansion, Sun Yu. He is an unpleasant guy and has a bad reputation in Jinma City. Sun Yu must have set his sights on his woman. These 2 were unlucky. Looking at their clothes, they seem to be from other places. I hope this young man can keep his composure. If he angers that guy, it may be difficult for him to leave. Not long ago, Sun Yu did something extremely bad in Jinma City. It was also a young couple passing by. Sun Yu saw them in the street and was tempted by their beauty, so he kidnapped the woman. The woman's husband reported the case to the criminal court, but unexpectedly he was thrown into prison and beaten. If it hadn't caused public resentment in the end, the man would have most likely died in prison. The final solution was also very simple. The city lord's mansion compensated the man with 500 spirit coins to resolve the matter. There is no way how can an ordinary person with no power and influence possibly defeat the city lord's mansion. Lin Heng shrugged and shook off the hand on his shoulder, and said lightly, "What's the matter? Brother, are you from outside the city?" "Yeah. So what?" Sun Yu showed an evil smile on his face and looked at Yun Yao with sharp eyes. In his 20-plus years of life, this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Just looking at her from a distance, her skin is several times whiter than that of the lady next door. He just couldn't understand why other people's wives were prettier than the one he had. Of course, if he knew that the woman in front of him was such a terrifying Jin Dan stage cultivator, he wouldn't dare to even look at her even if he had 100 courage. As, "Master, let's go." If the master knew. The servant beside him wanted to persuade him, but was kicked away again. "Get out of here now. I won't force you to marry me." Sun Yu looked around and shouted, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll arrest you all." Faced with the threat, the diners just smiled contemptuously. They were just there to watch the fun. Sun Yu didn't have the ability to arrest people indiscriminately. If public outrage is aroused at that time, it will be the city lord's mansion that will be in trouble. "Brother, name a price. I want to invite your wife upstairs for a drink." Sun Yu stopped pretending and asked directly. 3,000 spirit coins. Lin Heng stretched out 3 fingers and responded immediately. Without any hesitation. Sun Yu was confused. "Didn't he express my meaning clearly? I invited your wife upstairs for a drink, and you offered 3,000 without even thinking?" Yun Yao was also confused. "Do you really think of me as your own girlfriend and want to sell me off whenever you want? I'm only worth 3,000 spirit coins. Not to mention them." Even the diners who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. This is the first time I have seen someone sell his wife to buy a hat, and the transaction was so fast. Lin Heng raised his head and looked at him. "You can't even take out 3,000 spirit coins? The exchange ratio between spirit coins and spirit stones is 10 to 1, which is 300 spirit stones. This morning he went to the criminal department's mansion to look at the register of the brothel's customers. In addition to their identities and names, the register also recorded their expenses. Among them, one person ordered a luxurious meal for the keat raining period. The price is only 999 spirit coins, and the price at the golden core stage should be at least 3 times higher. I'm worried about not having enough money to go to the brothel tonight. You will be slapped to death by Yun Yao later anyway. Why not give me the gold coins on your body before you die? It will be worth it." Yun Yao clenched her fists and looked at Lin Heng with kindness and tenderness in her eyes. "Very good. You want to take advantage of me to make money so that you can go to a brothel and have fun, right? 3,000 is 3,000. You really know how to live your life well, brother." Sun Yu gave Lin Heng a thumbs up and ordered his men to take out all the spiritual coins they had brought. The gold ring is worth 1,000 spirit coins. A piece of Mingyu pearl is worth 1,500 spirit coins, including a spirit bag. There are exactly 500 seeds in it. Lin Heng took the item with satisfaction. "Okay, senior sister. You can go up now." "Senior sister." There was a loud bang and the diners only saw a shadow flash past in front of them. Sun Yu disappeared from the spot, his entire body embedded in the opposite wall. Blood flowed out, causing countless people to scream in panic. The 2 servants reacted first and rushed to the wall, only to find that their young master was stuck in the wall and couldn't be dug out. There is no need to think too much. Even if it is found out, the person is definitely gone. Murder, murder. However, just as the crowd was in chaos, another figure flew out. It spun 3 times in the air. With a bang, a large character appeared on the wall. Yun Yao retracted her fist and shouted to the shopkeeper hiding behind the counter, "Boss, check out. Lady, forget about paying the bill. This meal is on me." The shopkeeper was sweating profusely and refused repeatedly. Who would dare to take her money? How could an ordinary person slap someone into the wall with just one slap? There is no need to think too much. The other person is definitely a cultivator. Yun Yao shook her head slightly, took out 50 spirit coins from her spirit bag, placed them on the table and left. Then he went outside, pulled Lin Heng out from the wall, and ran away with him. The 2 of them walked all the way from the west of the city to the south, and stopped only when they found a deserted place. "Okay, stop playing dead." Yun Yao squatted down and rubbed his face with her hands. "It is true, after a blow, there is a sweet reward." Lin Heng sat up, speechless. He just wanted to get some gold coins. What's wrong with him? Is it necessary to be so cruel? Do you think you deserve this beating? Fuck, are you so reckless? Alright, senior sister was a little too heavy-handed. Come. Let me rub it for you again. Will you dare to sell me out again in the future? Yun Yao narrowed her eyes and felt that it was quite interesting to deal with Lin Heng in this way. Yun Yao is just like this. She is not very smart and doesn't think before doing anything. Lin Hengming knew that she was stupid, but she still insisted on being smart. The result was that the dung beetle encountered a dung ball and had to push it. This is really no joke. Asshole, you sold my sister to someone else in front of so many people. And you dare to complain about such a frivolous joke. Yunyao was very annoyed when she heard the endless complaints in her heart. She swore that she was a gentle lady in her daily life unless she couldn't help herself. As compensation, she gave him a magical weapon that she always carried with her. This is a treasure I found on the fairy island when I went to sea a few years ago. It's called the Lingbao Gourd. This thing has the function of calming the soul. It can resist the attacks of the cultivators in the foundation building stage and produce sound waves. Lin Heng took the gourd and stood up quickly. The gourd is purple gold in color and only the size of 2 fingers. Short yet powerful. Are you really giving this thing to me? Take it. I have more treasures than this one. You will have plenty of good things in the future if you stay with me. Just don't make senior sister angry. Lin Heng took the treasure and the pain on his face suddenly disappeared. The other side. City Lord's mansion. In the main hall, a middle-aged man in a brown robe and a crown on his head paced back and forth with a sad look on his face. He turned to look at the man in black robe sitting on the side. The tone was somewhat dissatisfied. What time is it now? The dynasty has already noticed what you and I did. If the people of the immortal sect really find out, not only will I lose my head, but you will also have no chance of making any profit in Jinma City. Kingshuan sect has directly sent 3 disciples. One of them has already found the criminal division mansion, and the other one is missing. You must give me a solution. A head of the criminal department, Sun Yinan, was as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Chapter 22, Disunity. It is impossible that the people from the immortal sect suddenly came to Jinma City just to travel and gain experience. It is very likely that the dynasty discovered what they were doing, otherwise they would not have made such a big fuss. In fact, the death case in the brothel is also closely related to the City Lord's mansion. Whether it is a Class D mission or a Class B mission, the root lies in the City Lord's mansion. Shortly after Lin Heng entered the city, he went directly to the Criminal Affairs Mansion. Although the Criminal Affairs Mansion was equal to the City Lord's mansion in status, it did not mean that there were no minions of the City Lord's mansion inside. Therefore, Lin Heng's investigation into the cause of death in the brothel touched their nerves to a certain extent. A man in black robe sat in the main seat. His eyes were deep and hollow beneath his white mask, and the coldness on his body made it impossible to see any sign of life. After a while, he turned his stiff limbs and put down the teacup in his hand. The voice was hoarse. You don't understand one thing. The appearance of people from the immortal sect in Jinma City means that the dynasty has known about this for a long time. Your only option is to get rid of them. Get rid of them? How do you want me to get rid of them? Mansion Lord Sun Yinan roared. This sentence is like the scene in Journey to the West where the 9-headed insect ordered Ben Babe to kill Tang Seng and his disciples. He might as well get rid of the dynasty's supreme leader and become the supreme himself. The identities of those 3 people have been investigated clearly. They are disciples of Kingshuan sect. Even if we can eliminate them, won't Kingshuan sect come to kill us? What's more, there are Jindan stage experts among them. A Jindan stage expert can easily slaughter Jinma City. Can you defeat them with your strength? The black-robed man's cultivation level is only at the foundation establishment stage. Even if there are 10 of him, they cannot defeat a finger of a golden core stage cultivator. The gap in realm is definitely not achieved by accumulating quantity. At present, they only know the specific locations of Yun Yao and Lin Heng, and have not found any trace of Yiqian, let alone his cultivation level. There is a hidden knife hanging over your head, and no one would feel at ease. Of course I can't defeat them. The black robe placed one hand on the table and tapped it, making a regular sound, but this doesn't mean that no one from the Blood Moon cult will take action. Are you saying that the Blood Moon cult is going to send a strong man? Sun Yin's eyes lit up. Yes, our young master will come in person. You should prepare 3 strong young men, and when the young master's cultivation rotation is completed, they will immediately take action to kill the 3 monks. Let's choose a brothel. There are many people there and it's not easy to be noticed. Sun Yinan frowned slightly. In the previous stage, they wanted middle-aged people. And now they want young people. Will they still need elderly people in the future? The Blood Moon cult is a notorious evil cult in the Tianchuan continent. The cult has a secret technique that can improve one's own cultivation by draining the life force of living creatures. Generally, women who practice cultivation use the Yang Yuan, while men who practice cultivation use the Yin Yuan, in order to achieve the complementation of Yin and Yang. Because of this evil and poisonous secret technique, the Blood Moon cult was once suppressed and besieged by many immortal sect-level forces. Finally, they had to hide in the dark. If Jinma City's cooperation with them is exposed, the original staff of the City Lord's mansion will definitely not survive. Seeing that he was still a little hesitant, the man in black robe stood up and twisted his neck. and continued, "You don't need to worry about Kingxuan sect causing trouble. I have already thought of a way. As long as we leave those 3 people out of the city, their death outside the city will naturally not implicate you. You have to understand that now it's not me who is discussing with you, but you have to rely on me. Okay? I promise you." Sun Yinan thought for a moment and then gritted his teeth and agreed. Now he can only rely on the Blood Moon cult, and when he decides to cooperate with them, it means that he is firmly tied to the ship. "No, it's bad, sir." The housekeeper came running over, looking anxious. "What's the fuss about?" Sun Yinan shouted. He had been stressed out enough today. Could something else have happened? The housekeeper panted and said hurriedly, Master, he died in front of the Wuming restaurant in the west of the city." Sun Yinan's pupil shrank sharply when he heard this, and his heart beat violently. "What did you say?" "Master, he was slapped to death by a woman. He is outside." Sun Yinan rushed out of the door, and after seeing the almost inhuman corpse on the ground, his head buzzed and he staggered and fell down. Bang, bang, bang. He grabbed a handful of gravel with both hands and punched the ground several times. "These damned beasts brutally tortured my son to death, damn it. I will kill them." Black Robe. He stood up and stared at the other person. "I want you to bring the person who killed my son to me alive. I want to avenge my son with my own hands, no matter what the cost." After he finished speaking, his cloudy eyes burst into tremendous anger, and murderous intent surged around him. At this moment, he wished he could grind that man into ashes immediately. The man in black robe neither agreed nor refused. Killing a Jindan stage cultivator is already an extremely difficult task, let alone capturing him alive. "Give me some time, I'll help you find a solution." On the other hand, Yun Yao did not know how to restrain herself after killing someone and actually moved into an inn in a swaggering manner. Lin Heng had already advised her. He suggested that she keep a low profile, but it was of no practical use, and she instead comforted him and told him to be at ease. He had no choice but to go to the criminal department's mansion to meet up with the chief. When we arrived at the criminal department's mansion, people were already waiting in the main hall. "My lord, I'm ready." "Yes," Lin Heng nodded. "This matter has not been spread outside, right? If the news leaks out, our ambush plan will be in vain." "Don't worry, Immortal, the 2 men under my command are very reliable. I didn't even inform the City Lord's mansion about this matter. To be honest, ever since the City Lord's mansion tried to make a big deal out of the murder case, I knew it had something to do with them," the chief said sincerely. "Oh," this surprised Lin Heng a little. "Shouldn't your criminal division and City Lord's mansion be in a relationship of shared success and shared failure? Why are you still on guard against them?" Unexpectedly, the chief executive shook his head slightly. "Both the Criminal Affairs Office and the City Lord's Office are administrative agencies authorized by the dynasty, but they have different divisions of labor. The Criminal Affairs Office is responsible for laws and regulations, and also has supervisory responsibilities, while the City Lord and the Mansion Lord are responsible for internal and external affairs and major decisions. This does not mean that the Criminal Affairs Office will be controlled by them, nor does it mean that there will be a situation of mutual protection." Seeing that no one was around, Sishu continued in a low voice, "Everyone has their own interests. Sun Yinan wanted to drag me into this, thinking that I didn't find out what he was doing only by bringing him down can I get a chance to be promoted. The supreme female emperor of the dynasty has no time to care about every quarter of the secular world. I want to make progress too much without people like me who are willing to climb up. Even the largest products will become decadent and corrupt." Lin Heng finally understood what he meant. It turns out that Wang Chao's investigation into the City Lord's mansion was tipped off by the criminal department. But his exaggerated statement did not gain Lin Heng's approval. From a side view, the situation in Jinma City is no different from that in Kingxuan sect. Kingxuan sect has 6 peaks plus a main peak, a total of 7 peaks. The 7 peaks are fighting openly and secretly for their existing interests, but they appear to be in harmony on the surface. In fact, from the elders to the disciples, everyone is disloyal and wants to eat each other alive. This is also true for a powerful sect like the Immortal sect. Not to mention the dynasties that are a mixture of secular and immortal sects. Lin Heng doesn't care about these things, he only wants to enhance his own strength and break the original fate. Whether it is Yi Tian or the Son of Destiny. Whether he is himself or the villain. An irreconcilable conflict is a life and death situation, with no room for negotiation. Chapter 23. The difference between refined and vulgar. Nancheng Street Mayayu Flower House. By the evening when we were about to leave, Nancheng Street was no longer as lively as before after the tragedy in the brothel, but there were still lights on everywhere. Occasionally, a horse-drawn carriage would pass by, leaving a crease on the bluestone road. This flower building is really tall. It has 9 floors. Lin Heng looked up, and perhaps because of the dark clouds, he felt that the roof of the building seemed to pierce the sky. "My lord, this Mayayu Flower House is the industry with the largest investment in Jinma City now. Not to mention immortals, even ordinary people who are rich will come here to have fun. The two of them walked into the first floor of the pavilion while talking. Since the guests had been informed in advance, the madam did not make a big fuss and only told two girls to follow and entertain them well. Master Sishu. Young master, please come this way. I wonder if you two are elegant or vulgar. Seeing that Lin Heng didn't understand what he meant, Sishu chuckled and explained, it can be seen that the immortal has just arrived here. The so-called elegance refers to listening to music in a brothel, following one's heart, and the illusion of the past and the present. A so-called vulgarity is to be with a beautiful woman, to spend the night with vanity and thoughts in silence. What a beautiful night filled with vanity and quiet thoughts. Even when whispering in bed, he could make it so meaningful he could make the vulgar elegant, and the elegant vulgar elegant. Master Sishu still knows more, but this time we need to combine elegance and vulgarity. Thank you for your expense. Okay, I'll pay for the immortal's portion. When things happen, they really know how to do things. After the two of them arrived on the second floor, they sent the waitress away. A 9-story pavilion occupies a very large area, with each floor being approximately 500 square meters. Moreover, each floor is decorated with carved railings and painted buildings, and is extremely gorgeous, many times more upscale than ordinary brothels. There were singing and dancing in the brothel, and beautiful waitresses were running around. This is the industry with the largest investment in Jinma City, and it is a place for dignitaries to have fun and entertainment. There are dozens of elegant rooms in the brothel. In addition, there are many private rooms for guests with special fetishes. At this time, many young men and women were holding the beautiful girls in their arms, drinking and having fun, chatting and laughing, or reciting poems and composing essays. Lin Heng glanced inside the brothel and found that the hall was full of people, most of whom were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Master Sishu, why are all those people gathered together? Sishu took a look and explained. This is a literary gathering. These people are either famous young men in Jinma City or talented scholars. There is a talented woman named Zuron on the second floor. She sells her art instead of her body and is very popular. Only those who can come up with a poem based on the object will be received. He's selling his art instead of his body. And yet there are so many people supporting him? Lin Heng asked in surprise. Hey, we are all men. Don't you understand? The more she will be desired. Lin Heng coughed twice. That seems to be the case. But you can't get always makes you feel uneasy, while what is easy to get is the least cherished. The chief immediately understood what was happening and quickly changed the subject. Sir, let's go directly to the third floor. Good. The two men stepped into the third floor, which was where the 3 deaths occurred. When the two of them appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many women. Although Sishu is nearly 50 years old, he is still handsome and strong. Lin Heng was dressed in white with handsome features, extraordinary bearing and a rather unrestrained and suave air. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Only one woman's expression changed slightly when she saw the two of them, and she retreated back to the elegant room in a panic. Lin Heng's heart trembled, and he looked straight at the direction the woman was retreating. She, the monk. 3 murders in a row. And still not satisfied, the evil cultivator is indeed insatiable. He had already made a guess in his mind, and he could clearly feel the other person's aura even though he was 10 steps away. His cultivation level should be not much different from his. Master Sishu, we can proceed as planned. I will be waiting next door after you choose the private room. I will rush over as soon as there is any unusual movement. Okay, then I'll go in first. The chief executive called the 2 women and walked straight into private room number 3. Lin Heng pushed open the room next door and was sandwiched between the room of Sishu and the woman in purple skirt. In other words, if there is any unusual movement on either side, he can be alert at the first moment. The house is simply furnished, and the tables, chairs, and beds are all made of wood. As soon as Lin Heng walked into the room, he smelled a faint fragrance coming towards him. He raised his head and looked around the room, his eyes finally settling on the table. There was a rosewood box on the table, emitting a faint fragrance. The lid of the box was tightly closed and no one knew what was inside. He stretched out his index finger and tapped the rosewood box. 3 times in a row. The crisp sound slowly spread, and after a moment the box slowly opened. I saw a jade pendant lying quietly inside. Jade pendant. Lin Heng frowned and looked around in confusion. Could it be something left behind by the previous guest? Lin Heng tentatively threw the jade pendant into the system space. As expected. Name, Jade Key of Wealth and Grain. Description. A key to the city lord's mansion's treasury and grain warehouse is activated. You can withdraw silver with the token, or exchange it for spirit coins and spirit stones at any bank in the city. The system gives an introduction to the item. Lin Heng was secretly shocked after hearing this, and took the jade pendant to examine it carefully. The jade pendant is round and about 2 inches long. The entire jade pendant is emerald green and translucent. Crystal clear, just like a beautiful jade, and it is obvious at first glance that it is not an ordinary object. Why did the city lord's mansion's secret key to wealth and food appear here? Such an important thing could not be easily left outside. He didn't believe that the jade pendant was placed on the table without being seen by other guests. The subtle fragrance in the house is enough to prove that this elegant house has never been vacant. What he didn't know was that his every move was being watched by the people in the city lord's mansion. Killing requires a reason. Killing a monk naturally requires a legitimate reason. If a disciple who is carrying out a mission takes advantage of his status and becomes greedy and steals other people's treasures, even if he dies as a result, outsiders will not be able to find an excuse. Although the routine is not sophisticated, everything will be easy as long as it can get things done. This is just a plan for Lin Heng. At the same time, the plan against Yun Yao was also unfolding in an orderly manner. Lin Heng didn't hesitate and directly put the jade pendant away. Once Yi Qian wipes out the city lord's mansion, he will be able to reap the benefits. This is the wealth of an entire city. Who wouldn't be tempted? While waiting for the prey to come, he was not idle. He sat on the floor and began to practice the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, preparing to open the third spirit wheel. Although the two spirit wheels can continuously refine spiritual energy and improve cultivation, the speed is really slow. It is currently unrealistic to want to automatically upgrade by lying down and using cheats. Take out a Gaiyuan pill from the system space and swallow it. Buzz. In an instant, the medicinal power was digested at an extremely fast speed and rich spiritual power burst out from the Diantian. The practice continued until the second half of the night. There was no movement coming from the room of the chief minister next door, but there were occasional pounding sounds coming from the private room next door. Asshole, what the hell is this guy next door doing? Why has the spiritual energy become so thin? The woman in purple skirt was also practicing hard, preparing to recover some strength before attacking Lin Heng next door. However, he did not expect that the spiritual energy around him seemed to be sucked away and kept flowing away. She was forced to stop practicing. A mere key training second level cultivator actually has such a means. If I can plunder all of this person's yang yuan, this young master will only need 3 days to complete the cycle of cultivation and break through the realm. This thought flashed through the mind of the woman in the purple dress. Her original purpose tonight was to wait for an ordinary person to take the bait. Just at this time, Lin Heng took the initiative to go to the next room, which made her feel a little moved. This person is a disciple of King Xuan Sect. They got it without any effort. It would be a pity to kill him directly. Chapter 24 Capturing a Demon Girl. Heida. Inexplicable spells were chanted in the room. Lin Heng's ears twitched slightly, and he suddenly looked straight ahead. Your Excellency has come. There is no need to hide it anymore. After she finished speaking, the purple skirt fell from top to bottom, and turned an angle in the air, revealing a pair of long white legs, faintly visible in the gauze skirt. This is an extremely beautiful beauty with a very hot body. If Lin Heng had not seen beauties like Meng Yutong and Yun Yao before, he would have been moved. This demon girl is quite pretty, and can already rival Yun Yao and the others. Lin Heng was moved to cherish the beauty. Which? Zhang Kaiyan's heart skipped a beat. Is there someone else in the room? She quickly looked around and found that there was no trace of anyone except Lin Heng. It would be a shame to kill the monster as she came to my doorstep. It would be good to subdue her and save her life. She is only slightly stronger than me at the third level of key training. It shouldn't be difficult to defeat her. The voice came again. She looked at Lin Heng and saw her eyebrows were knitted together. He clearly didn't open his mouth, but she could still hear the sound. Is it possible to hear what the other person is thinking? You think you can take me down? But it be that I was so obvious that I was noticed? In that case, then I won't pretend. Lin Heng stood up with a slight smile on his face. Don't be so excited now. Either you kill me or I subdue you. It feels a bit of a loss to capture you and take you back to the sect in exchange for points. So, Zhang Kaiyan sneered, you are just a second-level key training ant. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant and you still want to subdue me. Her actual cultivation level is at the early stage of golden core due to her special physique. Her level will first decrease and then increase over time. This process is called the Wheel of Reincarnation, and her cultivation level will be greatly improved every time the Wheel of Reincarnation is completed. If you want to speed up your cultivation, the best way is to absorb life force. Such a weird upgrade method is unique in the entire world of immortal cultivation. Which, you're quite arrogant. Lin Heng stepped forward with his right foot, grasped the long sword at his waist with his left hand and pulled it out, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the other person's throat. After breaking through the key training stage, his speed and strength increased many times compared to before. No matter how fancy it is, just pick up the sword and chop. Bang! In a second, swords collided. A figure spiraled several times in the air and crashed directly into the wall. What the hell? Magical power. How can someone in the key training stage use magic? Lin Hang covered his chest and looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. According to the realm classification, only those who have reached the foundation building stage can master magic and supernatural powers. Although the opponent used the blade, he directly attached a layer of magic to the blade during the fight, which made Lin Hang dumbfounded. Zhang Kaiyan moved forward step by step, while Lin Hang retreated quietly. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he wanted to take a few steps back, in order to create distance and wait for an opportunity to act. A mocking look appeared on Zhang Kaiyan's beautiful face. With just one move, she was able to test Lin Hang's strength. He only had brute force but didn't know any techniques. Not to mention the second level of key training. Even if someone of the 9th level of key training came before her, he might not be good enough. Her cultivation level had only temporarily declined, but that didn't mean she couldn't use all the magic skills she had mastered. Even if the power is weakened several times, it is still not something a newbie like Lin Hang can contend with. Who was so arrogant just now, asking me to surrender? Who wanted to cut off my head in exchange for points? She lifted her jade feet, stepped on the ground with light lotus steps, and an invisible wave spread out and hit Lin Hang. Lin Hang felt a huge pressure coming. His body couldn't help but tremble, and it seemed that he might kneel down at any time. Another magical power. She is at the 3rd level of key training? How could she? Pearl, is it too late for me to say it's a misunderstanding? Lin Hang said stiffly. What do you think? Zhang Kaiyan sneered smugly, not noticing the magical gourd that inexplicably appeared in Lin Hang's hand. Give up resistance. You are no match for me. Become my slave and I will spare your life. Zhang Kaiyan planned to capture Lin Hang and study him first to find out why she could hear his inner thoughts. Encountering such a strange thing, she couldn't possibly just kill him. Has the offense and defense changed? Lin Hang regretted not taking the Ling Bao gourd out of the system space in advance. If he had carried it with him just now, the witch might have been attacked by the magic he cast. Come on, witch, use your strongest magical power. Lin Hang stopped talking nonsense, picked up his sword and rushed forward to kill. This time he did not hold back at all. He concentrated all his energy into his hands and put in so much strength that the other party would think he was determined to fight to the death. The soul calming power of the Ling Bao gourd is affected by the damage bonus, that is, the higher the opponent's attack power, the stronger the sound wave echo. Therefore, he only has one chance if the other party doesn't notice. Zhang Kaiyan snorted coldly. As expected, I fell into the trap. Seeing that Lin Hang still wanted to resist to the death, he was about to take action to punish him severely. She flipped her hand and a ball of light yellow fire appeared in her palm. She flicked her finger and the fire shot out instantly. The ghost fire danced in the air and condensed into a 3-foot-long sword. A method of shapeshift that can only be performed by a Jindan stage cultivator was actually performed by a key training stage cultivator. Lin Hang's pupils contracted and he quickly swung the sword in his hand to block the attack. Bang! The long sword broke. However, just as the remaining light was about to cover Lin Hang's body, the Ling Bao gourd burst into golden light. Zhang Kaiyan's face flashed with surprise. This is buzz. The moment the phantom fire sword collided with the golden film released by the gourd, sound waves echoed out. Zhang Kaiyan quickly formed seals to build a barrier in front of her. But the sound waves went straight into the depths of her soul, and the barrier did not work. Beft you. Zhang Kaiyan spat out a mouthful of blood, took several steps back, and finally fainted. If her cultivation was at its peak, she would never be hurt by such a trick. But she is now in the key training stage. Even if she possesses many magical powers, she cannot withstand the shock to her soul. I'm hooked. Lin Hang took a deep breath, patted his chest and stood up. Quickly walked to the woman in the purple dress. You are quite powerful little demon girl, thanks to the gourd given by senior sister, otherwise I would have fallen into your hands tonight. Lin Hang sighed in his heart. The strength displayed by the other party is even more powerful than Yi Qian. Looking at Lang King Jiarong who was so close to him, Lin Hang bent down and hugged her on the bed. She even considerately pulled her skirt down to cover her beautiful legs. Then he reached out his hand and fumbled around, and finally found a storage ring after some searching. The ring has no restrictions, and can be detected with mind recognition. A piece of black rope and a hairpin. 200 spirit stones and 3 bottles of unknown elixirs. What is this? Lin Hang looked closely at the iron lump in his hand. It turned out to be a seal with 2 rows of strange characters engraved under the seal and a floral pattern on the outer circle. He first threw the rope into the system space. Item, level 3 lock rope. Description. The most common rope in the world of immortal cultivation, often used to tie up and arrest immortal cultivators, but it is not as strong as imagined. Item, 4th grade Muyuan pill. Description. A kind of elixir made from the spirit of the herb and the thousand tan wood, rich in extremely strong life force, which can be used to recover from injuries and absorb wood attributed elements. Item, 2nd grade essence blood pill. Description, specially designed for women to repair their ki and blood. You won't like its taste. The things are a bit shabby. I thought they were some treasures. Lin Heng glanced at the woman on the bed and found that she seemed to be waking up. He quickly took out the rope and tied her up, twice according to his experience. Finally, I didn't forget to draw the circles on the front. Chapter 25, The Burning Mark of the Beast. It should be fine now. The third level rope lock is enough for her to struggle for a while. After tying the knot, Lin Heng continued to sort out the spoils. A hairpin is just an ordinary item, not a magical tool. Among the 3 bottles of pills, only the Muyuan pill is of the highest grade and is still useful to him. Oh, you're awake. He looked at the beautiful woman who opened her eyes with a smile, his eyes rolling around as if he was thinking of some bad idea. Zhang Kaiyan regained her clarity of vision and felt the ropes on her body. She panicked and asked, "What did you do to me? Asshole, how dare you tie me up? Let me go now." Zhang Kaiyan felt both embarrassed and angry. This bondage position was truly indescribable. Lin Heng came closer to her and lifted her chin slightly. "Now I ask you questions and you answer them. If your answers are not good, don't blame me for being rude. I can tell you that I am not a gentleman. You are now a piece of meat on the chopping board and have no right to shout at me. You call yourself young master. Tell me your name. Which sect are you from? Are you in collusion with the city lord's mansion of Jinma City?" Zhang Kaiyan turned her head away in disgust, not allowing Lin Heng to touch her. Blood Moon Cult, Zhang Kaiyan. Blood Moon Cult, the one that ranks 8th on the evil cult list? What are you bragging about? Are you telling me that the young master of the Blood Moon Cult went to a brothel to absorb the yang essence of a middle-aged man? What's going on? Has the Blood Moon Cult fallen to the point where the young master needs to go out hunting? You're not telling the truth, are you? Bang! A big cunt. Zhang Kaiyan was stunned by the beating. She looked incredulous. You dare to hit me? Fuck, you think I'm easy to fool? Don't you? You rely on your strength to scare me with the Blood Moon Cult. If you were the young master, I would be the holy son of the King Zhuan sect. You bastard, I am the young master of the Blood Moon Cult. You. Bang! Another slap. Zhang Kaiyan's eyes were almost filled with tears and she was so angry that she couldn't speak. She thought that Lin Heng would be more polite to her after hearing her name. Unexpectedly, he didn't believe it at all and let her get slapped twice for nothing. Don't be unconvinced. Beating you is considered a light punishment. If my senior sister were to come, your head and neck would be torn apart. Let me ask you a second question. Do you know how to use this mark of the beast? Teach me how to use it, and I'll spare your life. Zhang Kaiyan saw the iron seal in his hand and gritted her teeth and said, "That's mine, you can't take it for yourself." She didn't expect that Lin Heng actually knew that this was the mark of the beast. This is one of the few 6th-level magic weapons of the Blood Moon Cult. If an outsider were to take it, the cult leader would skin her alive when she returns. Miss Kaiyan, it's already this late. I know this rope won't be able to tie you up for long. But you have to understand that it would be easy for me to kill you at this time. My sect's mission is to apprehend the evildoer in Jinma City. Let us assume that you are the young master of the Blood Moon Cult. Do you think you can return alive? Lin Heng smiled, took the iron seal in his hand and continued, "If you don't let me get some benefits, how can I let you go?" After his patient persuasion and his combination of soft and hard tactics, Zhang Kaiyan finally realized her current situation. Just as Lin Heng said, it would take time for her to break free from the ropes, and she had no ability to resist during the process. The end of disobeying is death, and she doesn't think Lin Heng will be kind enough to let her go. Will you really let me go? Aren't you afraid that if I let you go, I will seek revenge on you? This stupid woman is still trying to threaten me. No. Lin Heng said confidently. I hope you can keep your word. Zhang Kaiyan felt disgusted when she heard the laughter coming from his heart. You drop your blood essence into the seal, and you will be able to establish a connection with it, and you can activate the spell to put the seal on the monster's gate. Lin Heng followed the operating procedures, and was able to control the beast seal after dripping his essence and blood on it. With an incredible talent for comprehension, it is easy to master the techniques. Soon, he was able to control the beast seal in his hand. Zhang Kaiyan was horrified as she watched the scene in front of her. He was able to erase her control over the beast seal so quickly. The first to 9th levels of monster beast correspond to the 9th level of key training for human cultivators. This seal can control a 5th level monster beast, so it should be able to control this monster girl, right? Although the names of the beast seal and the slay seal are different, they are essentially a kind of summoning contract. Lin Heng looked at the beast mark and glanced at Zhang Kaiyan on the bed. Thoughtfully. What? He actually had such a beastly idea. What are you going to do? Seeing his malicious expression, Zhang Kaiyan stepped back in fear. You promised to let me go. Are you going to break your promise? Don't be nervous, I will definitely let you go, but before that, I have to at least test the effect of the beast mark. Lin Heng controlled the beast seal step by step forward. His purpose was self-evident. Zhang Kaiyan was shocked. Asshole, you dare to use the mark of the beast on me. Before he could finish his words, a scream was heard instead. Lin Heng had no mercy on Jiang Kaiyan. Even if Jiang Kaiyan hadn't told him how to use the beast seal, he could have just thrown it into the system space to read the description. But that would be a waste of time. It would be faster for her to just say it directly. If there was no beast mark as a second layer of insurance, Lin Heng would never have promised to let her go. It is not difficult to tell from the other person's eyes that she is a vengeful person. You beast. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Jiang Kaiyan yelled. This was definitely the most humiliating moment in her life. A Jindan stage cultivator was branded with the mark of a beast alive. The beast seal and the soul are in harmony with each other in the function of consciousness along with the activation of magic formulas. No matter how she activates her consciousness, she cannot resist the invading external force. Yes, when her cultivation level reached the key training stage, it was her weakest stage. Even if she is in the foundation building stage, she has countermeasures. Finally, with Lin Heng's operation, the beast seal was successfully imprinted on the center of Jiang Kaiyan's forehead. The pattern only flashed by, as if it had invaded the skin and disappeared. Jiang Kaiyan lay on the bed with empty eyes. Like a puppet with its strings cut, numbness and resentment filling her whole body. Lin Heng sat down beside her, pinching her face with his hands and forcing her to look at him. What's going on? I didn't erase your consciousness, so this should be considered a success. Don't look at me like that. I have no choice but to do this. How can I let you go without worrying about it if I don't control you well? Hey, you stay here quietly for now. Wait for my senior brothers and sisters to send us news, then you can leave when we return home. Otherwise, if they find you, they will definitely not be as kind as I am. Jiang Kaiyan didn't say anything, but stared at him with her lips tightly bitten. You damn beast. I will kill you with my own hands, she said bitterly in her heart. Seeing that she didn't understand his good intentions, Lin Heng was too lazy to explain any further. A requirement of the Class B mission is to capture the culprit. His willingness to let Jiang Kaiyan go does not mean that Yi Qian and Yun Yao will let her go. If we let her go now, who knows what kind of trouble might happen in Jinma City. To be on the safe side, we should keep her in custody for a while. Calculating the time, we are almost at the key plot point. It won't be long before Yun Yao's distress signal is received. Chapter 26, Crushing the Golden Pill to Raise a Child. Early the next morning, there was a noise coming from the next room. Zaishu had been drinking with the two beauties until late at night and was completely drunk. He didn't hear the fighting in Lin Heng's room at all. My lord, I'm sorry. I slept as soundly last night. Did anything happen? Suddenly he saw Jiang Kaiyan tied up on the bed. I was shocked. Wow, the immortal is having fun. Bundled games. It looks like the game isn't over yet. Lin Heng closed his eyes tightly, still absorbing spiritual energy in an orderly manner. After a long time, he spoke. The matter has been resolved. The bad guys have been driven away by me. It means exactly what it says. Although she was not captured, she was seriously injured and will not appear in Jinma City in the short term. No worry for now, since King Xuan sect has accepted the task assigned by the dynasty. They will definitely not only do half of the work, someone will be watching over it for a while. The chief suddenly understood, and then said, what the immortal means is that we don't need to hide here anymore during this period of time. Good? Good, good. Good, the chief applauded repeatedly. He could finally live a peaceful life. He had been very busy these days dealing with murder cases here and there. I will not disturb the immortal's leisure. The chief executive left, and only Lin Heng and the other person were left in the private room. Jiang Kaiyan sat up and stared at Lin Heng, who was practicing peacefully in front of her, frowning slightly. What kind of cultivation method is this that allows him to absorb spiritual energy so quickly? And why is it that even after absorbing so much spiritual energy, there is still no sign of a breakthrough? She doesn't understand. At night she kept her attention on Lin Heng. Not only was his cultivation method strange, but even his psychological activities were extremely strange. According to the normal cultivation speed of a cultivator, absorbing so much spiritual energy would have already enabled him to advance from the second level of key training to the third level. This guy doesn't show any momentum to break through. She didn't know that Lin Heng was in the process of opening up his spirit wheel and was suffering from great pain and pressure. The third spirit wheel was many times more difficult than the previous two. If he continues at this pace, it will take him a long time to break through the foundation building stage. Time passes slowly. The spiritual energy in the entire private room and even the entire third floor of the brothel was almost completely sucked away. It lasted for 3 whole days, accompanied by a muffled sound. The third spiritual wheel was successfully opened. Lin Heng restrained his breath, and his cultivation level surprisingly reached the third level of key training. At this moment, the sect identity token on his body suddenly flashed green light, followed by Yun Yao's urgent cry for help. Quick, come to the south of the city to help me, the people from the city lord's mansion. The voice was intermittent, with only a few words coming out. Lin Heng stood up and glanced at Jiang Kaiyan, who was still struggling. Just wait for me to come back and don't do anything tricky. Perhaps it was the restraint of the beast mark. Jiang Kaiyan really stopped struggling, but after Lin Heng left, the restraint she had given the command to immediately disappear. Given the chance, she would definitely not sit still and wait for death. You beast, now that we have a grudge, I, Jiang Kaiyan, will never let you go. I will make you suffer the most cruel punishment of the Blood Moon cult. The other side. Jin Ma City, South City. Several teams surrounded in an inside and out, and the streets along the way were also controlled, preventing any pedestrians from getting close. Many ordinary people gathered at the outermost part of South Street. Why did the city lord's mansion make such a big scene? Could it be that they are trying to catch the culprit who committed the crime in the brothel? Someone asked doubtfully. A young man dressed as a waiter in the crowd, with a white cloth wrapped around his body, clapped his hands to signal everyone to look over. Those soldiers surrounded our inn, and the innkeeper was arrested by them. What do you think of this? And are you the waiter of King Yuan? What did Manager Li do wrong? Yes, the waiter nodded, and then said, the leader said that it was the murderer of WOBE. They want to capture a woman. Woman? Could it be the female knight who slapped Sun Yu to death in the west of the city a few days ago? It should be correct. For Jin Ma City, it is to eliminate harm for the people, but he is the only son of the lord of the city lord's mansion after all, so he is in trouble. Everyone talked one after another and soon figured out what had happened. At this time, Yun Yao in the inn had already fought off 5 waves of attacks, and her figure was already shaky and she could no longer hold on alone. The man in black robe stood not far from her and sneered. I have to admit that you Qingshuan sect disciples are very strong. It is even rarer to see a female cultivator with such perseverance as you. You have been able to hold on for so long after taking the fragrance softening powder. I admire you. Chishian Oroyu Gusan, as the name suggests, is a poison that can make a person lose the ability to move if taken. A medicine is colorless and tasteless, easily soluble in water, and ordinary people cannot detect it at all. How dare you plot against me? Yun Yao had a cold look on his face and stuck his sword on the table before he could barely stand. You are too arrogant. You have to pay the price for killing the young master of the city lord's mansion. If I hadn't been entrusted by someone to capture you alive, do you think you could have survived until now? Don't expect your other 2 companions to rescue you. They won't be able to come to your aid in time. In the end, under the effect of the cartilage powder, Yun Yao only withstood 2 waves of attacks before collapsing. The other party put poison in her wine, but she didn't notice it at all. This kind of potential conspiracy would be hard to defend against even if she wanted to guard against it. She really didn't expect that the city ward's mansion would collude with the evil sect to come to her so quickly. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when Yun Yao woke up, she saw darkness all around her. And his mouth was gagged and even his hands were tied behind his back. The cartilage powder on her body had been removed by them, but a trace of strange fire inexplicably rose in her body, and this feeling made her feel uneasy. The door was slowly pushed open, and the light that shone in allowed her to see the surroundings clearly. It turned out that she was imprisoned in a big prison. Damn it! She cursed inwardly. Had she heard rustling footsteps and looked closely to see a man in a black robe and a thin middle-aged man slowly walking towards her. Sun Yinan stared at Yun Yao viciously and said, You were the one who tortured and killed my son, and now you have fallen into my hands. The man in black robe glanced at him and said in a hoarse voice, I have brought the person to you. What do you want to do with her? If you let her get out alive, no one can protect you. The implication is that if you need to kill her, then kill her, don't give her a chance. How to deal with her? Sun Yinan looked Yun Yao up and down carefully. Originally, he wanted to capture her alive and cut her into pieces. But now he had a new idea. I've changed my mind. I've lived half my life and still haven't tasted what it's like to be a Jindan cultivator. Since she killed my son, let her give birth to a child for me as atonement. Yun Yao's eyes widened, and her aura suddenly rose, as if she was going to rush forward and kill the old bastard in front of her. You use her as a tool for raising children. That's not bad to train a new trumpet. Maybe you can even get a descendant with the talent of cultivating immortals. The man in black robe said thoughtfully. Hearing this, the hatred on Sun Yinan's face faded a lot, and was replaced by excitement. If his descendants have the talent to cultivate immortality, then wouldn't his son family also be able to become a family of immortality? Chapter 27, The Plan to Send Heads. I have a medicine here that will help you tame her better. What is it? The Great Shu State's specialty, Hehuan powder. Just give it to her. And just to be on the safe side, I suggest you crush her golden elixir. As not a long-term solution to just use the immortal binding rope to suppress her even if she really gives birth to a child for you. You can't have the idea of letting her go. The black robe warned. Okay, I'll do as you say. But don't forget there are still the people who haven't been dealt with yet. You have to find a way to deal with them. Don't worry, we have dealt with 2 of them now. A missing person will come to us sooner or later. He assumed that Lin Heng had been eliminated by Jiang Kaiyan. Yun Yao heard the conversation between the two. I never thought that these two people would have such dirty and vicious minds. Not only do they want to crush her golden elixir, but they also want to force her to have a child? She couldn't imagine how miserable it was to fall into such a situation. She regretted it. If I had known this would happen, I would have stayed by Lin Heng's side. I knew something bad was going to happen, but I still insisted on wandering around alone. However, she wasn't too worried about it. Lin Heng mentioned many times that she would give it away for free, but the person who gave it to her was Yi Tian, which means that she would definitely be rescued in the end. The other side. After receiving Yun Yao's distress signal, Yi Tian and Lin Heng went directly to the south of the city. As soon as the two met, Yi Tian asked first, "Junior brother, aren't you with senior sister?" "No, don't you know what senior sister is like? She likes to wander around, how can I find her?" "I went to the south of the city and found out that my senior sister seemed to have been captured by the people in the city lord's mansion." City lord's mansion? Yi Tian was a little surprised. How could the city lord's mansion have the ability to capture Yun Yao? "Why did you arrest her?" Lin Heng shrugged. "She killed the young master of the city lord's mansion, probably because of this incident. They deserve to die." Yi Tian stared ahead and said slowly, "I have investigated the city lord's mansion in the past few days. It colluded with the Blood Moon cult and monopolized the business travel and trade around Jinma City. Ordinary people are disappearing not only in Jinma City, but also in the surrounding areas. The Blood Moon cult seems to have the intention of emerging into the world. If I'm not mistaken, the brothel you investigated is also related to them." "Brother, do you mean that the Blood Moon cult wants to expose itself to the public? Isn't it afraid of being surrounded and hunted again?" "I'm not sure. I searched the periphery of Jinma City twice and found a mine cave. There were many corpses and buckets of blood hidden inside. Among them, I found the ornaments of the disciples of Zixu sect. The Zixu sect should have sent out disciples with the same purpose as us to investigate Jinma City. It is obvious that the disciples they sent out died at the hands of the Blood Moon sect. But they did not make it public, and not even a word of movement was heard from the outside world. The so-called sect mission is a cooperation mechanism created by the mutual cooperation between the dynasty and the immortal sect. In other words, each sect received different tasks. The Zixu sect once received the so-called DLE-level task. But they failed. Instead of continuing, he threw the task to other sects to complete. Who would believe that there is no problem here? I have to say that Yi Tian is very thoughtful. After Yun Yao was captured, she did not act rashly and go directly to Shaman. Instead, she discussed a foolproof plan with Lin Heng. "Hey, it has to be my senior brother, yet his calculation has hit me in the face. You go as bait. I will sneak into the city lord's mansion to rescue people. The credit for rescuing people will be yours if things go wrong. I will definitely die in there. You clearly have the strength to take over the city lord's mansion, but you want to use it to kill me." Lin Heng sneered in his heart. This is Yi Tian's plan. Let Lin Heng go to the city lord's mansion to deliver a batch of heads first. And don't expect him to rescue Yun Yao directly. "What, junior brother, do you have any objection to my plan? Or are you afraid of taking risks and don't want to save senior sister Xiao Yao?" Yi Tian said coldly. Lin Heng smiled but didn't really smile, shaking his head. "What are you talking about? How dare I not follow my senior brother's advice? How can I sit back and watch my senior sister in trouble?" In the original story, he didn't think too much about it and just went there directly. Not only did he unexpectedly find Yun Yao's dungeon, but he also managed to escape successfully. Now that I think about it, Yi Tian's move was a pure conspiracy. If he goes, he will most likely die in there. As long as he dies, the only disciple recommended by Xian Yunpeak to inherit the throne is Yi Tian. If he doesn't go, he will be accused of being unkind and unjust, and Yun Yao will be greatly disappointed after Yi Tian takes her down. He only needs to provoke her a little with Yun Yao's personality. She will definitely not let him off easily. Meanwhile, on the other side, after breaking free from her restraints, Zhang Kaiyan immediately contacted the man in black robe. "Young master, you don't look well. Has the disciple from Qingshuan sect been eliminated?" asked the man in black robe. "No. Stop the plan, leave Jinma City from now on and stay out of the spotlight for a while. I can't deal with those three people from Qingshuan sect." The black robe was stunned. And Zhang Kaiyan continued, "My cultivation rotation time needs to be extended. I can't help you with the matter of Jinma City. But young master, we have already agreed to help the city lord's mansion solve this wave of troubles." Zhang Kaiyan glared at him, and the man in black robe stopped talking. "We already dealt with the Purple Void sect last time. The Blood Moon sect isn't here to clean up their messes. The 13 cities of Western Continent aren't the only Golden Horse City." The man in black robe was startled. Is the young master going to abandon Jinma City? "But what about the master?" "I will explain myself," Zhang Kaiyan said bluntly. "Now is not the time to consider the trade-offs of Golden Horse City. Now that Lin Heng's incident had happened, her cultivation cycle had not been completed, and she was unable to recover to the golden core stage. How could she be a match for the other Kingxuan sect disciples? Of course. It was even more impossible for her to tell others that she had been planted with the mark of the beast. After the repairs are completed, it won't be too late to seek revenge on Lin Heng. The man in black robe was silent for a long time, and finally had to nod in agreement. This means that all the promises he made to Sun Yin and have become empty words. The plans to lure the Kingxuan sect disciples outside the city and kill them, as well as to crush the captured Yun Yao Jindan, would all become empty talk. He wanted to just say a word to Sun Yinan, but then he thought that the Blood Moon cult was going to give up the interests of Jinmosity, so no matter how much he said, it would be of no avail. At this time, the city lord's mansion was bustling with activity. He had no idea that he had been regarded as a discarded pawn and that danger was approaching quietly. Master, the medicine has been injected into the woman. It won't be long before the effect of the medicine takes effect. The housekeeper came up to Sun Yinan and said. Yes, Sun Yinan nodded. Is the Black Robe ready? As long as he kills this woman, I can avenge her. Master, Black Robe went out not long ago. I estimate he will be back soon. Okay. Then set up the banquet and get some more wine. Yes. Chapter 28, Second Choice. Here. Lin Heng had quietly arrived outside the northernmost wall of the city lord's mansion as planned. The mansion faces south, and the back garden is right inside. Yiqian went directly to the main gate, stood outside the door and shouted for Sun Yinan to come out. It's not easy, it makes me feel like a thief. If I remember correctly, the dungeon should bypass the back garden and be hidden near the back of the main house. Lin Heng climbed up the tree in no time and used the branches of 5 willow trees in the back garden to climb directly to the roof. The movement was so quick and gentle that even the maid passing by below didn't notice it. After arriving at the main room, Lin Heng jumped down. Seeing that there was no one around, he hid in the nearest house. The house smelled heavily of spices. It was filled with smoke, and from time to time there was the crackling sound of fire. Kitchen? He unexpectedly reached the kitchen in a daze. And when Lin Heng saw the smoked venison on the stove, his eyes lit up. It really triggered the side quest, dry rice. He immediately broke off a deer leg and started chewing it. Fighting someone is a physical job, so at least you have to let him eat something first. After spending so many days in Kingxuan sect, he has been eating either elixirs or spiritual fruits all day long, and his sense of taste is almost gone. He hasn't started fasting yet, unlike Yun Yao and the others who can go without food. After finishing the meal, Lin Heng carefully left the kitchen and lingered nearby for a long time. Finally, I found the triggerable mechanism under the stone table opposite the toilet. After pressing the mechanism, there was only a loud bang. The ground began to collapse, and soon a dark hole leading underground was revealed. Yun Yao, who was underground, naturally also heard the sound. At this time, the Hehuan powder in her body had spread throughout her body along the meridians. Her body turned slightly red, and the feeling of heat was about to overwhelm her mind. Senior sister, is that you? It's me, come and save me. Hearing the familiar voice, Yun Yao could only make grunting sounds because her mouth was blocked. Lin Heng stepped forward and tried to cut the rope with his sword, but found that he couldn't cut it after trying for a long time. Would it be a lock rope? Don't worry, senior sister. I'll carry you out right now. Let us make it clear that this was forced physical contact, and you can't hit anyone afterwards. Only after seeing Yun Yao nod did Lin Heng feel at ease and pick her up. Not to mention that my body is still quite hot. The last time I hugged you, my legs were still cold. Now it feels completely different. Look at this. It's so tempting. What a pity. It would be a pity if it doesn't become a plaything. Bang! Yun Yao suddenly reached out and gave him a big slapple. Oh, it was very light and without much force. This inexplicable move really made Lin Heng feel annoyed. Playthings? I'm not a plaything. She really didn't understand why Lin Heng's thoughts were always so improper. TSK, senior sister, you don't keep your word, right? Then I will abandon you. No, go away, I can't stand it. Yun Yao wrapped her arms around his neck and tightened them tightly, her voice sounding soft and moving, and full of pleading. Oh no, someone broke into the dungeon. Sun Yinan, who was standing outside the door negotiating with Yiqian, was shocked when he received the news. Soon, the butler led a dozen servants to surround Lin Heng and the other man near the south wall. Who are you to dare to rob people in the dungeon without permission? Kingxuan sect. Yiqian, I am sending you bastards on your way now. If you have any grudges or grievances in your next life, just come find me. Yiqian. Father Yi, I will give you a few more heads for your record of killing enemies, but this evil has nothing to do with me. Lin Heng immediately performed a spell, and the sword automatically flew out of the scabbard. Even though it was only a small piece cut off, dealing with these ordinary people was as easy as killing chickens or pigs. Swish, swish. The broken sword flew past, and several rays of light flashed by. 10 heads immediately scattered around. Lin Heng retracted his sword, picked up Yun Yao, stepped on one of the heads and climbed over the wall. Lin Heng was a little surprised. A life-threatening rescue operation was too simple. When he appeared in front of Yi Qian holding Yun Yao, Yi Qian was shocked. The total time taken was less than a quarter of an hour, and you carried the person out. Brother, didn't you encounter any obstacles? No, I didn't encounter anyone from the Blood Moon cult at all. I killed some of the bad guys in a few moves. Yi Qian looked at Yun Yao, whose face was blushing, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. It was estimated that she had been poisoned by some kind of aphrodisiac. Junior brother. I have some antidote pills here. You take senior sister away first, and I will take care of this. Yi Qian took out an inky black pill and handed it to Lin Heng. Seeing Lin Heng carrying Yin Yao away, Sun Yinan was shocked and yelled at the housekeeper, but there was no response. Black robe, why don't you show yourself? Yi Qian turned his head and said coldly, didn't Master Chengfu say that he had never seen my senior sister? How come this person came out of your house? He approached slowly with sword in hand, and the oppressive feeling made the latter unable to help but retreat. At this point, no matter how confused Sun Yinan was, he understood everything. I became an abandoned child. The man in black robes, or the Blood Moon cult, did not keep his promise. The sword flashed, and the head fell to the ground and rolled straight to the edge of the steps before stopping. The matter is not over yet. And the death of Sun Yinan is not enough. The entire city lord's mansion will be buried with him. Dear. Lin Heng carried Yun Yao to the nearest inn in the south of the city. The shopkeeper was very tactful and threw the door plate to him without asking any questions. Oh, finally it has come to this point. It won't take long for Yi Qian to deal with the city lord's mansion. What is the second choice? Lin Heng looked at the erotic scenes on the bed and felt a little dry in the mouth. The system mentioned that the second choice was related to whether Yi Qian could defeat Yun Yao and whether he could keep his right leg. I have already reached this screen, but the system has not given any prompt yet. Forget it, let's give her the antidote first. Lin Heng couldn't figure it out, so he had to take out the pill that Yi Qian gave him before he left. Senior sister, open your mouth and take the antidote. However, not long after Yun Yao swallowed the pill, a system prompt sound suddenly came. Plot, the second choice. Description. The elixir in your hand is called 5-color Fallen Sun Pill, and it is one of the most powerful elixirs among the spring poisons. Once it interacts with other spring poisons, the toxicity cannot be eliminated through circulation throughout the body. Lin Heng's eyes suddenly shrank and he stood there in a daze. The pill just now was the 5-colored Fallen Sun Pill. Didn't Yi Qian give it as a detoxification pill? Wait, could it be that? I understand, that is to say, Yun Yao can adjust the spring poison through her own internal exercises, and she can get over it by just enduring it. Once she takes the pill given by Yi Qian, she can only use a man to detoxify. Damn, what a beast. After all this time, senior sister just gave it to me for nothing. Lin Heng cursed inwardly and clenched his fists. He didn't expect that Yi Qian, the original protagonist, was even more brutal than him. The villain. Also, isn't the system's plot hint too late? The medicine had already been given. And then this happened. It's over, what should I do now? Even as he was gnashing his teeth secretly, Yun Yao, who was tossing and turning on the bed, was also terrified. Feeling uncomfortable doesn't mean you are not clear-minded. Chapter 29. Senior sister, please don't look back. I really am your senior brother. What, Fallen Sun Pill? Yi Qian, this bastard, was willing to give me this kind of medicine just to frame Lin Heng? What a beast. Yun Yao never thought that her junior fellow apprentice who had been with her day and night for several years would treat her like this. Thinking of Yi Qian's previous gentlemanly appearance, she couldn't help but feel frightened. If this is true, Yi Qian not only deceived the 5 senior sisters, but also deceived his master. Yun Yao panicked. She didn't want to give it away for free, and she didn't want to let that beast Yi Qian succeed. She could feel the medicinal power of the pill beginning to dissolve, and it wouldn't be long before she would lose all her sanity. Wait, there seems to be a missing link in the middle. What stage? Lin Heng continued to talk to himself. Yi Qian asked me to place Yun Yao in a safe place, and then send a signal to him through the identity token. In other words, he has no idea where I am now. Yun Yao has already taken the medicine. If I send a signal to Yi Qian to come over, he will definitely use this as an excuse to frame me for drugging Yun Yao. Lin Heng suddenly realized that there were more than 2 choices. The basis of the first 2 options is to send a signal location to Yi Qian. What if he doesn't send his location? Yun Yao had to rely on a man to detoxify the elixir. After taking it, he was the only man in this room. Didn't that mean Lin Heng was in a dilemma? If he left Yun Yao alone, she would most likely be damaged by the spring poison and her life might even be in danger. If she gave the bargain to Yi Qian, her future fate might really be inseparable from the brothel. It's not that he's too sympathetic, It's mainly because he doesn't want Yi-Yan to break his leg. Senior sister, I can't help it. This is for my own sake, and also to change your future destiny. You can't blame me. Yunyao's consciousness was already hazy, and she could roughly guess what he was going to do, but she did not resist at all. Compared to the beast Yi-Tian, she would rather give it to Lin Heng. Although Lin Heng was a little immature, at least she found him much more interesting and liked him much more than the average man. A medicinal power spread slightly and quickly worked together with the remaining medicinal power of the Hehuan powder. She felt a blank in front of her eyes, and her body felt as if she had fallen into magma, filled with a burning sensation. A faint voice came to my ear. Sister, you should rest first. I have something else to do and need to go out. Brother Yi will be here soon. What else? The footsteps gradually faded away, followed by the sound of a door closing. Lin Heng stood outside the door and took a deep breath, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Success or failure depends on today. Yi-Tian, don't you want to use me to take down senior sister Yunyao? Unfortunately, I am the only one who can pick this ripe fruit. Lin Heng's eyes were extremely determined. If he ate the meat well, he could enjoy wine and meat in the future. Even if he didn't eat it well, it would not implicate him. About 20 minutes passed. Lin Heng slowly pushed the door open and walked in. He wore a black mask and changed his look on purpose. I have to say, this is quite exciting. At this moment, the scene in the room was so erotic that it was beyond description. The large pieces of scattered white skirt were enough to prove what kind of torture the senior sister was going through at this moment. Lin Heng reached out and touched her head, and found that it was burning badly. Are you unconscious already? TSK. Come on, senior sister, lie down. Wait. What is this? In the following time, the sound of drums and gongs continued to be heard in the... After a long while, Lin Heng felt that his body looked much better. This antidote comes quickly and goes away quickly. Yunyao's consciousness gradually became clearer from the blankness, but her involuntary movements showed that she was still a little conflicted inside. Breathing sound. The sound of dripping rain. The sound of wind blowing outside the window. Makes up the whole picture. Yi-Yan? Why? Yunyao's eyes, buried in the pillow, became somewhat empty. She could neither raise her head nor turn around. Her eyes were a little moist. She thought that Lin Heng finally didn't have the courage to call Yi-Chan over. Another full hour passed. The orderly airflow was broken, and the former seemed to recover a little, and even slowly raised his neck. Lin Heng was so frightened that he dared not move, and prayed silently in his heart. Senior sister, please don't look back. I really am your senior brother. Ling Ding's words shocked the former slightly. I turned around with difficulty, but it was a disguised face. The crude trick seemed so pale at this moment. When she learned that the person behind her was not Yi-Yan but Lin Heng, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was due to the effect of the medicine. She even felt a little morbidly delighted. But at the same time, it also made her feel a little disgusted. Asshole, why do you have to go through so much trouble? Just give me the detoxification and I won't kill you. Even if you're afraid of being exposed and afraid that I'll kill you, you shouldn't wear a mask to pretend to be someone else. Bastard, you're such a bastard. Just wait and see how I deal with you after this is over. If she had the strength, she would definitely turn around and slap him to death. Phew, I have to get ready. It will be over if she wakes up completely. After finishing, I will go back to the flower house to see the little demon girl, and then go to the bank to open the blind box. Meanwhile, on the other side, after taking over the city lord's mansion, Yi-Chan kept sending contact signals to Yunyao and Lin Heng, but never received a response. What's going on? Are they in some trouble? Or has he already left Jinma City? Otherwise, why is there no news? But it be that he didn't give Yunyao the elixir. The identity token can only transmit messages up to 10 miles away. If they leave Jinma City early, then he will most likely not receive the message. Of course, there are also cases where people deliberately do not reply to messages. Based on Yi-Chan's understanding of Lin Heng, he had neither the reason nor the courage to do anything to Yunyao. If he dared to do anything bad, Yunyao would definitely activate her identity token and ask him for help. After thinking it over, Yi-Chan planned to return to the set to report, carrying the package containing Sun Yinin's head. Ew, I am so exhausted. It is not easy to be the antidote. I have to be on high alert and pay attention to her condition all the time. She probably won't be able to find me. Lin Heng pulled up his pants and ran away, but he gradually became uneasy. How to say this sentence? No one likes a bag on the head. At the pull of both hands, it's hard to tell whether you live or die. He is timid in front of others, but strikes hard behind their backs. Along the way, patrol officers dressed in the official uniforms of the Ministry of Justice kept walking back and forth, and the news that the city lord's mansion had been destroyed had spread throughout Jinma City. From the aristocratic families to the ordinary people, everyone was shocked. The only beneficiary of this major reshuffle was the criminal department in comparison. The head of the department seemed much more orderly in order to quell the chaos. Many shops related to the city lord's mansion on the street were mostly closed, but even so, discussions were still heard everywhere. Some people applauded, while others were secretly worried. Since they represent different interest groups, their ideas are naturally different. Lin Heng returned to the brothel and found that the room where the little witch was imprisoned was already empty. All that was left on the bed was the broken rope and a piece of rice paper written in blood and ink. A general content was to let Lin Heng clean his neck and wait for the operation. Just as Lin Heng didn't care, he threw the rice paper aside. Suddenly, the system voice came, with a ding sound. Chapter 30, Zhang Kaiyan is also the heroine? Ding, trigger the hidden plot. Open the hidden bond with Zhang Kaiyan. Description: Zhang Kaiyan, the young master of the Blood Moon cult, was supposed to be defeated by Yi Qian after the fall of the city lord's mansion, and then become a member of the reserve harem. However, the host seized the opportunity and used the beast seal to break the original plot trend, splitting the original protagonist and heroine storyline. Note, this is a breakthrough, although you will be hunted by the witch in the future. Who knows if love will grow out of hatred? What? Zhang Kaiyan is the heroine? Lin Heng stood there in disbelief. He didn't remember the original plot very clearly, and indeed didn't know the plot line about Zhang Kaiyan. According to the system, if he had not intervened, Yi Chun would have been killed by Zhang Kaiyan after leaving Jinma City. Everyone knows the nature of dog authors. It's nothing more than the original protagonist easily defeating the heroine who was given to him for free, and then pretending to be great in front of the heroine, and create a scene of sympathy and tenderness, or suppress her and take her as a maid, using the method of first suppressing and then praising, giving her a beating and then a sweet date. The emotional hormones are rising rapidly. And now, Lin Heng hit the jackpot by accident or was tempted by Zhang Kaiyan's beauty and directly controlled her. No wonder he felt that the mission would be so easy to complete quickly without any obstacles. It turned out that Zhang Kaiyan was the only person in the Blood Moon cult. Zhang Kaiyan wanted to suck him dry to speed up her cultivation cycle, but unexpectedly she got herself involved. It's not easy yet. It's only been a short time and I've offended so many heroines in a blink of an eye. Because of Master Chang, Meng Yutong wanted to strangle him to death. Yun Yao will definitely not forgive him for getting his senior sister for free. This was because he offended the witch, and Zhang Kaiyan specifically threatened to twist off his head. Lin Heng was a little doubtful about his life. He really had maxed out the aura of hatred that the villain possessed. East of the city, treasury and grain depot. 3 huge stone pillars stand in front of the circular arch like incense sticks. All of Golden Horse's revenue for the past 5 years is accumulated here. The city lord's mansion fell, and the people from the criminal department mansion were the first to occupy this place. Dozens of officers and servants with long swords on their waists were guarding the warehouse gate. Several gray-haired craftsmen stood in front of the door, fiddling with tools, trying to open the valve. It's been half a day, and you haven't even opened a grain storehouse. I'll give you 3 sticks of incense if you can't open the storehouse door. Don't blame me for being rude. The leading official grabbed the craftsman by the collar and threatened him viciously. Jinma City was in chaos, and everyone from the noble families to the common people were trying to recover the properties connected to the city lord's mansion. On the surface, all achievements must be confiscated, waiting for the establishment of a new city lord's mansion. But in reality, after these people embezzled money, there was almost nothing left for the new city lord's mansion. Whenever a city is in turmoil, whether it is the criminal department or the city lord's mansion, what they do is similar. Sir, 3 sticks of incense is too short. The old man with white beard was trembling with fear. The grain warehouse does not use a simple mortise and tenon structure if there is no secret key to complete the interior. Even if you have 1,000 pounds of force, you can't pry the door open even a little bit. He has been a craftsman in Jinma City for 30 years and has come into contact with all kinds of locks and doors. To break into such an important storage point as the treasury and granary is as difficult as climbing to heaven. I don't care how difficult it is. If you can't open the door within 3 incense sticks, it's your responsibility. Sir, this. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up or I'll chop you off right now. When a scholar meets a soldier, he cannot explain his reason clearly. This is what I am talking about. Seeing that the other party was about to draw his sword, the old man didn't dare to say anything more. He just left it to fate. If he could live for 3 more incense sticks of time, then he would live for 3 more incense sticks of time. Lin Heng, who was staying in the dark, shook his head slightly when he saw this scene. It's just as I thought. What kind of city lord's mansion there is will determine what kind of criminal justice office there is. There is no real greed for power and chaos. It is just a redistribution of established interests. The chief once vowed to rid Jinma City of the evil, but before the evil was completely eliminated, he himself became the new evil. Ridiculous dynasty. 3 sticks of incense passed quickly, and the leading officer kicked the old man next to him and cursed. Useless, a bunch of useless. If you can't even do such a small thing, don't blame me for taking you back to report. The task assigned by the criminal department is to confiscate all interest chains of the city lord's mansion. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. There is a corresponding reward for each person executed, so the industrial benefits of the grain warehouse cannot be confiscated. And they can just take a few heads back to claim credit. As for the reason for the execution, it couldn't be simpler. You can just fabricate a story and say that they disobeyed orders and would rather die than open the warehouse door. Those are not words that humans should speak. Just as the blade was about to fall, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. The official was shocked and looked sideways at the handsome young man in white beside him. But he didn't have time to speak. Then there was a click. The entire arm rotated 180 degrees in the opposite direction in a strange posture. The screams broke the silence. And the other officers reacted and came forward with swords drawn. Lin Heng looked indifferent. He suddenly pulled out the big knife from the officer's side, and after a gorgeous turn, 6 heads flew off. Finally, he thrust the knife into the chest of the officer next to him. There was a sudden scream, followed by the sound of a round head falling to the ground with a thud. The whole action was done in one go, without any drag. Lin Heng stood there and looked at the bloodstain on his left sleeve, frowning slightly. He was very sure that this was definitely not Yun Yao's blood. What a hassle, I got some more clothes dirty. At this moment, several craftsmen who almost died under the big knife were completely dumbfounded. Until Lin Heng looked at them. Plop. God of heaven, please spare my life. Please spare my life, immortal. Several people knelt on the ground, calling him immortal, one after another, fearing that Lin Heng would kill them as well. Shangxian is a respectful title given by ordinary people to those who practice Taoism. There is a man in white standing in front of me, who can kill 7 people in an instant. If he isn't a god, then what is he? Get up, Lin Heng said calmly. I can spare your lives, but keep your mouth shut about what's happening here. I don't want anyone from the criminal affairs office to disturb us again. If you tip off the criminal department, I will take your lives back myself. Lin Heng's original intention was not to save them. Or rather, their life or death had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to open the treasury and granary and open the blind box as soon as possible, he had to get rid of these officials. In order not to cause too much noise, he even waited until the patrolman at the other end of the street disappeared before taking action. The Xingxi mansion was barbaric and unjust, but you, the immortal, saved us. We cannot thank you enough. Several people made assurances. Ordinary people are like this. No matter who is doing the job, as long as it doesn't hurt them in the slightest, they will stand on the side of whoever it is. What's more, Lin Heng is a cultivator. Even if they report it to the criminal court, what can they do? Can they give them a lot of money? There is no practical significance at all. After the craftsmen scattered, Lin Heng came to the first treasury and granary on the left. The secret key was inserted into the hole in the center of the door. There were a few ting sounds, and the inside was like a rusty gear turning continuously. Then, the circular fan-shaped door began to open upwards. Oh my goodness, after all this time it turned out to be a rolling door. Come on, let's see what we have. Chapter 31. What does it mean to keep 300 spirit stones? The warehouse was empty, with night shining pearls inlaid on the walls acting as a light source, allowing the dark interior to be seen clearly. The floor was filled with boxes and boxes, and all kinds of items were piled up like mountains. The number is extremely large. Lin Heng was shocked. It's true that hoarding in the secular world gives people the feeling that things have been piled up for a long time and people are reluctant to use them. Jianyun Peak also has a warehouse for storing goods, but Meng Yutong has been running it for 100 years but has not accumulated any good things. Basically, he would squander as many spiritual stones, elixirs, and iron tools as he had. But the master who doesn't know how to live, it's natural that they, as disciples, will have to starve. There is still a lot of food. The wealth of Jinmosity far exceeded expectations. Lin Heng's mind raced. He no longer needed food or anything like that. After fasting, monks hardly needed to obtain energy through food. The material of this table is good. He reached out and touched the table, which felt like jade. Then something in light in the middle of the table caught his attention. This is stone? Lin Heng's mind moved, and he opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and pressed them on the table. This true energy circulated. And a suction first came. A black stone the size of a millstone was sucked out. Lin Heng carefully observed the black stone in his hand. This thing seems to be ore, and its color is completely different from ordinary ore. Discoloration? Lin Heng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The black impurities on the surface of the stone began to peel off naturally, revealing the silver color inside, like a pool of spring water. Water spirit mother. The purest water attributed spiritual creature in the world of immortal cultivation only exists in the abyss of water. Lin Heng had the Tontian Atlas and the System Space Assistance, so he could naturally recognize this thing. The city lord's mansion is really wasting natural resources, and laying the water spirit mother into the table as a decoration is really a talent. He murmured. A water mother is the essence of all waters. Containing powerful vitality and energy, it can nourish the body, promote the speed of cultivation of related attributes, and even has a slight effect of improving qualifications. If this thing is put in an auction, it will at least be a semi-final E. There are forbidden areas in the world of immortal cultivation. I'm afraid only Chang Ming he can find this thing. Forget it, never mind the source, take it first. He has to hurry now, as Yun Yao might find this place after waking up. If Yun Yao were to see these treasures, they would surely be snatched away. Furthermore, people from the criminal department were still patrolling nearby. If they found a dead body lying outside, they would inevitably kill more people. In addition to the best water spirit mother in the first treasury, he also found a meteorite weighing 10 kilograms. As the name suggests, meteorites are the product of the rapid collapse during the collision of comets and are top-grade weapons. The second treasury and granary was almost full of grain, with only a few empty treasure chests that were of use. Seeing that there was nothing valuable, Lin Heng simply took down the night pearl on the wall. This blind box made him feel like a loss. The third treasury and grain warehouse. After opening the door, you will be greeted by an incomparably majestic aura. Lin Heng was overjoyed. Fuck, I got rich, a full treasury of spirit coins. The spirit coins in this warehouse are even more exaggerated than the second one. They are densely packed with spirit coins strung together with ropes. A conservative estimate is that the number of spirit coins here is over 1 million. According to the spirit stone exchange ratio of 10 to 1, that would be 100,000 spirit stones. What does 100,000 spirit stones mean? The amount of spirit stones distributed by King Xuanzek to its disciples every month is only around 500 to 1,000. As an elder, Meng Yutan's salary only fluctuates around 3,000 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones were enough for him to save for hundreds of years without eating or drinking. Lin Heng's eyes lit up, his greed evident in his words. Whether you are cultivating immortals or working in the secular world, money is the most important thing. Jinma City has accumulated so much wealth over several years. No wonder the dynasty is so willing to maintain secular stability. Lin Heng carefully stored all the spirit coins into the system space, and then continued to explore the remaining items. At the innermost part of the warehouse, there is a weapon and a piece of armor. The armor was gray-brown in color, obviously covered in dust for a long time. Lin Heng picked up the armor casually and stroked it gently. There are dragons and phoenixes carved on the surface of the armor, which gives off a hint of fierceness and dominance, as if one could conquer the world by wearing it. This piece of armor is top-notch magic weapon level armor. There are so many treasures hidden in the city lord's mansion, it's a waste to just leave them here to gather dust. Lin Heng whispered, but his eyes were fixed on the other two things. A fist-sized black pearl and an emerald green magical herb. The black pearl is black in color, with a smooth surface and a thick black mist that seems to be able to devour people's hearts. The black pearl contained powerful spiritual fluctuations, but when it was placed into the system space, no description was displayed. This is a bit strange. The system can't recognize this thing. After thinking about it, he decided to leave it in the system space and study it later. As for the emerald green spiritual herb, it is a rare spiritual plant, Blood Ganodarum. This magical herb grows in an extremely rare underground place. It has a very long growth cycle and only produces thumb-sized Blood Ganodarum fruits every year. This spiritual plant is also extremely rare in the market. It can be picked 9 times a year, and each time only one fruit is produced. The Blood Ganodarum fruit contains powerful vitality. Even the weakest person can strengthen his body and become full of energy after eating it. What a good thing! Blood Ganodarum is a good choice whether it is for refining pills or planting and cultivating. Lin Heng was very excited. This trip to Jinma City is really worth it. Not only did I get senior sister Yun Yao for free, but I also gained so many treasures. On the other side, the inn. Yun Yao slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and it was only after a long time that she felt the pain coming from her body. He propped himself up with his arms and looked around, seeing sparse and scattered clothes everywhere. Her shoulders were exposed, and her originally flawless body was inexplicably covered with a layer of dirt. There was a sudden sound, followed by a and then a dry heave. Besides some pain in the throat, why is there a strange taste? Suddenly, a terrible thought came to my mind. Could it be that we return it to him? Her head was buzzing and her cheeks were rosy. Take a few deep breaths and try your best to calm down. After a long while, Yun Yao took out a new set of clothes from the storage ring. It was still that familiar fiery red dress. Red, like fire. Either strong or fierce. Yun Yao stood in front of the mirror and combed her hair. The bite marks on her snow-white neck could not be covered up even with makeup. Suddenly she caught a glimpse of something glowing on the table. When she looked closer, she found that there was a pile of shining spirit stones on it. If you count carefully, there are a total of 300. Left behind by Lin Hang? Etc. Something is wrong. Just put on the mask and feel guilty. Just run away afterward. What does it mean to leave behind a spirit stone? Yun Yao frowned, and she suddenly remembered that when she was at the South City Hotel, Lin Hang wanted to sell her 3,000 spirit coins to the young master of the city lord's mansion. As a result, he got so angry that he beat the man to death. 300 spirit stones. Converted into exactly 3,000 spirit coins. Could it be that? Lin Hang. Yun Yao reacted and angrily slapped the spirit stone in her hand to pieces. So this means that she is regarded as a prostitute performing in a brothel. She originally picked up her pants and ran away without saying a word, which was clearly a sign of irresponsibility. But in the end she treated herself as a prostitute in a brothel. Yun Yao took a deep breath and relaxed her clenched fists. It's okay, it's okay. As a senior sister, you should be more generous. Just give a slight punishment to your junior brother for his mistakes. He is a guilty thief. He is not afraid of having his legs broken. If that is the case, just confiscate the tools used in the crime. Using the softest voice. Saying the most vicious words. She remembered that Lin Hang whispered before leaving that he would go to the money house. Lin Hang did it openly, but he shouldn't have put on a hood to pretend to be Yiqian, and he shouldn't have thought of treating her as a prostitute. Although she was angry, she finally put away the remaining spirit stones. In fact, these 300 spirit stones were all taken from Zhang Kaiyan. Lin Hang's original intention was to leave some spirit stones for her to use to replenish her ki and blood and restore her strength. As a result, Yun Yao started to think wildly and piece together everything that had happened before. If Lin Hang knew that he had backfired, he would have simply not bothered. Chapter 32, Hunyuan Immortal Body. Before I knew it, the sky was getting dark. The lights in the criminal department's mansion were on and the lobby was solemn. A group of guards stood in unison on both sides with serious expressions. Sitting in the first seat was an old man with white hair and beard. Frowning and pondering. Father, the treasury and granary have been emptied. Are we working for the criminal office in vain? Asked a handsome young man. Let's wait until the people from the criminal affairs office come back, the old man said in a deep voice. If they hide the things, I will let them know the price they will pay for deceiving me. If the item is really lost, I have a way to find it. As for you, however, you should not be impatient. It is somewhat irrational to snatch me from the Blood Moon cult. Yes, Father, I will follow your teachings, Sun Hao agreed. The old man's name was Sun Daoya, and he was from Heishan in Shishu. He was also called the Heishan Old Man. His cultivation level is in the middle stage of Golden Core, and he is quite famous in Shishu. In order to get the armor in Jinma City, they secretly traded with the criminal court, collecting evidence of collusion between the city lord's mansion and the Blood Moon cult and reporting it to the dynasty. After the task is accomplished, the set of armor hidden in the criminal affairs office will belong to them. Not long after, Sishu hurriedly returned with his men. My lord, please forgive me. The situation is clear now. The 3 grain depots and 5 banks were almost completely looted. You mean our stuff is gone too? Sun Dao Ye frowned and his face looked very gloomy. Please calm down. Immortal, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on us. The city lord's mansion used the secret key of the treasury and grain depot as a bargaining chip, allowing the people of King Xuan sect to take advantage of it. Not to mention your things, even the 5 years of tax revenue from Jinma City was looted. The chief was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I never thought that the disciples of King Xuan sect would do such a thing. That's better. The city lord's mansion was destroyed, and he had almost no other benefits except the opportunity for promotion. If he continued to vent his anger on Black Mountain Taoist, he might not even survive the night. Snort. Sun Dao looked at his cowardly look and just snorted coldly. Well, I will get the things back myself. Don't forget what you promised. I will only give you 3 days to get the 5,000 spirit stones. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. I will definitely collect 5,000 spirit stones for you. The chief thanked him repeatedly and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he would not pursue the matter any further. After leaving Jinma City, Sun Dao took the scabbard he had found in the treasury and granary, and performed the breath-tracking technique. When he opened his eyes, he saw a thin black line entangled and twisted in front of him. This boy went southwest towards Zigyu and did not return to King Xuan sect. God helps me, he said lightly. Southwest Zigyu? I remember it leads directly to the Shishui River. Could it be that he wants to go to Yan'an City? Among the 13 cities in Shishu, only Yan'an City is located in the southwestern water area. The fastest way to get to Yan'an City from Jinma City is to where Zigyu. Let's go. I hope we can kill him in Zigyu. If we let him enter Yan'an City, it will be difficult for us to kill him. Okay, but Father, there is one thing I don't understand. Before he could finish, Sun Dao asked directly. You want to ask about the armor? Sun Hao nodded. For this so-called armor, the father and son spent a year cooperating with the criminal office, facing the risk of being discovered by the Blood Moon cult. However, Sun Dahlia didn't tell him any information about the armor. In other words, in all the years he's been hanging around with his dad, he doesn't even know what he's doing. In the end, the things were stolen without even a glance at them. Anyone would feel bad. Well, it doesn't hurt to tell you. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to keep your cool. It was a long time ago. About 100 years ago at that time, your father and I were just an ordinary person who made a living by digging wild vegetables in the Black Mountains. On the way down the mountain, we encountered two groups of monks fighting halfway up the mountain. The fight was so fierce that it almost razed the entire mountain to the ground. Later, a group of people sacrificed some kind of treasure, and the entire Black Mountain was shrouded in black fog. Then what? Sun Hao asked. And then they all died. Yes, if your father hadn't run down the mountain in advance, I would have died in there too. When the black fog dissipated and I went up the mountain again, the two groups of people looked like they had been drained of all their blood. They were all black, except for one man wearing armor. He was miraculously alive, but unfortunately I was only thinking about making money and ignored his call for help after he died. I found a set of skills on him, which is the Wind and Thunder Sutra that you and I are practicing now. Now you can understand why you want his armor so much. That's right. Now that I think about it, that suit of armor must have been a very good item. Otherwise, how to explain that he was the only one who survived the black fog? However, he did not explain much to his son, and he lied about some of it. The man was not dead at that time and he did ask him for help. But he did not stand idly by. Instead, he took the initiative to help the man get on the road. Now he is a righteous man, and if his earlier murders and robberies were told, it would probably damage his great image in his son's heart. Sun Hao suddenly realized. No wonder my father cared so much about that armor. The Wind and Thunder Sutra was not a product of the Profountian continent. That group of cultivators was most likely from outside. Just by reading the Wind and Thunder Sutra, the father and son were able to join the ranks of immortal cultivators, which shows how awesome those people were back then. It was a pity that before Sun Dao could pick up the treasure, people from the Jinma City Lord's mansion rushed to Yashan and cleaned up the battlefield. At the same time, Yunyao also used the tracking technique. There are no less than 100 tracking techniques in the world of immortal cultivation. But the basic logic is similar, all of which are to track through the traces of breath left behind. Yunyao's body and mind were filled with Lin Heng's aura, so it would be easy for her to catch him. Of course, the effectiveness of tracking magic is affected by the level of cultivation and the grade of the magic itself. It is very simple to break the tracking technique. All you have to do is to refine your own aura again. Unfortunately, Lin Heng was careless and ran away happily without thinking too much. In the original plot, not long after Yi Yan left Jinma City, he heard that his second senior sister Mu Yushi was in trouble, so he made a special trip to Yan'an City. Yan'an City, Mu family. That is Mu Yushi's maternal family, which is a big family in the entire Shishu. It's not that there are many people with the surname Mu, but the Mu family is almost entirely ruled by women, and the men are almost all married into the family. This time, Mu Yushi did not participate in the sect mission because her mother's family encountered trouble and she had to return to Yan'an City. Lin Heng went to Yan'an City not only because of Mu Yushi, but also to attend an auction. Anyone who knows this dog author will understand his character. The protagonist is always lucky and encounters adventures while walking. The female-led groups come and go, but the auction remains. Ding, main mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate reward. Anyuan Immortal Body. Description: one of the 10 immortal bodies in the immortal world. It uses the 5 elements to derive the Tao, and uses life and death to start reincarnation. Condensing an immortal body, if the host cultivates into a mixed primordial immortal body, the physical body can be eternal and travel across the 9 heavens. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Heng also clearly felt an inexplicable force descending into his body. Is this the main quest reward? The immortal body of Han Yuan sounds pretty cool. Lin Heng tried to circulate the power in his body. In an instant, a powerful and extremely pure immortal energy surged in his body, and even evolved into a vast starry sky in his Diantian. Chapter 33, A Matter of Darkness. Is this the Han Yuan immortal body? Why does it feel like? He was secretly shocked, and his mind raced as he tried to collect his thoughts. Until the 4 big words Han Yuan immortal appeared in my mind. A huge question mark then emerges, and he opened his eyes with a confused look on his face. Wait, this isn't right. Why is it the technique to cultivate the Han Yuan immortal body? Shouldn't it be installed directly on me? Lin Heng was dumbfounded. Normal operation should not be to install directly. What does it mean to give a compressed package? The first step to cultivate the Han Yuan immortal body is to perfect the 5 elements body, and perfect the samsara body, and finally condense the Han Yuan immortal body. The 5 elements' spiritual roots is already a risky move if used well. It's genius, but if used poorly, it's waste. Now a 5-element body has been created, which seems to indicate that they can no longer get along with the 5 elements. He is not a fool. These 2 waves of rewards clearly show that the system wants him to take this path of cultivation. Combined with the initial bonus of supernatural enlightenment, everything seems extremely deliberate. The system was silent and was reluctant to speak. It was as if he agreed with his idea. There was no choice but Lin Heng to continue on his way. It was 5 minutes into the night. The moon was high and the wind was light. From time to time, the sounds of birds and insects could be heard above Zigyu, and occasionally a breeze blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound. The distant mountains are faintly shining with starlight, and the haze is mixed with wisps of smoke. This is the time when everything is quiet and when people are most sleepy. Gululu. Suddenly Lin Heng felt a growling sound from his stomach. After a long journey that night, we had only covered 2/3 of the distance. The size of Zigyu could no longer be fully described in kilometers. It was not yet light. So Lin Heng decided to take a rest. What bad luck, I didn't even see any game along the way. Lin Heng shrugged. Leaning against the branches of a tree, closing your eyes, calming your mind, and waiting for the morning to come. But not long after, he suddenly noticed something strange. A deafening explosion was heard from a distance. The noise was so loud that Lin Heng almost fell off the tree along with the treetop. Just as he made the noise, a shout came from his left. Who are you? How dare you stop the Xiao family's carriage? There was a strong tension in the conversation. Lin Heng quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. They saw a group of people riding swords and surrounding a carriage in the middle. The leader was wearing yellow clothes and each of them held a sharp blade. Their clothes were simple and neat, with only 2 emblems embroidered on their chests. One with king, and the other with envoy. Royal envoy, such an unfamiliar title. The Xiao family. The Xiao family of Yan'an City. It can't be such a coincidence. Lin Heng frowned, his head spinning rapidly, searching for information about the Xiao family. After a while, he finally found some clues. There are 4 major forces in Yan'an City. Namely the Wang family, the Xiao family and the Mu family. The Wang family presides over the city lord's mansion and is the head of the city. The Li family entered the market with wealth, and the Xiao family is a famous family of alchemy and medicine. Among the 13 golden treasures of Shishu, Xiao Jialu is the most prosperous in Yan'an. The phrase Xiao Jialu refers to the Xiao family in Yan'an City. This shows how far-reaching its influence is in Shishu. Even Lin Heng knew a thing or two. My lord has long ago warned you, the Xiao family, to put away your kindness so that you can gain a foothold. But you didn't listen to my advice and insisted on having your own way. I had no choice but to obey your orders and kill your Miss Xiao. It's a pity to waste such a beautiful girl. The leader shouted loudly. How dare you? My lady is a kind-hearted doctor. Aren't you afraid of being punished by God for doing such a vicious thing? God's punishment. Hearing this, everyone present laughed. Each of them was involved in dozens of deaths. If there was a punishment from God, why would they be allowed to live till now? At this time, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a young woman walked out. Her eyes are as clear as autumn water. Her skin is as white as snow, her nose is straight and delicate, and her lips are pink and smooth. His fragile appearance is lovable. She was wearing simple clothes, a white gauze shawl, and a jade pendant hanging around her waist. She looks like a fairy banished to earth. Yet she is still noble and graceful. Miss, what are you doing here? I will stop these people for you. Please leave now. Uncle, the person they want to kill is me, and it has nothing to do with you. Please go back and tell my mother that W. Wanking has lived up to my father's last wish. Miss. Xiao W. Wanking coughed twice, and took 2 steps forward despite the servant's dissuasion. Miss Xiao is well known far and wide, but it's a pity, I can't keep you here today. The man in yellow drew his weapon, the blade clicking in its sheath. However, at this moment, the sound of branches breaking suddenly came from the bushes beside him. Who is it? Everyone looked at Mao Kong, and Lin Heng had no choice but to stand up and show his head. Excuse me, I was just passing by, please continue. He shrugged helplessly. I was planning to turn around and leave, but I made a noise. Since you've ruined our good deeds, you'll have to stay and be buried with us. You two go chop him up. Young master, please hurry up, Xiao W. Wanking shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. She didn't want a passerby who appeared out of nowhere to lose his life because of her. After saying this, the 2 men walked towards Lin Heng with knives in their hands. No, I'm just a passerby, you just come up and chop me. Right? Stand there, kid, you can solve this problem with just 1 knife? One of them comforted. Okay, since you guys said so anyway. Lin Heng shook his head helplessly. Wait quietly for the 2 to approach. Ding dong. Ding dong. He raised his hand and swung it, twisting the blade in the other person's hand and quickly stabbing it into the other person's abdomen. Under the man's incredulous gaze, he quickly pulled out the blade and spun it around to cut the bone like a lobster. Whop! The two men fell to the ground, staggered here and there and fell asleep. Very young and very peaceful. You. The leader's pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes fixed on Lin Heng. His expression suddenly changed. Third level of Keat training, you are also a cultivator. Oh, now you can see clearly my level of cultivation. I told you that I was just a passerby, but you insisted on sending 2 of your men to die. How about this? Leave the storage ring as compensation. You can kill these 2 men as you like, I won't stop you. How arrogant. I'm at the 5th level of Keat training, it's easy for me to crush you to death. Come and die. The man in yellow snorted coldly, tapped the ground with his toes, and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lin Heng. Brush, brush. 2 fierce attacks came at the same time. Lin Heng raised a faint smile, dodged the attack in a flash, stretched out his right hand, grabbed the opponent's wrist and twisted it hard. Crunch. But the teeth-grinding sound of bones dislocating. The man screamed and knelt on one knee, covering his arm with a look of pain on his face. How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so high? Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am a body cultivator. Lin Heng tried his best to give the other party a reason to go on his journey safely. After all, dying unclearly is a very painful thing. When Keat training monks fight, they don't use all those fancy magic tricks. Whoever has greater strength and endurance will be the one to hold on to the end. It is true that he is at the 3rd level of Keat training, but with the 3 spirit wheels as a reserve blessing, theoretically he can even compete with a cultivator at the 6th level of Keat training. The spirit wheel is like a backup hidden energy source, and can also be regarded as a non-digital external auxiliary device. It is not the case that your cultivation level will only improve with each additional spirit wheel. There is no absolute positive relationship between cultivation and the number of spirit wheels. The man in yellow was unwilling to give in, so he forced himself to stand up and wielded the blade with his only remaining left hand. The slightly stiff movements will certainly be resolved easily. Snap! There was another scream, and his left hand was twisted off. Lin Heng did not make any more unnecessary movements, and pressed his head up and down with both hands. Kneel down and don't move. This matter of your blindness will be solved soon. Brother, don't. Lin Heng held his hands tightly and looked at the others with a smile, demonstrating a series of operations to follow the clues. However, he didn't grasp the position well and directly tore the aorta, causing blood to splatter all over him. It's still too fragile. I feel dizzy after twisting it. After hearing this, even Xiao W. Anking was stunned. Twisted a circle? Feeling dizzy? I have been practicing medicine for many years and have seen many living bodhisattvas. But this is the first time I have seen a living king of hell. Not to mention one circle. Even after half a circle the person wouldn't be able to wake up. Chapter 30 for YN City. What? Do you still want to twist your head like a rat and gourd? Quick, retreat. Someone shouted. And the others came to their senses and thought of running away. The boss has been treated like a toy, so how dare these people go there and die? Just because they want to run away doesn't mean Lin Heng will let them go. Meddling in other people's affairs is bound to make you enemies, so the best way is to silence them all. He doesn't want to make too many enemies. But in a moment, except for the 2 people standing in a daze beside the carriage, the surroundings were empty and there was no living thing. Lin Heng took away their storage rings and only got some scrap copper and iron. More than 10 people combined could not even collect 20 spirit stones. No, how can we be so poor? Is it worth risking your life for such a small sum of money? His eyes moved to Xiao W. Anking, who quickly bowed and said, "Thank you very much for saving my life, sir. I have no way to repay you." Who said that? Don't you have a jade pendant on your waist? Xiao W. Anking looked down and suddenly said, "Master, are you interested in this piece of white tiger jade? This is fine. I will take it as a way of thanking you for your kind." "Miss, you can't do that. That's what the master left for you." "Uncle, there is no need to say more. If you hadn't rescued me tonight, I would have died. What's the point of keeping a piece of jade?" Lin Heng borrowed the jade pendant and waited. "Okay, then I'll take it. See you again if we're lucky." "Young master, anything else?" "My name is Xiao W. Anking, but I don't know your name yet." "Lin Heng." Lin Heng left leisurely after leaving his name briefly. Looking at the disappearing knight, Xiao W. Anking's eyes were clear as she murmured, "Lin Heng. Miss, you shouldn't have given him the white tiger jade when the master was alive. He always told us to take good care of the jade pendant. Although this person looks good, his moves are extremely ruthless. He is definitely not an ordinary person." He didn't have a very good impression of Lin Heng. Xiao W. Anking shook her head slightly. "I have an inexplicable feeling judging from the direction he left. He should be heading to YN City. I have a feeling that I will see him again." It was daybreak. Lin Heng rode at full speed and it took him 3 hours to reach the edge of YN City. Rules in Yeon City are strict. Outsiders must pay a certain amount of money before being allowed into the city, and are not allowed to bring any weapons or other items. Lin Heng just approached. A team of armored guards rushed over immediately. Stop, it is forbidden to carry swords in Yeon City. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows, making it seem like a holy place. There are all kinds of weird regulations. After handing over weapons and spirit stones, we entered the city smoothly. Yeon City is worthy of being the top city-state in Shishu, with majestic architectural style. Wide streets and rows of shops. The overall layout is similar to that of Jinma City, divided into 4 main streets in the east, south, west and north, as well as some side roads. Lin Heng first found a restaurant to fill his stomach. The second purpose was to inquire about the news about the auction. If you want to get information, the restaurant is undoubtedly the best choice. This is the place with the largest flow of people and the most complex sources of information. Sir, what would you like to eat? We have all kinds of rare and exotic animals, whether they swim in the water or fly in the sky. Bring up whatever specials you have. Oh, you'll have to make up your mind. Our store has so many special features that we can't even fit 2 tables. If 2 tables can't accommodate all the food. And let's get 3 tables, we don't have to worry about not being able to finish the food. Lin Heng raised his hand and threw out 20 spirit stones to prove his financial strength. The 2 waiters were so excited that they immediately put on a welcoming look. Sir, please go upstairs, I'll arrange a top-notch guest room for you. His action immediately attracted the attention of other diners. The value of 20 spirit stones is definitely not small, and the exchange rate for secular spirit coins is 200 spirit coins. 200 spirit coins, this meal is really luxurious. Looking at his attire, he doesn't look like a city dweller, he should be from outside. While they were discussing, Lin Heng followed the waiter into the one room. This is a private suite, which is not small and elegantly decorated. There are landscape paintings hanging on the walls, a thick and soft plush blanket on the floor, and the room is filled with the faint scent of tea. My dear guest, please wait a moment, I will go to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Lin Heng nodded, glanced around casually, and found that the furnishings in the room had a rather ancient feel. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Sir, the food you ordered is here, enjoy. Got it, Lin Heng waved his hand casually. When the waiter pushed open the door, a tempting aroma wafted into the air. Dishes were served one after another, and the dazzling array of dishes made it look like a real delicious meal. These dishes are quite beautiful. Lin Heng picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, tasted it and exclaimed in praise. The waiter grinned, revealing his white teeth. This is our specialty. Drunken immortal meat. You're in for a treat. This pound costs 3 spirit stones. When he spoke, Lin Heng had already eaten half a bowl of rice, and curled his lips when he heard it. Just 3 spirit stones, a tiny drop in the ocean. He now has more than 100,000 spirit stones and a bunch of valuable treasures, so he is not stingy with the money. But the meat is really fragrant. It tastes like a bull's head but is chewier than beef. Hey man, don't leave yet, I want to ask you something. After Lin Heng finished speaking, he threw 2 more spirit stones to him. The waiter's eyes lit up. Sir, feel free to ask. There is nothing that happened in Yeon City that I don't know. Well, let's talk about the auction. The waiter served tea and water while saying, you mean the auction? It is said that this auction is held by the royal family of Shishu. Many forces are participating. And even the envoys of the dynasty are here. Emissary of the dynasty. Does the dynasty attach so much importance to Yeon City? They host it themselves and send envoys to participate. Lin Heng asked with a frown. This sounds very strange. How can you auction something and then allow your own people to participate in the bidding? Openly acting as a shill? You just came from another place, so it's normal that you don't know the ins and outs here. The waiter said with a smile, this dynasty's envoy is unusual. He is a member of the royal family and has a respected status. Every 3 years, they send envoys to Shishu to worship their ancestors. It has been 8 or 9 years. It's just that they happened to catch up with the auction this year. Oh, there's another reason. I see that you are extraordinary. So I think you are also a great master. The situation in the 13 cities of Shishu is like this. There is almost nothing that can be hidden wherever there are good things. It will become a gathering place. It's hard to go into detail about auctions. It is possible that those upper-class people have already distributed the items in secret. People like us can only watch the fun. Experts don't look at the details, but the relationships and connections. The waiter said a lot. That makes sense. The dynasty is involved in this as the leader of the secular world. How could the powerful families in the 13 cities not participate in the distribution of benefits? At an auction of this scale, it is no longer as simple as the highest bidder wins. It is even a question whether one can survive and get the auction items. He wanted to see what treasures Yeon could get after appearing in Yeon City. Whatever Yeon can get, he can definitely get too. He didn't believe that Yi Tian's current net worth could be as high as his. Master, do you have any other instructions? Not for now, please leave. The guy responded and turned away. Chapter 35 How to Use the Dream Mirror. After eating and drinking, Lin Heng sat in the chair and thought for a moment before slowly drinking his tea. He was not in a hurry to leave, but just looked out the window at the bustling city with burning eyes. There is still half a month left before the auction begins. Before that, he could not reveal his whereabouts, which meant that he could not contact second senior sister's maternal family for the time being. If Wu Yushi discovered him, Yi Tian would naturally learn of his appearance in Yan'an City. In this case, it will be troublesome to snatch the treasure from Yi Tian. This auction feast is a rare opportunity. Whether it is for Yi Tian or himself. Today we will sort out the confiscated items, keep the ones that can be used and sell the ones that cannot be used. Holding the money in your hand is the best way. After Lin Heng left the restaurant, he asked passersby for directions and directly found an inn closest to the auction. At this time, the inn was already overcrowded, and the 5 innkeepers and servants were busy for a long time before they had time to receive Lin Heng. Sir, do you want to stay here too? What a pity, our private rooms are almost sold out. Do you want to look for another inn nearby? Although the shop owner was polite in his words, from the small movements of looking him up and down, it seemed that he looked down on Lin Heng. The Yan'an City auction brought together many upper-class people from the 13 cities. They all had the same idea as Lin Heng, which was to stay there. This caused the rents of several inns near the auction to rise by more than 5 times compared to the past. Even so, there are still a lot of people rushing to rent it. Lin Heng was dressed in white with faint blood stains on his body. He didn't look like a rich man at all. Lin Heng didn't want to waste time talking, and immediately took out a string of spirit coins from the system space. Take it and count it yourself, and get me a good room for 20 days. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and his expression immediately changed. He said respectfully, Sir, wait a moment, I will help you arrange it right away. Xiao Si, take this young master to the private room on the 4th floor. Okay. The waiter named Xiao Si led Lin Heng up the stairs. The waiter in this shop is named Li Si, a distant cousin of the shopkeeper. He is usually responsible for welcoming and seeing off guests. The inn has 5 floors in total, and the top floor is reserved for people coming from the center of the dynasty. The servant led Lin Heng into the innermost wing of the 4th floor. Sir, you can rest here. Call me if you need anything. Lin Heng nodded slightly and watched him close the door before sitting down. The room is bright and transparent, and you can clearly see the road from the window. The bed is spacious and comfortable, and has carved patterns on it, which looks quite nice. The room. The 3 most important elements are bed, table and chair. Lin Heng's mind moved slightly, and he counted all the items in the system space except the spirit coins. Immortal binding rope. The rope used by the city lord's mansion to bind Yunyao was more durable than the locking rope. Dream creation, although incomplete. It can serve as a bridge between the virtual and the real, and is said to increase the speed of spiritual practice. Armor. A 7th level magical weapon. Although the surface is covered with scratches, it is still extremely strong. Black Pearl, let's call it this for now. We don't know what it is yet. Beast Mark, the equipment that dropped from Zhangkaiyan has a pretty good effect when used. Water Mother. The purest spiritual being with water attributes. Centennial Bloodgun Odorum, an excellent substance for replenishing ki and blood. It contains powerful vitality after bearing fruit. Collector's Edition Square Handkerchief. There are still traces of blood from opening the clams on it. The remaining items were of varying quality, including Tagayuan pills and various types of jade. Although this armor is a 7th level magic weapon, the original owner was obviously a strong man. It is too big for me. These night shining pearls and jade can be sold to a jade shop. They can probably get some money. As for this dark bead, it's too strange. The Tontian Atlas in the system space can't effectively identify the information. No one will be interested in it if I sell it. It's more cost-effective to keep the blood Ganodarum to cultivate fruits and new plants rather than to make pills and sell them directly. Lin Heng took a deep breath. He never thought that he could be so rich. This set of armor alone is enough to make him a fortune. As for this dream making, Lin Heng looked at the extremely handsome face in the mirror, shook his head and was about to put it back into the system space. A strange scene appeared. The self in the mirror did not disappear as he moved, but stayed where he was. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the person in the mirror carefully for a moment again. This is? Lin Heng's expression changed. The appearance of the person in the mirror is not fixed. It changes with his thoughts. Just like now, as soon as his mind moved, the face of the person in the mirror changed. 3,000 years. He tried to recall the people recorded in ancient historical books and attempted to sketch their appearance based on the brief texts. When the figure from more than 3,000 years ago suddenly appeared in the mirror, even Lin Heng, who was used to big scenes, couldn't help but gasp. What shocked him even more was yet to come. As his mind controlled him, the person in the mirror became older and older, and eventually turned completely into dry bones. Lin Heng's mind moved, and the dry bones instantly recovered into a gorgeous brocade robe and put it on him. After doing all this, he tried to change the face of the person in the mirror, and the result was presented without exception. Lin Heng frowned and pondered for a moment. Strange, too weird. Can the color images I recall in my mind also appear? Lin Heng stared at the mirror as soon as he thought of Yun Yao. The image of Yun Yao lying on the bed appeared in the mirror. Fuck. Are you serious? Lin Heng quickly looked away, and only when he was out of the mirror's direct range did the image disappear. It seems to be like this. But why didn't I see any reaction when I looked in the mirror before? What's the use of light if it can only show the picture in your mind? Or can anyone who puts himself in front of a mirror express his or her thoughts? If this is true, dream creation can be used to uncover the secrets in other people's hearts. Lin Heng took the dream mirror in his hand and looked at it carefully. The image of him frowning and thinking appeared in the mirror. No, it shouldn't be that simple. According to the system, the dream world is the world in the mirror. Dreams are false, and consciousness is also false. The consciousness manipulated by the real world can be presented in the mirror, which is consistent with the nominal connection between the real and the virtual, improving the speed of practice through the evolution of consciousness. Lin Heng's mind moved. Could it be that this is how one can increase the speed of cultivation? He immediately placed the dream mirror in front of him, sat cross-legged and held the water spirit mother in his hands. Lin Heng in the mirror was also holding water spirit mother with his left hand. Afterwards, the contents related to Hunyuan immortal body began to run in his mind. The first step is to derive the 5 elements, gathering the power of the 5 elements to polish the 5 elements body to perfection. As the purest water attributed spiritual creature, Water Mother is naturally the best material for cultivating the water body. Lin Heng slowly adjusted his breathing, guiding the essence of the water spirit mother into his body. A trace of warm currents surged in the body, and the meridians seemed to expand slightly. This feeling is very mysterious. However, the person in the mirror did not practice with him. He looked dazed. Despite holding the same water spirit mother in his hands. Chapter 36 Water Body Minor Achievement. Lin Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that the person in the mirror was unable to refine the water spirit mother that he had conceived? Come to think of it, the water spirit mother is in his hand and is being refined by him. How can a conscious person in the mirror refine virtual things out of thin air? Lin Heng changed his mind and tried to let him practice the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique, while he continued to refine the water spirit mother. Surprisingly, this happened just as he expected. The person in the mirror closed his eyes, and spiritual crystals began to appear around him. At the same time, Lin Heng also felt that the 3 spirit wheels in his body began to accelerate, and the meridians throughout his body began to converge towards new acupuncture points. The slight sense of turbulence was enough to prove that the Green Emperor's soul-devouring technique was being used. What the hell? He really started practicing and opened up the 4th spiritual wheel on his own. Is this how the dream mirror is used? The combination of reality and delusion can actually double the training effect. What a concept. That is to say, as long as he specifies the content of practice in front of the dream mirror in advance, the practice results of the person in the mirror can be fed back to reality itself. Time passed quietly, and it lasted for 4.5 days. The water spirit mother had been completely absorbed by him, and his body gradually changed. The skin became fair, and muscles became well proportioned, and the whole person seemed to be reborn. He stood up and stretched his muscles, and there was a crackling sound all over his body. Call. The water body is a minor accomplishment. At the same time, his cultivation level directly reached the 4th level of key training during this process. However, the 4th spiritual wheel has not yet been fully developed. Lin Heng opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The effect of creating the dream world was beyond his expectations. Even if he stopped practicing now, the person in the mirror would still continue to open up the spirit wheel for him. After the water body is completed, the permeability of the physical body is enhanced, which makes the process of absorbing and refining spiritual energy crystals in the opening of the spirit wheel easier. The skin follicles seemed to be completely soaked in water, and were in harmony with the spiritual energy in the air, so he did not feel much pain during the whole process. Thank God, it is a wise move to cultivate the water body first before refining the water spirit mother. This way, there is no need to worry about the severe pain caused by opening the spirit wheel. Lin Heng was overjoyed. This was a complete surprise. But he soon calmed down from his excitement. The water body is only a minor success and will have to go through a major success stage before it can finally reach great perfection. Minor success is only the simplest step in the 3-level jump, and the water spirit mother is something that can only be encountered by chance. If he relied solely on the water element, mixed in the spiritual energy to practice, he might not be able to cultivate the water body to perfection even after another 100 years. Thinking about the 4 other side categories, namely the metal body, the wood body, the fire body and the earth body, I suddenly feel that there is an endless broad road ahead. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. The dream mirror, the 5 elements, spiritual roots, and my extraordinary understanding have already increased my speed to the limit. What I need next is resources, an enormous amount of resources. If you want resources, the most important thing is luck. As a villain, he didn't think his luck could surpass that of the original protagonist. But that doesn't mean he has no way to plunder the original protagonist's luck. As we all know, Yi Tian, as the original protagonist, got the script of multiple wives and multiple blessings, which means that in addition to his luck leaning towards opportunities, the other part was spent on the heroine. And now, not only did he intercept Zhang Kaiyan and activate the hidden bond, he also took down senior sister Yun Yao, who should have belonged to him. In less than a month, Yi Tian lost to heroines. But this kind of loss, I don't believe he can maintain his luck forever. TSK. Lin Heng walked to the window and stretched, listening to the endless stream of people on the street, and murmured, I have to find a place to sell things today. 500 miles away from Yan'an City, Zigyu. 2 figures passed by quickly and finally stopped in front of a cave. Sun Hao was sweating profusely and his whole body was weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He took a deep breath before asking, Dad, who is that woman? She's so scary. Sun Daya leaned against the stone wall, not caring about his long beard that looked like an immortal, and directly took out a pill from the storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth. It took a long while for his expression to calm down. Just now they met a woman in a red dress in Zigyu. But unexpectedly they were beaten up by her. He kept shouting the words royal envoy, which confused them. Who knows where this madman came from? Sun Daya cursed, this woman is stronger than me. If she hadn't intended to take our lives, we would have been buried here today. The woman in the red dress they were talking about was Yun Yao. But Dad, we have been searching in Zigyu for 3 days. Could the thief have already left Zigyu? We are almost at the edge of Zigyu now. Another 300 miles to the southwest is Yan'an City. Sun Daya thought for a moment, then said, well, let's go directly to Yan'an City. The aura of this boy is concealed, and the tracking method can no longer locate his trajectory, but I guess that the thief should also go directly to Yan'an City. A head of the criminal department once said that the dynasty's special envoy will go to Yan'an City to participate in an auction feast. Let's go and try our luck. But after a short rest, the two had to change their plans and head to Yan'an City. The same was true for Yun Yao on the other side. She entered Zigyu earlier than the Black Mountain old man, and found some people killed by Lin Heng. The only information you can get from the badges on those people's chests is, the king's envoy. Lin Heng's body was accidentally stained with some blood, which directly caused the already weak aura to dissipate, and her tracking technique became ineffective. She thought Lin Heng was in trouble, so she searched along the 700-mile depth of Zigyu. I happened to run into Sun Dao Yi and his son. I wanted to go up to them and ask them something in a friendly manner, but the 2 of them ran away like thieves. I had no choice but to chase them and ask them carefully. After learning that they had no idea about the king's envoy, he released the 2 men. It's good to be alive, junior brother. You really know how to cause trouble. Have you been to Yan'an City? I remember that second senior sister's home is there. Yun Yao murmured softly, and then rushed towards Yan'an City. Time passes slowly and night falls quietly. Lin Heng wandered around for a long time and finally found a treasure house of moderate size. It is called Moon Viewing Tower. The 3-story building has a circular structure and covers a vast area, and is brightly lit at this moment. The building was crowded with people and the ears were filled with noise and bustle. This is a nice place. Lin Heng nodded slightly and walked straight to the 3rd floor, but was stopped by the waiter on the spot. Sir, the 3rd floor is not a place for treasure hunting. If you are looking for treasure, you can look more on the 1st and 2nd floors. No, I'm not buying anything, I'm selling something. Selling things? If you want to sell things, you can go find those vendors. Lin Heng shook his head slightly. No, they can't eat it what I want to sell. Only you officials have the courage to accept it. Let me go to see your shopkeeper. As soon as these words came out, the waiter immediately became curious and asked seriously, are you bragging? Sir, I don't have the time to play with you. If you can do business, lead the way. If you can't, I'll go next door. Don't you regret it when the time comes? Okay. Just follow me when we get to the 3rd floor. You have to wait for me to inform the shopkeeper. The 3rd floor is Wang Yu building, where many heavy items are stored and sellers will not be allowed in easily. Wang Yu Tower specializes in treasure recycling and sales. Apart from the public stalls and counters on the 1st and 2nd floors, most of the rest are retail traders who rent the space. Whenever you sell something in Wang Yu Tower, you need to pay 10 of the transaction price as agency fee. This 10 brokerage fee can be understood as a guarantee fee to prevent the buyer and seller from regretting the transaction. Treasure hunting and selling items. with gains and losses, will definitely lead to trouble if there are no rules. Soon after, the waiter came out of the room and made a gesture of invitation, saying respectfully, "Sir, please come in. The shopkeeper allows you to come in." Chapter 37. After all, she is someone else's wife, so you can't let her stay too late. Lin Heng followed the waiter into it. As soon as he took a step, his eyes scanned the surroundings. The room was very spacious, with walls made entirely of blue bricks. There was a table in the middle, and a thin-faced middle-aged man sat next to it. Opposite him was a man wearing black tights, with a burly build and a rough face, a huge axe hanging behind him and a ferocious tiger head tattooed on his right arm. Next to him stood a hunchbacked old man. The three of them each had a few bamboo slips at hand, as if they were discussing something. Seeing Lin Heng approaching, the thin middle-aged man stood up and said with a smile, "Are you going to sell something to our Wangyu Tower?" "Yeah," Lin Heng nodded, and took out the bronze armor from the system space and placed it in front of the three people. "A set of 7th level armor, take a look at it. Level 7. The thin middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he quickly picked up the armor to check. A burly man and a hunchbacked old man nearby also came over. After a moment, the three of them looked at each other. 7th level armor, top grade, you own this item. But shows that you are extraordinary. Forgive me for being so presumptuous, but why are you willing to give it away? The 7th level armor protects the body. Even a Jindan stage cultivator would have difficulty breaking it. It is perfect for self-defense." The shopkeeper asked doubtfully. "Shopkeeper, you are also confused." The burly man at the side took over the conversation and continued. "The overall outline of the armor is specially made. This armor is definitely not tailor-made for him. Even if he wears it, it will be inconvenient." "That's right. This item should not belong to this young friend." The old man also echoed. "It's definitely not mine. You are right. I can't use it myself. It is just gathering dust in my hands. I might as well sell it for money." "How much would you like to sell it for?" asked the shopkeeper. 7,000 spirit stones, Lin Heng replied. "You all lose out on 7,000 spirit stones. This is a 7th tier magical weapon for many cultivators. It is the icing on the cake. You can take advantage of the auction at the treasure pavilion to sell it. Don't ask about its origin. I know it's worth far more than 7,000. I just want to sell it quickly, and if someone tracks it down in the future, don't disclose my information." "Okay, then 7,000 spirit stones." The shopkeeper looked at the old man beside him and continued. "Deacon Wang, take this young man to get the spirit stones." "Okay. My friend, please follow me." After the two left, the silent strong man finally spoke. "This kid is too impatient. I thought he would offer a high price of 20,000 spirit stones. I still feel that he does not understand the value of a 7th level magic weapon. No, I know how to read faces. Although this boy's cultivation is low, his temperament is extraordinary. If he wanted to sell it at a high price, he could have gone directly to the treasure pavilion, but he chose the moon viewing tower. Why is this?" The sturdy man was puzzled. "I guess he's afraid of getting into trouble." Treasure pavilion is the largest auction house in Yan'an City and is closely related to the dynasty. The origin of this armor is probably related to the dynasty. This is how business like this works. If you want the buyer to keep a secret, you have to give up some of the profits. This guy is much more experienced than the average person. "Dynasty, maybe let us get back to business. You have to help me get the golden dragon win axe at the auction. I'll make up the money later." "Don't worry, Your Excellency. You have been cooperating with Wangyu Tower for decades. I can still fulfill your request." Lin Heng followed the old man to the compartment on the 3rd floor, counted the number briefly, and left directly. It's not that he doesn't understand the value. He just doesn't want to attract too much attention. Everything in the treasury and granary is recorded in a book, and the dynasty must know everything. If you want to investigate the flow of things, you can infer it from the difference in the spirit stone transactions. He doesn't want to get into trouble with the dynasty. Now that I have received 7,000 spirit stones, I must have a good meal. Nothing to do today. Love rises with the bell. Listen to the ladies from noble families playing the piano and flute. Watch the literati and poets reciting poems and composing couplets. Enjoy the stunning dance of the talented girl in the spring night. You can lie on the chair and enjoy the massage service of someone else's wife. This is the secular world, and it can be called the human world. Young master, wake up, the sun is about to set. The woman pushed Lin Heng's shoulder to wake him up. Lin Heng lay on the chair with a lazy look in his eyes. More time. The girl's craftsmanship is really good. The strength is neither too light nor too heavy. It feels very comfortable. Sir, you are too kind. These are just some superficial medical knowledge. The fact that you feel comfortable shows that your physical condition is very good. Those young masters before cried out in pain before they even started pressing their occupants. And like you, sir, you didn't say a word. You even fell asleep. Lin Heng's mouth twitched and he coughed dryly. But my daughter does have to go back. There is a father and son at home who need help to light a fire and cook. All right. Lin Heng nodded. After all, she was someone else's wife. He couldn't let her stay too late, as it would cause misunderstandings. TSK. I have to say, the service attitude of this massage clinic is really good. It's serious and formal, and the experience time is long. The boss is a mature and beautiful woman. Even though she has a son, she looks like a young girl. Nightfall. Yan'an City is brightly lit. The city is still prosperous, with a constant stream of people flowing through the streets, making it very lively. In a tea house, two figures sat around a table. Your father has to go to the city lord's mansion on Tika's trouble in the city. This is not Jinma. There are many rules. In addition, there are envoys from the dynasty. And there are too many people in the city whom we cannot afford to offend, Sun Dao Ye warned. Well, don't worry. Father, I know what to do. When will you be back? I'm not sure yet. I have to deal with the invitation from the city lord's mansion. When you reach the Golden Core realm, you will know how popular this identity is in the secular world. No matter how time changes, the number of immortal cultivators will always be far less than that of ordinary people at any period. A cultivator in the Jindan stage could become the king, even on some barren planets. The dynasty governs more than 80 of the land in Tianchuan continent and has formulated many laws to restrict it. The enforcement of the rules requires a lot of people, including many capable cultivators like him. There are still 5 days until the auction begins. Lin Heng practiced quietly in the inn during the day, and wandered around having fun at night. Now that he has fully mastered the use of the dream mirror, and with the person in the mirror continuously opening up his spiritual chakra for him, he can focus on other things. The Iwang Street is located in the north-central part of Yan'an City. The entire street is free of secular products and is open to the monks. There are as many as 10 shops similar to the Treasure Pavilion alone, as well as pill shops, spiritual medicine pavilions, martial arts chambers of commerce, and trading pavilions. Lin Heng wandered around and looked at many scattered stalls for a long time, but didn't see anything particularly good. It's really interesting. You are not allowed to carry weapons in the city, but you can buy weapons in the city. It turns out that this rule outside the city is for doing business. Lin Heng smacked his lips and was a little speechless. I thought Yan'an City prohibited everyone from carrying weapons in order to maintain public order in the city, but it turned out to be to make it easier for me to buy weapons. As the auction was taking place, many people came and went from the 13 cities in Shishu, and it was inevitable that some unrighteous people would sneak in. If ordinary people want to ensure their safety, it is better to rely on themselves instead of pinning their hopes on the city lord's mansion. There is a reason why Lin Heng thinks so much. The lessons of his predecessors are still fresh in his mind. In Heran city of Nanshu, an incident with a wide impact once took place. The local city lord's mansion lured many wealthy chamber of commerce owners into the city under the guise of recruiting chambers of commerce to settle in. As a result, just after the two parties reached a mutually beneficial deal, the chamber of commerce's wealthy owner and his family were ambushed and killed by bandits on their way back home. This type of incident happened 3 times in total. Until the 4th time, an auction was held in the local area, which attracted many people. As a result, those who won the treasures either died inexplicably outside the city or disappeared without a trace. The commotion was quite big at the time, and the dynasty sent special envoys to investigate, only to find out that it was the city lord's mansion that was embezzling and colluding with bandits to seize the property of ordinary people. From now on, everyone had to be cautious about any trade activities related to the city lord's mansion. The description of the 13 cities of Shishu in the original book is not a friendly place. The Golden Horse City is enough to reflect the level of the other city-states. Chapter 38. Laodang is so powerful. Although he thought so, Lin Heng was only worried about the changes that would happen after Yiqian arrived in Yan'an City. He wanted to seize opportunities, and in addition to the necessary financial expenditure, it would be best if he had some support from noble people. A noble person is naturally anyone who has a say in Yan'an City. Except for the Mu family. It is safer to use them as a backup than to face Yiqian directly. Lin Heng took this into account in his plan. Come on, everyone, take a look. The Ross tones just shipped from the West Wasteland Mountains are of very good quality. The shouting from the front attracted many people. Lin Heng stopped and saw a man in black squatting down to pick up a piece of raw stone and asked, "Is it from the Western Wasteland Mountains? How much is it?" The pile on the left is made from Huanyang concentrate. And each starts at 1,000 spiritual stones. The ones on the right are ordinary, but they can also produce great spiritual sources. And each starts at 300 spiritual stones. The Huanyang concentrate is too expensive. The trial and error cost of concentrate is so high now, I can't afford the gamble. This brother is right. The raw stones unearthed from the Huanyang concentrate mine were quite popular a few years ago. Now 9 out of 10 purchases will result in a loss. Someone in the crowd shook his head again. As the name suggests, the rough stone is the finished product mined from the mountain concentrate. It is covered with a layer of powder similar to quicklime. which is impenetrable to the naked eye. Slightly larger rough stones cannot even let in direct light. It is undeniable that special treasures in top-quality essence can often be mined from raw stones. For example, fire marrow, earth and wood source, flame stone, purple sun agate, etc. Everyone, please listen to me. The vendor cleared his throat and promoted the stone in front of him. Betting on stones is 30 luck and 70 skill. Look at the jade shop owner across the street. Didn't he make a fortune by mining raw stones? Of course. Not everyone can play with raw stones. Laymen can just watch the fun while experts can dig out the tricks on their own. Bang! Please move aside and let me take a look at this batch of goods. A white-haired old man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a basket woven with rattan ropes on his back squeezed in front of the crowd and picked up a raw stone to examine it carefully. The aura he exuded was so strong that it forced the people around him to take 2 steps back. Foundation building stage. Lin Heng became interested and stood quietly aside, looking at the stones of various shapes on the ground. The powder on the outermost layer of the raw stone should have the function of shielding thoughts, so it is almost impossible to see through the inside by relying on thoughts. He wanted to see what old Deng could come up with. Not long after a round of selection, the old man threw an ordinary rough stone in his hand to the vendor and said, "This is it? Open it directly." "Okay, sir." The vendor then found a cutting tool and slowly cut open the gray covering on the surface of the original stone, revealing the crystal clear green crystal. "I found a green crystal, which is worth at least 800 spirit stones." The old man had a smile on his face, as if everything was under control. The raw stones cost 300, which means he can earn 500 spirit stones. And he used the green crystal he had mined as collateral and picked out a raw stone from the pile of yellow flame concentrate. Deep cutting, along the side from left to right. The old man calmly directed the cutting master and seemed confident. The cutting master was very skilled, cutting the raw stone 1 stroke at a time, and soon a palm-sized piece of stone was cut. It is indeed a scarlet blood pattern. The old man's eyes lit up and he reached out to grab it. This thing is worth at least more than 1,000 spirit stones. The red blood veins are an excellent material for refining weapons, one of the best materials for refining flying swords. Old Deng is quite powerful. Lin Heng was secretly amazed. The crimson blood veins are formed in the bloodstained land, and after hundreds of years of continuous evolution, they can condense into crystals with the bloodstone. If it is integrated into weapons, it can further stimulate the power of weapons. However, the purification of the crimson blood veins is extremely difficult and still requires tempering by a weaponsmith. However, the old man still refused to stop. He bent down and picked up a piece of concentrated ore, turned around and looked at everyone and said, "I saw another good piece of raw stone. I don't plan to sell the red blood mark piece just now. Is there anyone willing to share the spirit stones with me to buy this raw stone? If you get the treasure, we can split it 50-50. Of course, gambling on stones is risky, and I can't guarantee that there will be good stuff inside. Miss. 1,500 spirit stones." Many people gasped after seeing the price offered by the merchant. 1,500 spirit stones was not a small sum for many of them. If you want to split the profits 50-50, it means you have to take out 750 spirit stones and cooperate with the old man. But thinking about how the old man just picked out the colored raw stones easily, it can be seen that he has some ability. Maybe this rough stone can also produce treasures. "Okay, I'll share the spiritual stone with you." A man in a green shirt with a pointed chin and monkey-like features spoke. "Okay, as long as you trust me, I can guarantee that you will make a profit," said the old man with a smile. As the third piece of raw stone was cut, a purple-red light first came into view. Lin Heng's pupils shrank. Purple sun agate? Lao Deng is so powerful. It's actually purple sun agate. Everyone cheered in surprise. Purple yang agate is a treasure that contains rich yang power and has miraculous effects when used for cultivation by monks. Generally speaking, it only exists in boiling magma and the formation conditions are harsh. Fellow Taoist, I am willing to pay 2,000 spirit stones for this item. Can you sell it to me? 2,000 is still too little. This piece of Xiang agate is smooth and transparent without any impurities. It will cost at least 3,600. The old man refused. The man thought for a moment, and when he saw that the old man intended to withdraw his offer, he quickly agreed. In the end, the Xiang agate was bought by the man for 3,600 spirit stones. After watching the excitement for a while, Lin Heng was a little tempted. The scarcer the essence of spiritual objects in nature, the more difficult it is to estimate its value. He only sold a 7th level armor for 7,000 spirit stones. But such a small piece of agate cost more than 3,000. Lin Heng's first reaction was that he sold the armor too low. As expected, the old man seemed determined to buy all the stones here, and he invited other people to join forces to buy the stones, and in the end it was still a 50-50 split. After the previous preparation, even Lin Heng couldn't help but shout to buy. There's something wrong. The price of this essence shouldn't be so high. Is this a trap? Just as he was thinking secretly and had some doubts, suddenly, a cold snort was heard from the side. "You'd better keep your eyes open. There are no such things as pie in the sky." The old man looked up at the source of the voice, staring at the young man in black with a frown. "What do you mean? Young friend, I just can't afford too many spirit stones to find someone to cooperate with. Whether it's a profit or a loss is determined by itself. Of course, there is a certain number of times I will buy raw stones from you. Everything is planned, isn't it? How dare you question my strength?" The old man was a little annoyed, and then said, "I don't care who you are, kid. This is why any city you'd better understand the principle of talking too much and losing." He turned around and looked around. "If you don't trust me, you can take your money back. I believe in your judgment. I'll take this spiritual stone. Where did you come from, you little brat? This old man has made 3 outstanding achievements in a row. His strength is there and he doesn't need you to remind him. I'll pay you 2,000 spirit stones. I'm coming too." Many people criticized the young man for his rude remarks and took out their own pockets to jointly purchase the raw stone with the old man. "Brother, which rough stone do you think will stand out?" Lin Hang Ling Ding spoke. The young man was stunned for a moment, pointed his finger at himself, and asked, "Are you asking me?" "Yes," Lin Heng nodded. Seeing that someone believed him, the young man laughed instead, and then pointed to the pile of yellow flame concentrate, the third one from the left in the third row. "Only that one has something, the others are all waste." As soon as these words were spoken, the vendor's expression changed noticeably. Lin Heng got this detail and immediately waved his hand to take the rough stone in his hand. "Come on, I want this one." Seeing this, the merchant hurriedly said, "Sir, the stones in this row are big, so the price is naturally higher. The one in your hand is priced at 2,000 spirit stones." 2,000 spirit stones? Right. Why don't you look at something else? If you mess this up, the loss will be huge. The merchant felt relieved when he saw Lin Heng raising questions. Thinking of such a high price, he definitely didn't dare to take it. Little did he know that Lin Heng had been observing his reaction. "It doesn't matter. It's just a bet on stones. 2,000 spirit stones are nothing to me, just open it." After saying that, he threw the storage bag full of spirit stones to the vendor. The vendor was dumbfounded. The old man was also dumbfounded. "That's what has been said. 2,000 and you don't even consider it. Can you guarantee a steady profit?" Chapter 39 Golden Scales. Lin Heng went to the bank at noon and exchanged all his spirit coins for spirit stones together with some gems he was selling. The total amount was 150,000. After counting the goods, the vendors began to sweat profusely. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him could really come up with so many spirit stones. This. Boss, what's going on? These two young guys obviously don't know how to gamble on stones. Why are you hesitating when they give you money for free? Seeing that people around him were beginning to get suspicious, the vendor had no choice but to hand the rough stone to the cutting master. "Go ahead and cut it." Sizzle. When the cutting saw blade penetrated only an inch into the outer layer, a head-sized raw stone began to spontaneously crack along the cut. It was as if a full load of energy was sealed inside, and when a gap appeared, the internal balance began to tilt. Bang! After a crisp sound, the surface of the stone shattered into pieces, and then a rich elemental force burst out like a torrent, flowing along the air and rushing to the surroundings. The appearance of this aura immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The onlookers around were shocked. What the hell? Golden scales have appeared. The golden dragon really fell in the western wasteland mountains. The legend is true. Someone shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Heng was quick-witted and quick-handed. He raised his hand and took the golden scale back from the air to prevent it from being snatched away by the merchant. It exploded. It's simply the best. The Tongtian Atlas records a total of 13 extremely rare and precious things, and the golden scale is the first one. Golden scales. The scales on the waist and spine of the ancient golden dragon have unparalleled golden properties, and will be an excellent choice whether used to strengthen the body or to refine top-level armor. Lin Heng did not expect that golden scales would burst out from the raw stone. The same was true for the vendor and the young man in black. They knew there were good things in this raw stone, but they never expected that there would be golden scales. "My friend, I am willing to spend 100,000 spirit stones to buy this golden scale. Can you sell it to me?" "Wait. You want the golden scale for 100,000? I am willing to pay 150,000. "Sorry, this golden scale is useful to me." Lin Heng refused. Seeing that several people were blocking the way and refusing to give way, he said calmly, "Why, are you guys trying to rob me openly? Boy, don't be ungrateful. It may not be safe for you to carry this thing with you. Be careful or you will end up losing both your money and your life. I am the steward of the Yian City Palace. If you think it's too little, I can add another 30,000. City Lord's Mansion. Wang family." Lin Heng looked the old man up and down. He was just an ordinary person. "How, relying on the fact that the City Lord's Mansion is behind you, You threatened him to force the sale? Rose, Lin Heng uttered, then turned his head to look at the young man in black. Brother, let's go. Let's go. The young man glanced at the hateful vendor and immediately understood what he meant. It was obvious that the young man's act of specifying the rough stone for him had aroused the jealousy of the merchant. The old man who suddenly appeared in front of them, under the banner of the city lord's mansion. Tapped the vendors and checked the vendors remained silent, just like a dog wagging its tail when it sees its master. After the two men disappeared from everyone's sight, they walked along North King Street and turned east before stopping. Ah, are all the properties of the city lord's mansion in Bi Wang Street? There are so many spies along the way. Lin Heng muttered something, then turned around and bowed to the young man, saying, I am Lin Heng. Brother, you have a keen eye and really helped me pick up a treasure. My last name is Sun. And my single name is Hao. The young man also introduced himself. Thank you for the compliment, brother. It just happened that we fell in love. Sun Hao. Hearing this name, Lin Heng's heart trembled slightly. Sun Hao, the cannon fodder whose father was killed and wife was taken away by Yiqian. Wait, this plot is not right. I remember that Sun Hao became enemies with Yiqian only after my death. How could he appear in Yin City? The dog author arranges the plot like this. As the first cannon fodder villain, Lin Heng acts as the original protagonist's pretentious wingman. In the early stage after taking down his master and senior sisters, he will be forced offline. After going offline, the second powerful cannon fodder appeared, that is Sun Hao. Not only was his father killed by Yiqian, but when he was dying, he could only watch helplessly as his wife was taken into the harem by Yiqian. But the halo of the protagonist and the lucky buff of multiple wives and good fortune, what woman would not fall for him? But it is undeniable that Sun Hao is definitely a person who can compete with Yiqian in the middle stage. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Lin Heng immediately wanted to take him out for a drink. On the one hand, it was to thank him for helping to get the golden scales. And on the other hand, it was to find out the other party's strength. Brother Lin, there's no need to drink. Sun Hao didn't expect the other party to suddenly become so enthusiastic. Come on, just listen to me about social etiquette. I can afford a drink. Under the pretext of expressing their gratitude, the two of them went to a nearby tavern. After 3 cups of wine and some conversation, the two became familiar with each other. Your father is the famous Montenegrin old man. No wonder. Brother Lin, are you really a disciple of King Xuan sect? Sun Hao became alert after hearing him introduce his origins. Yes. My father is still the patriarch. Your father is the sect leader. Sun Hao was even more shocked. He's just a cheap old man. I don't know him very well, Lin Heng simply said, seeing his strange expression. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Why are you still alert? Sun Hao put down the bowl and said in a much colder tone. I am a little curious. I just don't know why Brother Lin came to Yin City. Me? Of course I'm here to participate in this auction. Why are you asking this? Lin Heng realized that the other party seemed to have something else in his words. To be honest, my father and I lost some things in Jinma. And the head of the criminal affairs office said that someone from your King Xuan sect was here. What I mean is that it was taken away by people from your King Xuan sect. Lost something? What does that mean? Could it be that they have their stuff in the treasury? Shit, they wouldn't have chased to Yin City just because of this. Lin Heng calmly picked up the wineglass and took a sip. The mellow peach fragrance brushing across his tongue made him calm down a lot. Oh, now that you mention it. I remember it seems that King Xuan sect issued a sect mission regarding Jinma City. My senior brothers and sisters went there, and I came directly to Yin City. What did you lose? After a brief thought, Sun Hao replied, a set of armor was placed in the treasury and grain warehouse under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. When we arrived, the item was gone. When he heard the word armor, Lin Heng almost spit out his wine. What the hell? The armor is theirs. Wait, isn't this the chance? Throwing the blame on Yiqian is the best of both worlds. We are professionals at passing the buck. Lin Heng pretended to know nothing, shook his head, and said seriously, if you say so, I have to talk about my senior brother Yi. Chapter 40. Got scammed? I have a senior brother named Yi Tai and always plunders wherever he goes most likely. Your things were taken by him. Yiqian? You don't know how hateful he is. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Heng described the beastly things that Yiqian would do in the future with exaggeration. What a scheme to frame a fellow disciple. Raise an orphan girl. Drug my senior sister. Threatening decent women. Brother Lin, do you still have such a scum in your King Xuan sect? Even if he has a high talent for cultivating immortals? You can't let him be the heir of the sect. Isn't the sect master your biological father? Why would you want to leave the inheritance to an outsider? Sun Hao expressed disbelief. Or you can say that my dad is a cheap dad. Father, I said all this for your own good even if he took the armor. Don't go looking for trouble with him, otherwise. What else can I do? Sun Hao pounded his fist on the table. My father and I have been waiting for that set of armor for 3 years. We have long regarded it as ours. No one has ever dared to snatch it from us. DSK. Calm down, be rational. I'm not exaggerating, but before, there was a man who thought he was very powerful and caused trouble for Yeet, and not only was his entire family wiped out, but he couldn't even protect his lovely wife at home. That's right. The person he was talking about was the future Sun Hao. Brother Lin, don't worry, just because you are not his opponent in King Xuan sect, doesn't mean my father and I can't do anything to him. As expected, after Lin Heng's repeated attempts in adding fuel to the fire, he successfully aroused Sun Hao's anger. As someone who can compete with the protagonist in the middle stage of development, it is inevitable that he is arrogant. If he was scared by a few words from him, how could he help Yiqian gain experience? However, Sun Hao did not act rashly. After learning that Yiqian's cultivation was in the late Jindan stage, one small realm higher than his father, he calmed down. What's the difference between causing trouble for Yiqian now and asking for death? By the way, Brother Lin, I think you should sell the golden scales to them. The city lord's mansion is almost everywhere on Bi Wang Street. If there is any disturbance here, they will know it immediately. The appearance of the golden scales means that the wasteland in Shishu will attract another wave of excavation. Things in Shishu are about to change. Sun Hao sighed again. Lin Heng smiled and said, "It's okay. I have helpers around me. I didn't expect to leave Yan'an City peacefully this time. Brother Sun, I'm curious about how you can tell there are gold scales in the rough stone. If you can tell, then the old man can tell too." When mentioning this, Sun Hao smiled proudly and then pointed at his eyes. Brother Lin is an open-minded person, and I didn't close my eyes to hide anything either. My eyes can see through many things. X-ray vision? No, it's much better than X-ray vision. His cultivation is still at a low level and his eyesight has just been developed. Although he cannot see what is inside the raw stone, he can still glimpse some of the slight fluctuations of spiritual energy. This is why he is so sure that only that raw stone can produce something good. After this explanation, Lin Heng exclaimed, "What a great guy. But it be the scripted double pupils mean the way to invincibility? It is possible that he could compete with Yiqian in the middle stage with just these eyes." Sun Hao poured himself another bowl of peach wine and said, "I always feel like I missed a good pig-killing show. Remember that Bender and the old man? There is a common method of killing pigs in gambling on stones. That is, the vendors find a host as an anchor, attract customers through the scene in the venue, and then achieve the purpose of luring fish into the bait. Pig-killing plate? Really? I almost got confused." Sun Hao thought Lin Heng didn't understand. So he started to explain. "It's easy to understand. What I mean is that the old man was deliberately hired by the vendors, including a few people who were shouting and yelling in the crowd. They worked together to make the old man a master of gambling on stones, using joint ventures to attract people to buy raw stones together. When the first person who jointly bought raw stones found something as rare as Xiang agate, I knew that person was also a hired helper. Through this method, 3 people immediately took out their extra money. I bet that all their spirit stones would be wasted." Sun Hao explained. After listening to this, Lin Heng secretly agreed in his heart that this was indeed the case. After seeing all the operations of the old man, even he was tempted. If Sun Hao hadn't stood up and made a few sarcastic remarks, he might have really paid for a joint venture to buy the raw stones. All I can say is that when benefits are right in front of us, it's easy for people to get confused. This is just an ordinary pig-killing scam. The most sophisticated pig-killing scams will be so complicated that you will never expect it. Tell me more, I love to hear it. Lin Heng likes to listen to this kind of strange gossip and tricks. For example, if I deliberately reminded you to be careful of traps, and the raw stone I pointed out to you turned out to be waste, causing you to lose 6,000 spirit stones in vain, what would you think? I want to die. I want to kill people. That's right. At this moment, I am the outsider outside the pig slaughtering plate, but I can guarantee that you will not blame me. Because the other 3 people who jointly purchased spirit stones with the old man were also part of the plan. If they didn't get anything good and lost a lot of spirit stones, you wouldn't have caused trouble. On the contrary, you will think that you are unlucky. That makes sense. That means a whole group of people can be used to trap one person. That's a bit unethical." Sun Hao nodded and said, "A good pig-killing scam is like this. Maybe all the people in front of a stall are hired as agents, or maybe thousands of people on the entire street are all fishermen. It's not the abundance of fish that matters, it's the abundance of bait that matters. Imagine that everyone is acting, and even the smartest person would find it hard to spot the flaws." Lin Heng nodded. "Wait. Even a shrewd person would have a hard time finding the flaw. How did you figure it out?" "Me?" Sun Hao's face fell immediately. And he said a little embarrassed lie. "How else can I tell? I've been fooled many times. These are all bloody lessons." Lin Heng laughed. "Experience comes from life, and life is full of experience. The other side. Yan'an City Mu Mansion. After Yunya arrived in Yan City, she went directly to the Mu mansion. While making tea, Mu Yushi asked, Xiao Yao, did you complete your sect mission so quickly? Why did you decide to come here? Have a cup of tea to wash away the alcohol on you. Have you run into any trouble? You look so pale, as if you have lost all the color. Blood loss? There was indeed blood loss. Yunyao held the cup with both hands and took a look. Her nose twitched slightly as if she smelled something strange and she almost vomited. A bit like Lin Heng's. No, senior sister, why does this tea have a strange smell? This is your first time drinking it. The base is made of essence grass leaves, which makes you feel full of energy. It is said to have the effects of beautifying the skin and replenishing ki and regulating yin. I think it tastes okay. Vomit. Finished. A lingering taste in my throat seemed to come back again. Essence grass leaf. What kind of heaven-defying tea is this? Yunyao pushed the tea aside, and Bo Ling Ling shook her head, indicating that she couldn't drink it anyway. Senior sister. Have you seen Lin Heng? Yunyao asked, gritting her teeth. Mu Yushi shook her head. Is he here too? I'm not sure. I've been too busy lately to care about what's happening outside. Senior sister. You haven't finished your housework yet? Do you need my help? No, the elders in the family are arguing a lot. They want me to marry the third young master of the Li family. It's so annoying. No way to recruit a son-in-law? Chapter 41, Nascent Soul Monk. Yan City. The Mu family is mainly based on the matrilineal line by Mu Yushi's generation. There are 2 boys and 1 girl. In other words, her 2 older brothers do not have the right to take over the family, and when they grow up and get married, they will leave the Mu family and become independent. Mu Yushi was different as the only maternal branch, and her mother's generation had no desire to have any more children. She had to take on the responsibility of taking over the family. The problem now is that the Mu family is essentially a secular family, not a family of immortal cultivators. The definition of a family of immortal cultivators is based on whether the family has been passed down for 5 generations and whether it has a foundation for inheritance. It is obvious that there is no immortal magic inheritance in the Mu family. Otherwise, the Mu family, until the 4th generation ancestor, would not have been limited to the initial stage of foundation building. By the 5th generation, the appearance of Mu Yushi meant that the Mu family finally had a talent for cultivating immortals. The family power was divided into 2 factions. One faction is called conservatives, still insist on the matriarchal supremacy and let Mu Yushi be the head of the family to protect the vital interests of the Mu family. The other faction is called the reformists. They want to push the Mu family to transform from an ordinary secular family to a family of immortal cultivation. Mu Yushi will still be the actual person in power, but the so-called system of marrying a daughter-in-law must be abolished. The abolition of the system of marrying into the wife's family was intended to break the monopoly of matriarchal supremacy and to bring back all the male members of the Mu family. The inheritance method of a family of immortal cultivators cannot be influenced by outsiders. How can it make sense to drive out your own family members to expand and pass on the inheritance to the side branches? After Mu Yushi finished talking about the situation she was facing, Yunyao felt overwhelmed. Sister, I feel like whether you are advocating reform or maintaining the matriarchal system, you are being treated as a tool. Look, you are now a core disciple of King Zhuan sect. Most people in your family value your aptitude for cultivating immortals. You will definitely become famous in Tianzhuan continent in the future. In the final analysis, those people on the matriarchal line are trying to protect their own interests. They nominally regard you as the head of the family, but for the next 50 years, your mother's generation will still be in power. As for those who advocate reform, Yunyao thought for a moment and continued, your uncles and aunts are defending you. I think it's more like a power struggle between the paternal and maternal lines, but it is undeniable that their starting point is good. With you here it's not impossible to transform into a family of immortal cultivators. If the transformation is successful, you will become the Grand Master. Grandmother? Hearing Yunyao's half-joking words, a smile appeared on Mu Yushi's cold and pretty face. Grandma's words don't sound nice. And I don't want to get involved in their fight. The mountains and rivers are so vast, and the universe is so deep. I prefer to wander alone in peace and quiet. TSK. Yunyao smacked her lips. What about marrying into the Li family, senior sister? You're not really going to marry a young man, are you? What are you talking about? Mu Yushi glared at her. It's all my ancestors' fault for making such a fuss. The ancestors of the Li family in Yan City and the Mu family had a deep friendship. In order for the 2 families to maintain a long-term friendship, they arranged a marriage for me. I came back to deal with this matter. It's just that my ancestors encountered some troubles. My uncles and aunts support me a lot. Yunyao nodded. She had a general understanding of the layout of Yan City. The Li family was the wealthiest family in the area, and the largest taxpayer. It was said that some of the family members worked in the dynasty's capital. Even the city lord's mansion doesn't dare to offend easily. No matter how rich and powerful the Li family is, they cannot withstand the fact that the Mu family has produced a genius in cultivating immortals. Only with Mu Yushi can the Mu family stand on the same level as the Li family. Okay. Senior sister, I will stay in Yan City for the next few days before the auction begins. You can ask me for help if you need anything. Yeah. Okay. After saying goodbye to Mu Yushi, Yunyao put her hands behind her back and twisted her still sore waist. It shouldn't be a big problem, she murmured. Forget it, buy a few doses of medicine to be on the safe side. Junior brother Lin Heng. Please don't let me catch you. She went to Ziking Street and chose a nearby pharmacy when no one was around. She dared to ask the owner for medicine. The boss just looked him up and down and immediately gave him a look of understanding. Soul-soothing pill sadness. Common name, Zizi Shengqian pills. Unlike ordinary people, it is not so easy for monks to have children, as it is affected by many factors such as realm, physique, race, and dual cultivation. One of them is a Jindan stage master and the other is a Keat reigning stage rookie. Although there is a huge gap in their realms, they can't resist the pressure of fighting. How do you say? Small amounts add up to a lot. And rivers become a river. Add another European emperor and hit the target with one shot. I dare not think about the consequences. What's more, she was still a little confused at the time, and by the time she regained consciousness, it was too late to refine it. She didn't want to be promoted to a nascent soul cultivator at such a young age next year. Achoo! On the other side, Lin Heng returned to the yen and sneeze. It feels a bit confusing. With his current physical condition, apart from what happened just now, he shouldn't get sick. Who knows? Someone might be talking about him behind his back. This is getting more and more interesting. If I can win over Sunhao, I will have the confidence to face Yi Tian. Time is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Maybe Yi Tian has already arrived in Yan City and will return to Kingshuan sect after the auction. Master, you must have had a very difficult time these days after all. The impact of a drop in your cultivation is not ordinary. The elders from the other peaks will be ready to take action sooner or later. Lin Heng took out the golden scales from the system's face. The hard to conceal golden, or a blue on his body, faintly affecting the 4 spirit wheels in his body. Through the continuous efforts of the man in the mirror, he has begun to move towards the 5th spiritual chakra. At this time, he was not idle. He lay cross-legged, placed the golden scales in his hands, and then circulated his true energy and chanted some scriptures. The immortal body of the mixed origin, 5 elements volume records gold. As the surrounding spiritual energy surged, it was mixed with powerful golden elements. Among the 5 major branches of the 5 elements, gold is the hardest and most powerful, and is more important than weapons if one wants to cultivate the gold body to perfection. One needs a large amount of essences containing gold. Golden scale is undoubtedly the best choice. Once his gold body is cultivated, his body will be extremely hard, and he can withstand the short blade of a knife even without mobilizing his true energy. Especially in close combat, you will be invincible. While Lin Heng was absorbing the golden scales, he was thinking about another thing. A 10-foot golden body technique is very compatible with the gold body. The two can complement and promote each other once the gold body is fully developed. There will be a natural physical advantage. Combining the two is like adding gold to gold, and hardness to hardness. Man, who doesn't want to be harder? During the process of refining the golden scales, Lin Heng was not too anxious, but took steady steps to consolidate his cultivation. In less than a month, he reached the 4th level of key training, and his training speed was more than 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. When I return to the sect and let the elders know about this, I will definitely regret my own short-sightedness. The useless person they looked down upon was actually gold wrapped in kerosene. After stabilizing his realm, Lin Heng devoted himself to refining the golden scales. On morning to night and then back to morning, this cycle repeated for 3 days before Lin Heng opened his eyes, feeling the subtle changes in his body. He couldn't help but frown. The 4 spirit wheels are running at full capacity, and the golden scales have only been refined by 1/10 at this rate. I don't know how much time it will take. Well, let's focus on opening up the spirit wheels first. The more spirit wheels there are, the faster the speed of swallowing and refining will be. It has to be said that the rare golden scale is much more difficult to refine than the water spirit mother. If you refine it completely, you should be able to achieve a small success in the metal body. After tidying up, Lin Heng changed into clean clothes and held a folding fan with a landscape painting in his hand, looking like a learned scholar. Although he had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage and was unable to practice fasting, his body would not be able to adapt to not eating or drinking for 3 days in a row, even if he felt there was nothing wrong with him. I went out to eat and had just taken a few sips of mutton soup on the street when suddenly a horse carriage stopped in front of me. Chow family. Chapter 42. Although I look handsome, I am not a good person. Just as he was wondering, the curtain of the carriage opened and a woman in a plain dress stepped down, followed by a waitress with a bun-haired hairstyle. Miss Xiao? Lin Heng asked subconsciously. The person who came was Xiao W Wanking the last time Zigu met her. She was wearing a veil on her head, and as it was daytime, he did not take a close look at her. Now that he saw the real person in broad daylight, Lin Heng almost popped his eyes out. Beautiful. Very beautiful. For a moment he couldn't find any words to describe it. Gentle and fresh? Still not relevant enough. The other person just raised his eyes and smiled, and Lin Heng felt them all over. As expected of a medical student, her skin looks more moist and fair than Yun Yao's, and her appearance is quite impressive. Sir, we meet again. Hey, what are you looking at? The waitress's scolding brought him back to his senses. Lin Heng coughed twice and regained his composure. Miss, what's the matter? Judging from her posture, it seemed like she came to find me on purpose. Don't be rude. After Xiao W Wanking scolded him, she looked at Lin Heng and said softly, don't blame me, sir. I came here to ask you for something. Oh, Lin Heng nodded and pulled open the bench on the right. Sit down and talk. Boss, get these two a bowl of mutton soup as well? Okay. Sir, there is no need to spend so much money. Xiao W Wanking waved her hands hurriedly. Wow, you're quite enthusiastic. The waitress beside frowned when she heard about drinking mutton soup. What a waste of money for a bowl of soup. When has her young lady ever eaten this thing on the roadside? Lin Heng waved his hand. And then said, tell me about your business. Why did you suddenly come to me? Sir, Xiao W Wanking hesitated for a moment, her face full of embarrassment, and she seemed unable to speak. Finally, it was the waitress who spoke up. Our young lady's jade pendant is with you. Please return it to us. The jade pendant is very important to her. Being said so bluntly, both Xiao W Wanking and Lin Heng were stunned. This thing? Lin Heng raised his eyebrows and took out the white tiger jade and shook it. You came to me for this? Lin Heng was speechless. Before, he kept saying that it was a token of gratitude. This guy, it's like he brings gifts to visit relatives and friends during the holidays, but can he actually take the things back after visiting them? Lin Heng didn't think much about it and threw the jade pendant in front of them. Okay, it's a good thing I didn't sell it. He could see that this jade pendant was very important to the Xiao family. At night, probably because he killed people so cleanly and efficiently, Xiao W Wanking gave him the jade pendant out of fear. Sir, I'm sorry, I don't want to break my promise, but my family members. I understand everything. It's nothing more than something that happened that you can't control. Since the jade pendant is so important to you, you shouldn't give it to anyone casually, do you understand? And if I'm not mistaken, there should be a pair of jade pendants, and you found me through the other jade pendant. How do you know? Xiao W Wanking was shocked. There are indeed two pieces of white tiger jade, and the other one is enshrined in the family ancestral hall logically. Lin Heng should not know about it. Yes? Seeing Lin Heng lowering his head to sip the mutton soup, Xiao W Wanking seemed to have thought of something and said to the waitress beside her, give me the food. Sir, there are 5,000 spirit stones in this storage bag. Please accept them as a token of respect. Oh, Lin Heng raised his head, took the storage bag and weighed it. Miss Xiao is quite generous. 5,000 spirit stones is not a small amount. Sir, you are a good person. It's just a small token of my appreciation. No, don't get me wrong, although I look handsome, I am not a good person. I will accept the spirit stone, but if you really want to repay the favor, you might as well use another method. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows, hinting at something. However, his normal behavior was seen as something different by the waitress. You scoundrel, isn't the 5,000 spirit stones my lady gave you enough? What else do you want in compensation? Bang! Lin Heng frowned, slammed the bowl on the table, then stretched out his left hand and grabbed it. The next second, the waitress' eyes widened as if someone had grabbed her neck from a distance, and her feet slowly left the ground. Shut up, I'm talking to your master, and you, a servant, like to butt in, don't you? Miss Xiao, do you need me to prove on the spot whether I am a good person or a bad person? Lin Heng said lightly, as if killing someone was just a matter of raising his hand for him. He is annoyed by this kind of people. This kind of person either relies on the power of others or cannot distinguish between the primary and secondary. Sir, wait a minute. Xiao W Wanking immediately spoke up to stop him. I'm sorry. Sir, I didn't discipline her well enough. I apologize to you on her behalf. I hope you can forgive her rudeness. Well, if I didn't have to ask Miss Xiao for help, I would have strangled her to death today. Lin Heng withdrew his hand, and the waitress called, fell to the ground, coughed twice and gasped heavily. If she had been a few seconds later, she would have really gone to see the king of hell. Only at this moment did she realize that the young man in front of her who had saved her young lady was someone who should not be provoked. Thank you, sir. Xiao W Wanking breathed a sigh of relief, turned back to look at the waitress and said, go back to the carriage and wait for me first. Yes, miss. Don't be offended, Miss Xiao, I didn't mean to target you. If you keep a servant like this around and don't know the etiquette and rules, it will hurt you sooner or later. You are right, sir. I will discipline him strictly when I return. I don't know what you need me to do, but I will do my best. Your Xiao family will probably participate in the Treasure Pavilion auction tomorrow, right? Meeting. I want to put my name with you and go to the auction with you. You can understand it as taking advantage of the power of your Xiao family, of course. If there are auction items I need, I will pay for it myself. Xiao W. Wanking blinked and reacted quickly. I understand. If you participate in the auction in your personal capacity, even if you win the treasure, you may not be able to take it out of Yan'an City safely. Smart. Miss Xiao really understands everything. Okay, I agree. I can still make the decision on this little matter. I will send someone to pick you up at the inn tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much. Lin Heng's lips curled up into a smile. Xiao W. Wanking's appearance surprised him, but it was also within his expectations. I just didn't expect it to come at such a perfect time. With the Xiao family as a cover, the opportunity to compete with Yiqian is naturally guaranteed. A strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake no matter how powerful Yiqian is. Can he compete with the Xiao family? Brother, I have made all the preparations for you, please don't let me down. Chapter 43. White and tender with a hint of red. After Xiao W. Wanking left, Lin Heng did not sit idle and went straight to find Sun Hao. The two of them drank and paraded around the streets, focusing on exchanging feelings. Of course, emotion refers to the mutual understanding between the villains, but there is another purpose besides this. Just use Sun Hao's eyes and conspire to make a fortune in Yan'an City. Lin Heng invested, Sun Hao worked, and the profits were divided 70-30. In less than half a day, almost all the major jade shops, especially those related to gambling and treasure hunting, were looted by them. However, this behavior was soon sanctioned by many stores, and the two were kicked out before they even set foot in. Brother Lin, I think we should just forget about it today. Don't you feel that there are a lot of people watching us? Sun Hao said cautiously. This is indeed a big fuss. Let's sort out the results first. Lin Heng nodded. Looking back around, he found that many people kept looking at them from time to time. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. There's no way around it. They got too many things from gambling, so it's inevitable that they'll be targeted. I have 3 crystal stones. 1 lapis lazuli and 1 ruby stone, Sun Hao responded after opening the storage bag and counting. I also have a piece of lapis lazuli and a bunch of concentrate. How about this? You give me the ruby stone. Give me the ruby, purple iron, and ice crystal ores of the 5 elements, and I'll leave the rest of the meteorite iron ores to you. How about that? Brother Lin, are you sure you want to give me all the meteorite iron concentrate? All this meteorite iron is enough to make a magic weapon. Lin Heng waved his hand and said, I don't need it. We each take what we need. I can't take all the good things for myself. We can still cooperate if there is a chance in the future. I pay and you do the work. There are so many treasures in the 13 cities of Shishu. Sun Hao's eyes that could identify treasures came in handy today. What he lacked now were the essences related to the 5 elements. These crystals are enough for him to refine for a period of time. Sun Hao didn't bother to be polite anymore, and clasped his hands together and said, And it would be disrespectful to refuse my father, and I will leave Yan'an City after the auction tomorrow. Brother Lin, don't rush to pay for the wine when we meet next time. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Sun Hao, the helper he had picked up for free, Lin Heng did not return to the inn, but went to a regular medical clinic before nightfall. Come and have a set of massage meridian service. He has a love affair on his pillow during the day, and his life is not only about practicing, but also about the clouds and candlelight beside his pillow. Yan'an City Xiao Mansion. At this time, 2 figures were standing in the temple of the Xiao Mansion. The brightly lit environment stretched their shadows and projected them to the door. Inger, have you seen that person? Can you get the white tiger jade back? My dear mother, the jade pendant has been retrieved and I have also met that young master. But, Xiao W. Wanking hesitated. A woman gazed quietly at the tablet in the center of the temple, on which all the ancestors of the Xiao family were enshrined. At the end of the last row, Xiao Zigong is Xiao W. Wanking's father. Just what? That Mr. Lin seemed to have seen through my intentions. He even knew there was another white tiger jade. The woman's pupils gradually dilated, and she turned to look at Xiao W. Wanking, muttering, There's no doubt about it, the chosen one your grandfather mentioned is him. The white tiger jade is the trigger for finding Medicine King Valley. And it is also the key to inheriting the legacy of the founder of alchemy. The Xiao family has the right people but not the right time. Only those who truly possess dragon energy can resonate with the white tiger jade. Whether it was him saving you in Zigyu or you accidentally gifting him the white tiger jade, it was all part of destiny. God is really helping the Xiao family. If you can become a Taoist partner with him, it will be easy to cure your illness or obtain the inheritance of the ancestor of alchemy. Hearing this, Xiao W. Anking's face first showed surprise and then turned into embarrassment. Mother, what are you talking about? If the inheritance of the ancestor of the Dao medicine can't cure my daughter's illness, then making friends with Taoists will be of no use. Besides, Mr. Lin and I are not even acquainted, so how can we become Taoist companions? My silly girl, I just hope you can get close to this person. But I didn't say to force it you. After listening to so much, only focus on the word Taoist companion. If I guess correctly, the MRLN you mentioned should be a man of extraordinary appearance. Look at your little face when you mention him. What happened to my face? It's white and tender, with a hint of red, Xiao's mother joked. Mother, Xiao W. Anking coughed several times in a row. Alright. I won't tease you anymore. Your MRLN wants to use our Xiao family's name to participate in the auction. You can take this opportunity to get acquainted with him. If he likes something, our Xiao family will pay for it. It will also be a favor for you. There is no need to rush the matter of the White Tiger Jade. Just wait for the right time and everyone will take your place. Thank you, Mother. Let's talk about your assassination. Xiao's mother's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a hint of anger appeared on her delicate and flawless face. Don't worry about the disaster in Hedong anymore, no matter whether they are from the dynasty or not. You can't get involved in this mess. Those people intentionally spread the disease no matter what their purpose is. The dynasty will sit idly by and it is not our turn as a medical family to take action. Otherwise some people will always regard us as saints who save people from suffering. Mother knows what you want to say. The matter of your father, your grandfather, and your great-grandfather will not be let go like this. The Xiao family no longer has any capital. You were born with a disease. If you die after your mother dies, how will you face the ancestors of the Xiao family? I understand. Don't worry, Mother W. Anking knows what she is doing now. The Xiao family cannot live without me. I will definitely survive. Xiao's mother held her hand with relief, and the mother and daughter snuggled together. The area of Hedong is located in the easternmost part of Shishu, at the junction of the narrow road between the east and west continents, and belongs to the middle buffer zone. 80 years ago, the first disaster broke out in Hedong. Poisonous fog spread everywhere. Xiao Zhengfeng, the ancestor of the Xiao family, went there and never came back. 60 years ago, the second disaster broke out in Hedong, and the purple blood disease spread. Xiao Wuji, Xiao W. Anking's grandfather, unfortunately contracted the disease and stayed there. 30 years ago, the head of the Xiao family, together with the other 3 heads of medical families, were determined to solve the problem in Hedong, but they lost contact after arriving in Hedong. It was not long after that the Jade identity card enshrined in the temple was broken, and 3 generations of the Xiao family, who were skilled in medicine and saved lives, were forever trapped in that dangerous place. Now she couldn't let her precious daughter die no matter what. The night sky is starry and filled with mist. The sun soon pulled open a golden curtain from the sky, telling the world that a new day was coming. Lin Heng opened his eyes and stretched his muscles, and walked to the window and looked out. He saw a Xiao mansion's iconic carriage parked on the side of the street. The person standing next to the carriage was the servant who accompanied Xiao W. Anking and Zigyu that day. Wow. You're here pretty early. Chapter 40 for Becoming Good Sisters. After Lin Heng packed up, he did not delay. After he walked out of the inn, the middle-aged man in black clothes came over. Greetings, sir, I am Liu Feng, and I am here to receive you to the auction on the orders of the young lady. Isn't your lady here? My young lady went to the treasure pavilion in advance. The auction has a strict limit on the number of people, and the seats need to be handed over. Oh, I see, Lin Heng nodded. Okay then, please lead the way. Please, sir. After Lin Heng got on the carriage, he heard the sound of whips lashing and horses neating, and the vehicle moved quickly. Good job. The horse cried out in pain after being whipped. Lin Heng curled his lips and looked out the window through the gap in the curtain. On the day of the auction, the flow of people was much greater than in the previous few days. Even the carriages on the road were of fancy designs. After entering the treasure pavilion, he followed Liu Feng straight to the upstairs of the auction hall. On the way, he met many cultivators, and the intertwined doors were very complex. Please go upstairs, sir. The young lady is already waiting in the side room. The two went straight to the 3rd floor. The overall layout of this floor adopts a corridor-style setting, with exactly 10 rooms connected from the beginning to the end. Room No. 5, push the door and enter. The wing rooms are elegantly decorated, and the tables and chairs are all made of sandalwood, exuding a fresh fragrance. Incense was burning in the house, and light blue smoke rings were rising into the void. The overall atmosphere seemed peaceful and harmonious. MRLN is here, Xiao W. Anking greeted with a smile. She was wearing an emerald green silk dress with a white jade pendant hanging from her waist. She looked like a fairy banished to the mortal world, and was much more attractive than the plain dress she wore yesterday. Thank you for your help. Lin Heng responded, walked to her side and looked down. There are quite a lot of people. No wonder the treasure pavilion has to set a limit on the number of people. Ordinary people also want to join in the fun even if the place is expanded twice as large, it will not be able to accommodate so many people. He couldn't help but sigh. Sir, are you here for the auction? Do you have anything you want to buy? I have some auction details here. I wonder. Auction details? Lin Heng turned his head and asked in surprise. Yes. All of us in Yan'an City, big and small, have business dealings with the treasure pavilion, so it's not surprising that there are some details. After saying that, she signaled the servant beside her to bring over the auction list. The binding of the detailed booklet is very simple, with the two ends tied together with thin thread. Wow! Lin Heng was shocked when he saw the contents of the detailed booklet. 237 auction items? You are kidding! This number simply dumbfounded Lin Heng. This is the first time I have seen so many items being auctioned. If we assume that one item takes a quarter of an hour from bidding competition to the final decision, then for more than 200 items, it would take until late at night. A quarter of an hour is still too short. There are no less than a few thousand people coming and going at the scene. Add to that the gimmick of Dynasty's participation, and how could those who can come be those who are short of money? If you really come across something good, grab it and wait and see. There is plenty of time to be patient. Don't be surprised. Sir, this auction is the largest in the past 10 years. Looking at the history of the 13 cities in Western continent, there has never been such a grand event. And this auction will last for 2 full days, divided into 2 sessions each day, with only a 2-hour break in between. Only in the evening will some good items be available. After hearing this, Lin Heng frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. He hasn't seen Yiqian yet. And no one knows when he will come out to bid. This means that Lin Heng must stay from beginning to end. Take a quick look at each auction item. Well, it's not bad to have a beauty by my side. TSK. Logically speaking, the second sister should come. Meanwhile, on the other side, located in room No. 10, diagonally opposite the room where Lin Heng is. Bang! The sound of the cup being crushed and the eerie and cold atmosphere gradually spread. Mu Yuxi looked at Yun Yao, who was standing beside her, stretched out a hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Xiao Yao, why did you react so strongly when you saw Lin Heng? It's so strange how come junior brother Lin came to Yan'an City and walked with Miss Xiao. He really didn't even come to see me, his senior sister. Mu Yuxi shook her head in confusion. She and Yun Yao arrived at the wing room early in the morning, which means that Lin Heng was captured by the two as soon as he stepped onto the first floor of the treasure pavilion. In addition to the unique locations of rooms 5 and 10, and the offset angles, they can clearly see the situation in Lin Heng's room, while Lin Heng cannot see them. The premise is that they don't draw the curtain. After drawing the curtain, the two of them naturally can't see each other. At this moment, Yun Yao looked at the man and woman who were talking and laughing on the other side, and her teeth were itching with hatred. You bastard Lin Heng, not only did you run away after having sex with someone else, but you also hooked up with a rich lady in Yan'an City. You beast, when you see a pretty girl, your face is almost as big as a chrysanthemum. When the auction is over, your death will come. If she wasn't afraid that Mu Yuxi would notice something was wrong, she would have rushed over and slapped Lin Heng right now. What is this? He took her away without leaving any explanation, and then turned around and started flirting with other women. The more Yun Yao thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Xiao Yao, Mu Yuxi tilted his head, and seeing that she didn't respond, he reached out and pushed her. This allowed her to come to her senses. It's okay. Senior sister, it's just that I haven't seen junior brother Lin for a long time, and I miss him so much. Huh? When did you two become so close? Didn't you go to Jinma City to do a sect mission not long ago? Yun Yao took a deep breath. After all, she is my junior brother, maybe she can become our good sister in the future. Mu Yuxi's eyes rolled around in her sockets, showing her confusion. But it be that something happened between them in Jinma City where they shared hardships? Otherwise, why would Yun Yao have such a big change in her opinion of Lin Heng? In the first few days when Lin Heng came to Xianyun Peak, she kept saying that she wanted to bully this cheat junior brother. What she didn't know was that Yun Yao's good sister was turn Lin Heng into a real sister. Well, okay, but Xiao Yao, I think you've been a bit irritable lately. When junior brother Yi arrived at the Mu residence last night, you slapped him twice without giving any reason. Junior brother Yi was frightened and silly. That's right, just last night when Lin Heng was enjoying a married woman's spa, Yichen arrived in Yan'an City and just saw Mu Yuxi. He was beaten by Yun Yao, who was standing beside him. One fights and the other bears it with his head down. They have a good understanding of each other. Neither of them makes a sound when they fight. Bah, these two are not good people. Yun Yao became even more angry when she mentioned this. If Yichen hadn't deliberately used the fallen sun pill to harm her, how could Lin Heng have gotten the advantage for nothing? These two people are completely birds of a feather, but Yi Yan is worse in comparison. After all, Lin Heng had no intention of touching her at first, but later he became interested once he had the idea. He naturally became courageous. but she definitely couldn't mention the matter of the fallen sun pill in front of Mulyushi. If she said it out loud, it would prove that she had taken the sun-falling pill, which would also mean that someone must have acted as the antidote. Ichian is not stupid, he will definitely think that it was Lin Heng who stole the peaches. If this matter gets out, how will she face people? It would be a shame for a powerful Jindan stage expert to give his power to a keep reigning stage rookie for nothing, still being treated as a prostitute. Not to mention what Lin Heng was like. A gossip and finger pointing within the sect would be enough to drown her. It's shameful, so shameful. On the other hand, the whole matter was blamed on Yiqian. As long as Yiqian insisted that the matter had nothing to do with him, even the master would be unable to do anything to him. On the contrary, Lin Heng might be accused of framing his senior sister. The sect leader has not yet come out of seclusion, who dares to punish Lin Heng easily? In other words, once this matter is exposed, Yiqian and Lin Heng might not be punished too much, but not only did she lose her virginity in vain, she also had to endure the gossip of others. Please, give this a 5-star rating. Otherwise, I will become sisters with Yun Yao. Chapter 45. My lady, open your mouth. What do you mean by taking off your pants? Yun Yao was thinking this indignantly, and suddenly she saw a familiar figure. Ichian, this guy is here too. Mulyushi looked over and saw the people accompanying Ichian. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The butler of the palace. Why is junior brother you with someone from the city lord's mansion? City lord's mansion? Yes, the man with the hunched waist is the butler of the city lord's mansion. I have met him twice and I have a deep impression of him. Ichian and Lin Heng are both very mysterious. They came to Yan'an City without saying hello. One went to the city lord's mansion, and the other has connections with the Xiao family. Mulyushi said lightly. Yun Yao curled her lips and said, they should be here for the auction anyway. I haven't seen them since I left Jinma City. Well, this is the only possibility. The auction feast hosted by Wang Chao and Yan'an City has spread all over Shishu. You must have heard about it when you went to Jinma City to carry out the mission. After waiting for some time, Ichian followed the palace steward all the way to the 3rd floor but did not stop, but wait to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is a temporary storage place for the city lord's mansion and other foreign city-states. Even the Mu, Xiao, and Li families, 3 of the 4 major local forces, are not qualified to go to the 4th floor. Since returning to the Mu family, Mulyushi has never felt relieved of the pressure with her cold and aloof personality. She can only chat with the sisters in the sect. Therefore Yun Yao's arrival gave her someone to talk to a certain extent. However, at this moment, Yun Yao's attention was not on her chattering about the relationship between the 4 great families in Yan'an City. Because for some unknown reason, Lin Heng on the opposite side suddenly reached out and started to touch the woman next to him. Maybe it's because of the angle. It looks extremely unsightly. How dare you make a move in the side room? Ah. This way. Lin Heng gently stroked Xiao Wang's right cheek with his palm, while his other hand pinched her right hand. He looked serious and had a stern look in his eyes. This action even made Liu Feng, who was standing not far away, tremble with fear. As Xiao Wang hadn't spoken out to stop him, he would probably have drawn his sword and killed someone. Xiao Wang's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were shy. Just like the peach blossoms about to bloom in June, which made people feel touched. Strange. So weird. Although it is just a mortal body with no cultivation, there is a tremendous spiritual power surging in his body. His spiritual power has not been opened and his true essence is insufficient, so he can only rely on key method to release the spiritual power. From the first moment he saw Xiao Wang, he was attracted by her fair and transparent appearance, and even compared her with Yun Yao. What he meant by fair and transparent was not just white skin. He naturally knew the condition of Yun Yao's skin and how smooth it was. But now when he touched the other person's body, it was like touching the spiritual source condensed from spiritual energy. It seemed that there was no skin more delicate and transparent than this. The cultivator seizes the fortune of heaven and earth, cultivates himself, keeps his mind clear on the Tao, and achieves the fruit of the Tao. The more advanced a monk's cultivation is, the more perfect the appearance of his body will become as his lifespan increases. In the world of cultivating immortals, apart from some old men who like to pretend to be profound and grow white hair and beards, you really can't find anyone who is particularly ugly. In other words, comparing the 2 senior sisters Yun Yao and Mulyushi with the master Meng Yutong, all 3 are top beauties. But the master Meng Yutong gives people a much stronger intuitive beauty than the apprentice. The reason lies in the gap in realm. Young master, are you satisfied? Xiao Wang's cheeks were already redder than ever. Seeing this handsome face so close to her would make any woman's heart beat fast. From childhood to adulthood, the only opposite sex who was so close to her was Xiao's father. Too bad he's gone now. Miss Xiao, please don't be so anxious. Can you open your mouth so I can take a look? Xiao Wang swallowed her saliva and slowly opened her soft and tender red lips, and her extremely delicate and slippery tongue quietly came into view. Presumptuous. Suddenly, Liu Feng, who was standing nearby, couldn't help himself and pulled out the knife he was carrying. My lady, open your mouth. What do you mean by taking off your pants? Xiao Wanking was shocked when these words were spoken. She quickly closed her mouth and looked down. This made Lin Heng look confused. No, why are you yelling so loudly? Can't you tighten my belt if it's loose? Miss Xiao? I think your servants are very dissatisfied with me. Do I look like a hypocrite? The question, why take off your pants, really broke Lin Heng's defense. Seeing Lin Heng angry, Xiao Wanking quickly looked at Li Feng and scolded him. Uncle, how can you be so rude? Master Lin is diagnosing my illness. I demand that you apologize to him now. Miss, this guy is groping all over you, observing you endlessly, and asking you to open your mouth. I, Liu Feng, have studied medicine since I was with the master, and I have never seen this kind of diagnosis method. From what I saw just now, he was about to take off his pants. Liu Feng had a tough attitude. He thought Lin Heng was a liar who wanted to take advantage of other. She had only martial arts skills but no medical skills. Psychological bias arises. So Lin Heng's every move will be infinitely magnified and even speculated upon. Seeing that he refused to bow his head and was still being stubborn, Xiao Wanking became a little angry. She pointed at him and couldn't help coughing twice. Seeing this, Lin Heng supported her with one hand and placed her on the chair, waving his hand and said, "Your lady's body is not suitable for excitement, so I won't bother with you." Of course I know. Lin Heng was silent, and at this moment a loud voice came from the bottom of the treasure pavilion. A woman in a red hip skirt walked up a square staircase that was 10 feet wide. She swayed her body with extraordinary grace, her long hair tied up high and falling over her shoulders, like a charming and seductive fox. This person is the chief auctioneer of the treasure pavilion, and also the deacon of the Yan'an City branch. She is in charge of hosting the auction today. Her appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention, and the onlookers on the first floor wanted to stick their eyes on her. While the opening remarks were being made, Xiao Wanking asked about the diagnosis results. Miss, don't be silly if he can diagnose it. Liu Feng, we'll take his last name today. Liu Feng interrupted with disdain. Lin Heng laughed. Okay, then I'll tell you about my test results, but before that I'd better explain my actions just now. Lest MRL Lin Feng still thinks I'm a wretched person. Liu Feng was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted. Okay, let me see what nonsense you can come up with. Lin Heng stood up and said as he walked, skin is a very important organ for both ordinary people and cultivators. We often use color and appearance as a measure of life and death, which leads to the division of beauty and ugliness in people's appearance. For monks, the outer skin undergoes a transformation when reaching a certain state, and they strive to transcend the constraints of the outer world and achieve spiritual freedom. The 5 fingers of the palm are divided into 5 paths connecting the 5 major meridians of the heart, blood and internal organs, and the feeling of oral desire is transmitted throughout the body through the tongue. Miss Xiao's body is like a fishing net with thousands of holes, and the spiritual energy in the air is like the endless fish swimming around. The net is broken but the fish are swimming around. The fish enter the net and mix and mingle, making the holes on the outside of the net bigger and bigger. Although this metaphor is a bit corny, it should be able to directly express what I want to describe. Chapter 46, Xiantian Furnace Holy Body. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wanking and Li Feng were shocked. As insiders, they could certainly understand what Lin Heng meant by this metaphor. But just by touching and observing the tongue, can you determine the illness of his young lady? You are right, my body is indeed like this. I can feel a constant flow of spiritual energy infiltrating my body, but the spiritual energy that is discharged is very little. Every day I can only endure the pressure from my internal organs, and adjust my key method to discharge some of the spiritual energy. But if I continue at this rate, within 3 years my body will explode and die because it cannot withstand the full spiritual energy. She coughed from time to time because the key method needed to be circulated through the heart and lungs. Over time, the lung pressure and function were severely overloaded, and she developed lung disease. The lungs will only get worse. Seeing that Lin Heng knew something, Liu Feng quickly asked, "Sir, is there any way to treat him?" Lin Heng glanced at him and ignored him. "Now I want to call him young master. I really don't know whether to say that he is a fence-sitter or is eager to protect his master. To be honest, Miss Xiao, this is the first time I've seen someone like you. First of all, you're just an ordinary person. You don't even have spiritual roots, and secondly, I can't tell that you have any special physique. In other words, your disease can be simply named as a physical condition. To put it bluntly, your physique is somewhat like a furnace. Lin Heng is willing to name it. Xiantian Furnace Holy Body. Furnace tripod. Xiao Wanking's face changed. This word is not a good word. Don't be nervous, Miss Xiao, I'm just giving you an analogy. Think about it. You are just an ordinary person now. You want to refine the spiritual power in your body through cultivation, but you can't cultivate because of your spiritual roots and physical problems. From the perspective of a cultivator, a furnace tripod is different from a dual cultivation and mutual benefit system. It is a one-way demand, so the method I can think of is to absorb the spiritual power in your body through the means of yin and yang harmony. Lin Heng tried to speak as tactfully as possible. This is the current situation. If Xiao Wanking could solve the problem of excess spiritual power through self-refining, she would not be standing here in such a sick state. In order to absorb spiritual power through external conditions, the other party must be a cultivator and have sufficient spiritual power storage capacity. For example, Lin Heng. Of course, he didn't recommend himself, but his path of cultivation was very different from others. His unique spiritual system didn't require him to worry about excess spiritual power. No, this is too absurd. Liu Feng was the first to disagree after hearing this. If you do this, then my young lady will really be treated as a cauldron. No one can accept the idea that a mobile furnace can be used to continuously store spiritual energy. You can't say that your lady is trying to save lives since it concerns lives. There must be some price to pay. If two people are attracted to each other, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? One can alleviate symptoms and save lives, and the other can gain a large amount of spiritual power to improve one's own cultivation. After Lin Heng's words, Xiao Wanking seemed to have a new idea and her eyes widened. Yes, if you find someone you like. It's not impossible. Thinking of this, her cheeks turned slightly red and she looked up at Lin Heng again. Ever since Lin Heng saved her and Ziggy with a quick and decisive move, a mysterious affection for her has been left in her heart, and her mother also said that he was a nobleman of the Xiao family. The child of destiny is endowed with dragon energy with all the buffs stacked up against him. It's hard not to have a favorable impression of him. Miss Xiao, I want to take back what I said yesterday morning. What? I'm actually a good person. Lin Heng smiled and held up a finger, making a gesture that he thought was very cool. If you have to, you can give me priority. Xiao Wanking couldn't help but smile as she watched his childish actions. Honestly, if someone else did this, she probably wouldn't like it. That Lin Heng's personality is introverted and cold, but also a little bit funny, which makes him quite likable. Okay, if that time comes, I hope Master Lin is willing to save my life. Huh? This answer surprised Lin Heng a little. She actually agreed seriously to the half-joking question. But he didn't think much about it and just regarded it as a polite remark. By goodness! What kind of lewd words are these? How could the young lady allow him to make such a frivolous joke? What right does this kid have to do that? Liu Feng felt a surge of anger in his heart. After the head of the family passed away, he, as an uncle, served as both a servant and a bodyguard to protect Xiao Wanking's growth, and treated her as half a daughter from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have much of a good impression of Lin Heng to begin with, and after these few words and commotion, he disliked him even more. Ding, the main storyline begins. Positive main quest. After the auction officially begins, each yan will harvest rare treasures. You will face more crises and the future will become unpredictable. Reward index, top quality. Counter main quest. Seize the opportunity to take the treasure from each yan and increase your chances of winning in the future. However, your future is still full of thought. Perhaps this is your most important decision. Reward index, unknown. The task is very extreme. The auction officially starts and the interface pops up. Lin Heng shook his head secretly. He already had the answer in his heart. If he wanted to carry out the regular mission, there would be no need for him to come to Yan City. He had read the general plot of Beauty Record. All the treasures on the original protagonist Yichin were extraordinary. If he was allowed to get all the treasures, who could defeat him in the future? Lin Heng stood up and took out the detailed booklet again. The detailed booklet only contained brief categories and no detailed name introduction. The first 3 auction items were weapons polished in Maple Leaf Town, and they were likely to be snatched up by people on the first floor. Maple Leaf Town, although its name is inconspicuous, is the most famous place for forging weapons in the Profound Sky continent. The 10 famous swords and 3 deadly weapons of the Profound Tian continent all came from this place, which shows how powerful it is. It is not bound by the dynasty and is a separate sect. It can be regarded as a loose sect because the people there make a living by forging weapons, including both monks and ordinary people. Treasure Pavilion. 4th floor. Among the 13 cities in Shishu, 4 city lords' mansions and 6 criminal justice mansions are located on both sides of the north and south wings. At this time, Yichin also held the detailed booklet in his hand and knew in advance what items were there. But his face looked very flustered, and his left eye was bloodshot and very red and swollen. I was hit twice in the eyes by Yun Yao Bang Bang last night and I haven't recovered yet. Could it be that she discovered the matter of the fallen sun pill? But in her state at the time her consciousness was already blurred, so it was impossible for her to notice that there was something wrong with the pill. There's no way a country bumpkin like Lin Heng could recognize the elixir if he gave the fallen sun pill to senior sister. The 2 spring poisons would occur simultaneously and a man would have to be used as the antidote. As soon as the idea of Lin Heng secretly picking peaches appeared in his mind, It was immediately rejected. Nolan Heng is not that bold if he dared to attack senior sister. I would definitely cut him into pieces based on my understanding of her. But it be that's because we came too late to support? If Lin Heng and I had come a few hours later, maybe senior sister would have really been defiled by that beast in the city lord's mansion. Ichian suddenly came to his senses. Right? It must be like this. Now he and Lin Heng have a relationship where they will both prosper and suffer together if the fallen sun pill is exposed. Not only will Lin Heng be doomed, but he will also be affected. At present, there is only one possibility. That is, Lin Heng Jian secretly hid the pill and did not give it to Yunyao. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. Fortunately, he didn't mess this up. Ichian let out a long sigh, his eyes full of disdain, and secretly said, afterwards, I must get the pill back from him. Chapter 47, Master, Senior Sister, why are you here? A first auction item. The Maple Leaf Town Star Mark sword is 9 feet long and 5 inches wide. The hilt is dark green with intricate graphics and patterns carved on the surface. It looks ordinary, but it contains a hidden meaning. The starting price was 500 spirit stones, which seemed low. But after some bidding it went straight to 2,300, and finally ended at 2,500 spirit stones. The second item for auction was also a sword. Maple Leaf Town Chong Tao, 5 feet long and 7 inches wide. Looks much thicker than the previous sword. The blade can cut through iron like mud. Since its specifications are very different from ordinary swords, fewer people are bidding. The final transaction price was 2,100 spirit stones. The third auction item was the Maple Leaf Town Bagua stick. There were very few people who used stick-type weapons, and it was eventually sold for 1,600 spirit stones. When these three auction items appeared, Lin Heng's earlier guess came true. It was forbidden to bring weapons into Yan'an City, but they immediately started selling weapons in a big way. I really understand the business. The items auctioned next were more or less the same, and fine items of various attributes began to appear. The Tianlei would evolve from an ancient tree that was once struck by thunder and has strong thunder attribute elements. Water glass, which often appears in cold seas, is a crystal of fish feces. It has water-like elements and may be mixed with some impurities. Of course, this thing definitely cannot be compared with the water spirit mother obtained by Lin Heng. Obsidian is the product of volcanic rock eruption, and the fusion and condensation of ordinary metals. It has harsh natural formation conditions, and contains various metallic substances. Use one sentence to evaluate. Metal BC in the world of cultivation. That is to say, its gold element is not pure, and it is a mess, and the effect of refining is unsatisfactory. But there were so many of them. There were more than 100 obsidian goldstones on the stage, filling up a small bag, which made Lin Heng a little envious. Although his golden scales have not been completely refined, he still needs to be aware of saving resources. But then I thought, up until now it has been the people on the first floor who have been bidding, and even the people on the second floor have not participated. After all, he was on the third floor, so it was a bit uncool of him to bid at this time. There are more than 200 auction items. The beginning should be just appetizers. The good stuff is still to come. Lin Heng calmed himself down and watched quietly. He couldn't be sure when Yi Qiang would make a move, and he was no match for these families in terms of financial resources. It is always safest to hold on to the money and not spend it recklessly. The 10th lot of auction. The 20th lot of the auction. Lot 53. Lin Heng stared straight down, his eyebrows almost wrinkled into an inward-facing shape. What's going on? This morning's round of auctions was almost over, but Yi-chan hadn't made any move yet. MRLN, how about we go out for a meal together after the auction? Xiao W. Anking asked. Okay. Lin Heng nodded in agreement. TSK, it looks like there's nothing good this morning. He sighed again. Miss Xiao, let's go now. I'm afraid I'll run into someone I know and it'll be hard to get away. Acquaintance. Okay, let's go. The acquaintance Lin Heng mentioned was naturally Mu Yushi. The people living in the third floor wing were all from Yan'an City's local families. It was impossible for her not to show up on such an important occasion. In order to avoid a head-on collision, it is better to leave early. However, the two people's actions of leaving the room were clearly seen by the 10th room opposite. Xiao Yao, where are you going? Mu Yushi saw Yun Yao stand up and asked hurriedly. I will look at the last item of the auction in the first half. Senior sister, now I want to go see our junior brother Lin. I feel like you're acting a little weird today. Don't do anything stupid in Yan'an City. There are many restrictions on cultivators here. Mu Yushi was afraid that Yun Yao would go out and get into trouble. Oh, don't worry, senior sister. I'm not going to kill anyone. I just want to see my junior brother. Yun Yao responded with a sweet smile. On this side, Xiao W. Anking and Lin Heng quietly walked down the VIP passage on the other side of the treasure pavilion so as not to disturb the auction mood of others. MRLN, I know there is a restaurant not far ahead. It has almost all the characteristics of Yan'an City. Why don't we go there? Xiao W. Anking suggested. Sure. Lin Heng is not picky about food as long as he can fill his stomach. He won't always pursue delicacies from land and sea. After a while, the two arrived at the door of the restaurant. The restaurant adopts a small three-story design. A green-faced jade lion stone statues stand at the door, and a couplet is hung in the mouths of the statues, separated by their teeth. First couplet. 3,000 guests in the wine, cigarettes and lights. Second line, candlelight and spring breeze in a 100-foot building. Lin Heng looked up at the plaque, Zui Xianju. This couplet has a certain artistic conception. Xiao W. Wanking smiled and nodded. The owner of this restaurant is called the Wine Immortal. It is said that when he was young, he traveled all over the country to visit famous people in Yiweekend. He was also good at poetry and songs. Therefore, after he landed in Yan'an City, he built this Zui Xianju, the wine ferry. The two walked into Zui Xianglu. The restaurant was crowded with people, and the sounds of shouting and clinking glasses could be heard one after another, showing the liveliness of Zui Xiangju. Oh, Miss Xiao? You're here, please come in. You too, it's just in time for us to get the last empty seat. The waiter greeted us attentively with a smile on his face. You don't have to know anyone in Yan'an City, but you have to remember the face of this young lady from the Xiao family. As a family of medicine with hundreds of years of heritage, the Xiao family's contribution to Yan'an City and surrounding city-states is worthy of praise. An ordinary person will always experience birth, aging, sickness and death in his life. Birth and aging are the laws of life, while sickness and death are beyond human control. The Xiao family has been generous with their services since their ancestors practiced medicine to save the world. In almost every street in the 13 cities of Shishu, one can find a free Xiao family clinic. Coupled with the fact that 3 generations of the Xiao family died in Yidong, ordinary people in Yan'an City all felt respect for them. The two of them came to an empty table at the back of the first floor and sat down. What would you like to eat, young lady and young master? Come to Zui Xianju for the feast, and give my regards to Mr. Ju for me. After saying that, Xiao W. Wanking took out a jade slip from her storage ring and handed it to him. Okay. Please wait. Not long after, when the waiter came back, he had 2 jugs of wine in his hands. The black ceramic pot is much larger than the ordinary wine pot. Lin Heng frowned slightly. The smell of alcohol was very strong, and it should be a kind of spiritual wine. Miss Xiao, are you sure you can drink spiritual wine? It's okay, it's called Hualing wine. And it's an extreme form of spiritual. When drinking it will neutralize the spiritual energy in your body, and it can cleanse your meridians to a certain extent. Drinking it makes me feel much better. Lin Heng picked up the wine pot and examined it, then poured out a sip and tasted it. It didn't taste that spicy. Hualing wine. This is the first time I've heard of it. However, at this moment, a shadow was stretched by the setting sun and projected onto the table. Lin Heng had his back to the door and didn't care at first, until a fresh and familiar scent lingered at the tip of the nose. The smell was faintly mixed with a hint of purity like fire. A red skirt approached, and under Xiao W. Wanking's astonished gaze and Lin Heng's numbness, it gradually occupied the right half of his vision. That pretty and charming face came close to Lin Heng's ear, exhaled warm breath, bit her lower lip lightly, and slowly uttered a voice, Lin Heng. Lin Heng knew it but had to face it. He turned his head stiffly and looked around, and saw Yun Yao looking at him with a smile. Sister, why are you here? Chapter 48, Lin Heng must spit out the blood that flows out of the clam. Lin Heng moved a few steps inward out of guilt. Senior sister, Xiao W. Wanking stared at the woman in the red dress in front of her with wide eyes, and a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes. This jealousy is not out of malice, but simply out of admiration for the other person's appearance. Why, junior brother, you seem to be very unwelcome to the arrival of a senior sister like me. That's right, there's a beauty sitting in front of you, and my presence somewhat ruins the atmosphere. No, Lin Heng shook his head like a broken drum, and rejected it again and again. How dare I not welcome you? I am so happy to see you again, senior sister. Oh, that's good. How about inviting senior sister to have dinner with us? Lin Heng was stunned and quickly winked at Xiao W. Wanking. Eating chicken feather rice. How can a guest actively ask to stay for dinner? You don't even know Miss Xiao across the street. How dare you ask to stay for dinner? However, Xiao W. Wanking obviously misunderstood Lin Heng's meaning. Of course, I wonder what to call this senior sister. Yun Yao, you must be the young lady of the Xiao family today. I see that you are indeed as beautiful as the rumors say. Miss Yun, you're joking. I think you're more beautiful. Damn it, why are you two still bragging about business? The following conversation was not as cold as expected. Yun Yao and Xiao W. Wanking were both sociable and soon got along well with each other. They even talked about how Lin Heng saved her in Zigyu. Lin Heng was caught in the middle even when the food was served. He could only nod his head to deal with it. He swore this was the bleakest moment he had ever experienced. The more Yun Yao praised him in front of Xiao W. Wanking, the more uncertain he became. Why is it different from what I expected? Why did she come to Yan'an City? For the auction? Then how did she find this place? Did she see me at the auction? With these questions in mind, the three of them quickly finished their lunch. After leaving Zui's Yanju, Xiao W Wanking left first, leaving the space to Yun Yao and Lin Heng. Brother, let's go. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Heng's heart tightened and he began to panic for no apparent reason. Then he pretended to remain calm and followed. Senior sister. What do you want to talk about? Don't you have anything to say about the matter in Jinhua City? Yun Yao's tone became much colder. Golden Horse City. It's been a long time since then, senior sister. You were kidnapped and it took senior brother Yi and I a lot of effort to rescue you. Sister. You were harmed by the spring poison at that time, and it was all thanks to senior brother Yi's elixir. Lin Heng pretended to be dumb. Unexpectedly, the two of them just walked into an alley where there was no one around. Yun Yao, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around, and the last trace of smile on her face disappeared. The power he exuded was like a biting cold wind that forced people to retreat. One of them retreated while the other advanced. Senior sister. What's wrong with you? Lin Heng, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You didn't even have the courage to repent and take responsibility for your mistakes. Perhaps only when facing death will people think of repenting. Do you want me to continue? The pressure from a Jindan stage expert could cover the entire Yan'an City. Yun Yao didn't want to make too much noise, so she concentrated the pressure on one point. Snap. Get down on your knees. It wasn't because he was afraid, Lin Heng just simply felt that it was a bit tiring to talk while standing. He doesn't understand. How was he discovered that day when he was behind everyone and wearing a mask? The red skirt was so close that one could even see the outline of her slender legs through the thin fabric. After hearing what he was thinking, Yun Yao couldn't help but snorted coldly. A poorly made mask can cover up your dirty and shameless behavior, especially your attitude afterwards. After she finished speaking, a silver white blade suddenly appeared in her hand, emitting bursts of chill under the sunlight. Lin Heng finally couldn't hold back his excitement anymore and hugged the beautiful legs in front of him. Senior sister, you can't kill me. My father is the sect master, and I just made a mistake that every junior brother would make. The situation was urgent at the time after you took the pills that senior brother Yi gave you. I found that your condition not only did not improve, but became worse. There is no antidote for spring poisons like Yihuan powder and falling sun pill at the very least. It will damage the root of the body, and at the worst, it may even kill the person. I have to take the antidote. These words made Yun Yao laugh. You mean I should thank you? It's fine if you made the antidote, but it's too irresponsible to run away with your pants up. This is a mistake that every junior fellow student makes. Listen to what a beastly thing this is. No need to thank me. Let's put the knife away first. Yun Yao tried to pull out her left leg, but found that it was stuck like taffy. He put the knife against his neck and threatened him in a cold voice. Stop talking nonsense, let go of your hands, and don't rub your head against me. Please give me another chance to quibble. Senior sister. Quibble? Oh no, it's a chance to explain. To explain. Yun Yao hesitated for a moment. Okay, let go of your hand and I'll give you a chance. Don't worry, this knife won't take your life. Everyone has brothers who make mistakes. I'm more generous than you think. Hearing this, Lin Heng was first happy and then surprised. When did Yun Yao become so reasonable? After releasing her hand, she was about to stand up, but the pressure from above descended again, so she could only kneel down and rest for a while. You only have one chance. If your explanation does not satisfy me, you can only be my sister from now on. Sister? Lin Heng looked up at her, somewhat puzzled. Yun Yao picked up the knife and pointed it in a certain direction. Lin Heng looked in the direction she pointed, and was so scared that Niu fainted. This is his brother who has been with him for 22 years. Yun Yao was so cruel that she wanted to confiscate his tools. Lin Heng gritted his teeth, his eyes regained their determination after the fear. Sister, at this point, I won't pretend anymore. I know that pill is the fallen sun pill. A hint of surprise flashed across Yun Yao's face. She thought Lin Heng would play down and put the blame on Yiqian for the elixir, but she didn't expect him to admit it directly. Then why do you still give it to me? Lin Heng took a deep breath, knowing that the answer to this question would determine brother Niu's fate. I only found out about it afterwards. I didn't know it at the time. I didn't want senior brother Yi to ruin senior sister. He wanted to use the elixir to frame me and take the opportunity to extend his evil claws to senior sister. I also want you to understand senior brother Yi's sinister intention. So the price is that you took my virginity. Even though it's not allowed, in my opinion your behavior is not necessarily more noble than his. No, I had no choice. Lin Heng shook his head and continued, what I want to say is not just these, there is another factor, lust. Lust is a combination of emotion and desire, and has nothing to do with being noble. Ever since I entered the sect and got along with my senior sister, the element of lust has been imprinted in my heart. So, I admit that there is lust involved in this matter. I like you, senior sister, because of love. And I want to get you because of desire. Whether you think this is rhetoric or an excuse to take advantage of someone in distress, this is my true opinion. Buzz. Yun Yao's head buzzed. The unexpected confession made her take 2 steps back. She looked at him with suspicion and asked, "You like me? What do you like about me?" It would be strange if she believed these nonsense. She often beat Lin Heng on weekdays, and Lin Heng also complained about the unpleasant things in his heart. It is true that he likes his body. What the hell? What do I like? 3 options quickly flashed through Lin Heng's mind. Figure, appearance, and personality. No need to think too much, although the answers of figure and appearance are pertinent. They are indeed fatal. We can only start from the personality aspect. It must be personality. Who wouldn't like a woman who is proud but playful, cold but strong? Sister, you have a good figure and good looks, although you often bully me during the time we have been together. Bullying? Lin Heng slapped himself on the nose and changed his words repeatedly. I mean, you take good care of me. There's a saying that goes, beating is love, scolding is love. If you add love and affection together over time, how can you not develop feelings? As a person who dares to act and take responsibility, senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely be responsible for you. Oh, is that so? Yun Yao lengthened her tone and withdrew her pressure. Lin Heng was overjoyed and stood up in a hurry. It seemed that this answer was accepted. I have to take responsibility, but Yun Yao walked around him in circles, looking him up and down. She agreed to take responsibility? Just what? Lin Heng stood there with his mood going up and down like a roller coaster. Once the word responsibility is reached, doesn't it mean that the two people become a Taoist couple? Otherwise, how can you talk about responsibility? In the past, many people in the sect did pursue me. They were attracted by my deceptive appearance, but after getting to know me, they labeled me a queen flower. You said you like my personality. Although it's a little surprising since you said beating is love and scolding is love, you like the combination of love and love so much. Then senior sister, I will love you more in the future. After he finished speaking, Lin Heng's pupils suddenly shrank and he saw everything in front of him suddenly go dark. His chest caved inward and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Bang! The body drew a graceful arc and turned several times, then tilted downward and the head directly inserted into the mud. Yun Yao withdrew her hand and blew out a breath. Lin Heng must spit out the blood that flowed out when the clam was opened. You can't afford to lose if you focus on one thing. Chapter 49, The 72-Year-Old Virgin. Yun Yao approached and kicked him, but there was no movement, so she had to pull his head out herself. There were only some dirt stains on his face, and not even a single major bump or scratch. Yun Yao touched his forehead with her hand and felt it carefully, then suddenly opened her eyes. Water-walking body. When did this guy cultivate this physique? Her physique is very special. She is friendly to fire and not repulsive to water, so her body perception is very sensitive to water element. The water element among the 5 elements can nourish the body and soul. Combined with the powerful regenerative ability of the wood element, it can almost make the cultivator's recovery ability comparable to that of monsters. Water benefits all things and is peaceful. It stays where people hate it and is close to the Tao. Yun Yao quietly watched the changes in his body surface. What surprised her even more was that the surrounding spiritual energy actually flowed towards his body on its own initiative. Penetrates the skin into the body circulation, slowly repairing minor scratches on the body surface. My cultivation has reached the 4th level of Qi training. The speed of improvement is a bit too fast. It takes half a month to train Qi to 1 level, or as long as a month. Even though she had just started to cultivate immortals, it took her more than a year to go from a novice in Qi training to successfully building a foundation. This speed would already rank among the top 5 in the Qingxuan sect. Even the eldest and second sisters are not as fast as her. Lin Heng is such a weirdo. When he first came, he was clearly a loser without even any spiritual roots, but in just 1 month he has reached the 4th level of Qi training. Even a water body was created. Combined with the strange things like being able to hear one's own voice and predict the future, Yun Yao began to suspect that he was a son favored by heaven. Common name. People favored by heaven. After a long time, Lin Heng regained consciousness from his frozen state. He covered his still painful chest with one hand, supported himself on the ground with the other hand, and moved a few times before leaning against the tree. Wait a moment. He muttered something, then reached down and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he touched the authority that was paralyzed by fear. It's okay, NIU is still here. Yun Yao was standing slightly behind him and saw this scene. Her beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly with a look of disgust. They slept for quite a long time. If I don't leave now, the auction will start. Auction. Lin Heng reacted and immediately stood up and followed. Senior sister, wait for me. Yun Yao stopped and hadn't turned around yet when she saw Lin Heng slip and then rush towards her from behind, with both of his hands clasped under her breasts. Oops. Sorry senior sister, my foot slipped. Perhaps it was a stress reaction. Yan Yao threw Lin Heng over her shoulder without saying a word, leaving him on his back. Yan Yao looked at him with a cold face. Your feet may be slippery, but your hands are not so honest. Right? Please, senior sister, we didn't become sisters. But you agreed to be Taoist couples, didn't you? When did I agree to be your Taoist partner? You said you wanted me to be responsible. I've only heard that parents are responsible for their children and husbands are responsible for their wives. You can't be referring to fatherly love, right? ESK. I think you haven't been beaten enough. Yun Yao gritted her teeth and rubbed her fists. Lin Heng took a step and moved several meters away. Sister Bie. What you did is considered domestic violence according to the law. You will go to jail. Yun Yao snorted coldly, turned around and left without paying any more attention to him. Lin Heng followed silently again, but this time he deliberately kept a distance. But this distance was enough for her to hear Lin Heng's mental activities. TSK, I thought I was going to have a Taoist partner. I was really being too self-indulgent. But think about it. It's better to follow me than to follow Yichun. If nothing else, at least you don't have to be sold to a brothel and ruin the rest of your life. Lin Heng didn't think he was a gentleman, but he wasn't such a beast as to send his Taoist partner out to be used as a bus. Lin Heng. Yun Yao suddenly stopped and turned around while walking. I don't care what you call me when there's no one around outside, but in the sect, especially in front of Master and other sisters, if you dare to tell others about our relationship, I'll beat you to death. Once these words were spoken, it was tantamount to acknowledging that the two of them had become Taoist companions. But she didn't want to reveal her identity. Not because she thought Lin Heng was not presentable. With Lin Heng's current cultivation speed, it is not an exaggeration to call him a genius. Main reason. First of all, I don't want to attract too much criticism. Although the Qingshuan sect did not forbid fellow disciples from forming Taoist couples, many elders from various peaks gave warnings, fearing that their cultivation would be neglected because of love affairs. Secondly, she was afraid of disappointing her master Meng. Yutong once said that her physique must remain pure until it is fully developed. After all, Lin Heng is the son of the sect leader, and such an identity is bound to spread widely. The last reason is also the most important. She was afraid that Yichun would know that they were both Taoist companions, which would be detrimental to Lin Heng. It is not difficult to see from various signs that Yichun is very hostile to Lin Heng. In addition, Yichun was vicious from the bottom of his heart. And in order to get her, he did not hesitate to use Lin Heng's hand to drug her. She was not afraid of anything, but she was afraid that Yichun would secretly attack Lin Heng. Lin Heng was overjoyed and came to her excitedly. No problem, it's just hiding as a Taoist couple underground. I think it's exciting to do what a Taoist couple should do behind the scenes. The proposal surprised and delighted him. Keeping the relationship secret could help him avoid a lot of trouble. Yichun had long regarded the 5 senior sisters and the master of Xianyun Peak as a reserve harem. If he knew that Yun Yao had been captured by someone, I will seek revenge on him like a mad dog. Thinking of Sun Hao's miserable story, Yichun is also in love with other people's wives. If he knew that Yun Yao had become someone else's Taoist partner, the consequences would be unimaginable. If she added the wife buff, Lin Heng would never allow this to happen. What does Boss Gao have to say? I would rather let myself be the boss of the world than let the world be the boss of me. The two of them were tacitly aware of their vigilance against Yichun. What should a Taoist couple do? Yun Yao asked. Needless to say, kissing, hugging and lifting up are a must, and if necessary, some negative distance care. During festivals and birthdays, we should also have some sense of ceremony and give some small surprises. My 23rd birthday will be in 2 months as my Taoist partner. You just need to treat yourself as a night gift when it's your birthday. I will be your night gift. Yun Yao didn't seem to understand the hidden meaning of the night gifts. He nodded blankly and then fell into thought. I haven't celebrated my birthday for a long time. Time flies. If I count the days, I should be 72 years old in about half a year. What, 72? Lin Heng was stunned when he heard this number. According to the zodiac cycle of parents and children, if he is 23 years old, his mother is 47 years old and his grandmother is 71 years old. My goodness, if she were an ordinary person at this age, she could be his grandmother. 72-year-old spinster. The word old maiden almost broke Yun Yao's defense. She immediately reached out and grabbed his ear, gritting her teeth and said, "Why are you so surprised? I am a Jindan stage cultivator and my lifespan can be up to 500 years, which is 5 times your lifespan by the time you become a withered skeleton. I will still be in my prime. How dare you look down on my age?" Lin Heng was choked by what she said. It seemed to be the case. The length of life cannot be measured by the same standards as ordinary people. Lin Heng, tell me about the opportunities you've encountered recently. I'm curious how you were able to reach the 4th level of key training in such a short time. You were only at the 3rd level of key training when you were on a mission in Jinma City, right? Of course, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. Yun Yao simply expressed curiosity. Opportunity? Lin Heng lowered his eyes slightly and looked at her profile, smiling slightly. There are so many opportunities, but the biggest opportunity lies with you, senior sister. Me? Why do you say that? Because that time, I practiced dual cultivation from morning to night, and then back to morning without interruption. Lin Heng raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, how could my cultivation level improve so quickly? I'm not a genius. Chapter 50. Improving your cultivation is your lie, enjoying yourself is your goal. You? Yun Yao blared at him, remaining silent but secretly surprised in her heart. Does dual cultivation really have such a powerful effect? She was still a novice when it came to matters between men and women. And dual cultivation, so she could only half believe and half doubt what Lin Heng said. Apart from the pain, she really didn't feel any improvement in her cultivation. Dual cultivation is 100 benefits with no harm. It can not only make you happy and enhance the relationship between the two Taoists, but also improve each other's cultivation. Why not do it? Now, senior sister, you are in the early stage of Golden Core. When you encounter obstacles in breaking through the realm in the future, you will know how powerful dual cultivation is. It is like a panacea. As long as we don't exhaust the resources, it will continue to benefit you and me. Under Lin Heng's encouragement, Yun Yao was actually attracted by this idea at a certain moment. But when she saw the lust that was hard to conceal in his eyes, she immediately came to her senses. Bah, you wish for the best. I almost got into trouble. Improving your cultivation is your lie. Enjoying yourself is your goal. Yun Yao's face turned cold, and she subconsciously wanted to reach out and slap him away. Wait. Senior sister, I don't agree with what you said. Practicing together is what Taoist couples should do, and it is also an obligation. Also, let's agree that we can't hit people in the face. I'm your Taoist partner, so you have to respect my dignity. Oh, dignity is earned by one's own ability. Of course, senior sister. I am not such an unreasonable person. If you don't have any bad intentions, how could I bully you? As for the obligation you mentioned, Yun Yao narrowed her eyes, with a faint smile on her lips. What can you do if I don't fulfill it? When a cat living in the Gobi Desert eats a human fish, then it will eagerly swallow it a second time until it becomes addicted. Yun Yao naturally wouldn't let him get away with it easily. Her inherent pride makes her extremely confident, and with her talent she can continue to become stronger through her own efforts. Moreover, I haven't encountered any particularly difficult bottlenecks yet, so I don't need to practice dual cultivation as a shortcut. Lin Heng shrugged helplessly, expressing his helplessness. In this world where fists are stronger than heaven, the rules are made by the strong. But can't we just be more open about some things? But it doesn't matter. When his fists become strong enough and the right of choice changes hands, let alone dual cultivation. No matter what posture she chooses to practice, she has no right to refuse. The two walked slowly side by side. Lin Heng was the bravest one, but the arrogant fairy was still a woman and could not stand the endless entanglement. After trying to hold hands but being rejected twice, we finally got it done. The jade hand was warm, but Lin Heng's hand, on the contrary, was slightly cold. Lin Heng glanced at her cautiously, perhaps because of the sunlight. Her cheeks seemed to be much rosier than before. The white dress is on the left, and the red skirt is on the right, together with the bronze streets and the bustling downtown on both sides, forming a warm and cozy travel picture. The occasional chirping of birds and insects from the treetops adds a touch of liveliness and interest to this originally rendered picture. Gradually, the distance between the two widened, and they looked at each other tacitly. Then, senior sister, I'll go up first. I'll come find you after the auction is over. No need. I still have to help second senior sister with some things. Don't bother me. Well, then it's just right for me to go to Miss Xiao's place for a meal tonight. I didn't eat 12 for 2 at noon today. Lin Heng teased intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Heng, what do you mean? Yun Yao clenched her fists. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, she would have punched him twice more. Slip away. The second half of the auction will begin soon. When Yun Yao returned to room No. 10, she saw Mulyu. She was already waiting there. Huh? Didn't Lin Heng come with us? Yun Yao pointed in the opposite direction. Hey, it's not across the street. I like to share a room with the little medical fairy from the Xiao family, but I don't want to share a room with our two senior sisters. Mulyu. She looked in the direction she pointed and couldn't help but smile. Miss Xiao has a gentle and dignified personality, and is delicate and lovely. Naturally, she is more attractive than people like you and me with more extreme personalities. I hear that your tone has a sense of resentment. Mulyu. She's evaluation of herself and Yun Yao was quite fair. One of them was too aloof and arrogant, and the other was too stubborn and stubborn. Lin Heng complained about them a lot in his heart. Seeing my senior sister is like seeing a wolf. I try to stay away from her. There is no way it would come close to her. Lin Heng's initial thought was to stay away from them, but he was either captured by Meng Yutong and taken to the secret realm of national destruction, or forcibly taken by Yun Yao to carry out sect missions. Since I can't run away, I might as well just accept it. Yun Yao smacked her lips and muttered to herself. He said in person that he likes my personality. I'm not extreme. As the auctioneer finished the second half of his speech, everyone's eyes were focused on the next item to be presented. The 55th auction item is 7th level armor. I would like to state in advance that this piece of armor is a temporary addition to the Treasure Pavilion's auction collection. As the first item in the second half, the reserve price is set at 1,000 spirit stones, and each bid increase must not be less than 100 spirit stones. As the auctioneer sets the reserve price, the auction officially begins. Almost at the same time, Lin Heng and Sun Hao's father Sundaya, who had been staying on the second floor, stood up almost at the same time. Lin Heng didn't expect that the armor he sold a few days ago would be auctioned off by Wang Yu Tower during the lunch break of Zhenbao Pavilion. Dad, what's wrong? Sun Hao stood up and asked. Sundaya's eyes narrowed slightly. This beast actually sold this set of armor to the Treasure Pavilion. What? Sun Hao looked towards the booth, staring at the bronze color. Is this what we've been trying so hard to find? Take a picture of the things first is for the Qingxuan sect disciple you told me about. We can't do anything to him now because the city lord's mansion is in the middle. We can only settle accounts with him later. Yes, father. After a fierce bidding, Sundaya finally bought back the armor that belonged to them for 15,000 spirit stones. Time passes slowly. Coming to the 80th auction item. The red curtain was lifted to reveal a piece of dark gray rice paper. Due to the distance, one can only see that the outermost layer seems to be shrouded in a faint halo. What is this? It looks like a scroll. Could it be a technique? Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. This is just a broken book, not a manual of martial arts. As for why it is placed here, it is because it comes from the Black Wasteland, one of the 4 dead secret places in the fairy world. I don't need to introduce the Black Wasteland in detail. If someone can understand its mysteries, it will definitely be a great fortune. The starting price is 2,000 gold. As soon as these words were spoken, many people started to make a fuss. The secret land of death is also known as the land of creation. It is 100 times more dangerous than the secret realm. Anyone who enters it will die in the thousands of years of the immortal realm. Only 3 people have ever walked out of it. The people who come to the auction are not fools. If there is really a great fortune, will the Treasure Pavilion show it to others? It's nothing more than that. After all kinds of research have failed, he plans to sell it again by using the name of Hei Huang. A word Black Wasteland sounds scary nowadays. Any strange and bizarre things on the market are always related to the land of dead secrets. But in the end, it's all a trick to deceive people. You are right, my ears are almost worn out by the words Black Wasteland. But these 2,000 spirit stones, I might as well go to a brothel and enjoy myself for a few days. I've kept the 2,000 gold. If you want to add 100, just take it, I won't try to steal it. The bald man who claimed to be a collector took the lead symbolically. As expected, after the auctioneer asked twice on the stage, not a single bid was raised. Apparently, none of the thousands of people present were interested. However, at this moment, a plain voice came from room 3 on the 5th floor of the pavilion. 3,000 spirit stones. After hearing the voice, Lin Heng, who was already drowsy, stood up suddenly as if he had been given an injection of chicken blood, which scared Xiao W wanking next to him. MRLN, what's wrong with you? Baby is coming. Baby? Chapter 51. Senior brother Yu was furious. So scared wanted to hide in senior sister's arms. Xiao W wanking followed his gaze, and then took out the detailed booklet of the Treasure Pavilion for comparison. After the brief introduction, the word Hei Huang was indeed marked. Among the more than 200 auction items, there are 9 items with special markings of the secret land of death. Come on. Mr. Liu Feng, come and help me. I'll count on you to raise the price for me. Liu Feng, who was half leaning on the chair, immediately sobered up and cast a puzzled look at him. I won't help you. Can't you raise the price yourself? What? You want to change your last name to Lin Feng? Lin Heng retorted with what he had said before. You. Okay uncle, you can help Master Lin bid. Seeing Xiao W wanking speak, Liu Feng had to reluctantly walk to the window and pick up the sign. How much? Add 100 spirit stones. The auctioneer in the audience looked around and was even more surprised when he saw the sign for room 5 on the 3rd floor. He said, the Xiao family in room 5 on the 3rd floor bid 3,100 spirit stones. She intentionally mentioned the word Xiao family, to show that this auction item was not as worthless as imagined. Everyone knows the information of each compartment. One city lord's mansion and the other Xiao family. The 2 families are equally strong when it comes to snatching things. How strange. The 3rd floor noble family and the 4th floor city lord's mansion are fighting each other. Is the Xiao family so courageous? A person who was unfamiliar with the power structure in Shishu asked doubtfully. He was a wealthy businessman doing business in Nanshu. He passed by Yan'an City and learned about the auction, so he stayed there for one day. Therefore, he did not have time to understand the division of power in Yan'an City. Look at me, I can tell at a glance that you are not from Shishu. The Xiao family is not an ordinary family. Its reputation is far higher than any of the city lords' mansions in the 13 cities. But why does this $100 increase in price seem like a sign of trouble? Everyone's eyes were fixed on room No. 3 on the 5th floor. Yiqian glanced at it, picked up the sign and remarked the number, and said lightly, 4,000 spirit stones. Lin Heng raised a playful smile and continued, Mr. Liu, add another 100. As long as he raises the price, I will raise it by 100. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng frowned after hearing this. I understand everything. I know why you want to stick to my young lady. You want to use the Xiao family's name to compete for the auction items and bring trouble to our Xiao family. There is a rule in the auctions of noble families: those in the same tier have the first bidder to bid first, while those in different tiers have the first bidder to bid first. Even if there are really things that both parties like, they can discuss the transaction privately after the auction, so as not to tear each other apart in public. The city lord's mansion is the first to bid. Xiao family is in this position to help you raise the price. This is already breaking the rules and you actually want me to add 100 more. After hearing these words, Lin Heng's brows were almost twisted together. Wow, an auction can bring out so many social connections. He just wanted to discuss Yiqian again while hiding his identity. And he really had no intention of bringing hatred to the Xiao family. Miss Xiao, do you think I am offending the city lord's mansion by creating hatred for your Xiao family? Xiao Wanking was stunned for a moment, to be honest. If Liu Feng hadn't told her, she would have forgotten that this rule existed. But she still shook her head slightly. I think MRLN probably doesn't know. Master Lin must have his own reasons for doing this. You see, your young lady is quite open-minded. Okay, let's not do those fancy things. Add 500 spirit stones. 500 should be okay, right? Liu Feng looked at his young lady's eyes full of tenderness and affection, and opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His meaning was so clear, he simply didn't want to offend the city lord's mansion for Lin Heng. There was no way. This kid Lin Heng seemed to be covered with spring poison and was bewitched by his young lady without knowing it. The Xiao family offered 4,500. Fuck, they're really fighting over it. As Liu Feng raised the price, the previously relatively quiet atmosphere of the auction began to fluctuate. After all, who doesn't want to watch the game between the big families? The city lord's mansion has run into a tough opponent this time. Although it is the leader in Yan'an City, it is far surpassed by the Xiao family in terms of connections and prestige. The city lord's mansion is in danger this time. You also know that the city lord's mansion is the leader. But in this kind of occasion, so many people from the 13 cities of Shishu have come. The Xiao family should at least give the city lord's mansion some face. Face? Isn't it giving them face if the Xiao family competes with them? The crowd was talking about it. Even though they knew that the Xiao family had broken the rules, the vast majority of them just wanted to protect the Xiao family. At this time, Yiqian was standing in front of the window with a little anger on his face. Even the butler of the palace standing next to him was a little confused. What is the Xiao family doing? Is there such a price? My lord, how about I go down and negotiate with them? You first. No need, I'll raise the price 3 times. If they still insist, I'll give it to them. Yiqian said lightly. 3 price increases means 3 chances. He hoped that this so-called Xiao family would be sensible. 7,000 spirit stones. When the auctioneer saw Yiqian bid again, his face was almost as big as a chrysanthemum. Originally, the appraisal price of their treasure pavilion was around 5,000 spirit stones, but after what the Xiao family in the city lord's mansion did, the price was far beyond expectations. Merchants are profit-driven and don't care about any conflicts between these noble families. 7,500 spirit stones. The Xiao family has made another move. It looks like this is not the final price. Yiqian's eyes were cold, and he raised the sign again. 10,000 spirit stones. Almost at the same time as he raised the price, Lin Heng immediately raised the price by 500. That's right, it was only an increase of 500. The main point is to follow your heart. Bang! Yiqian punched the edge of the stage and gritted his teeth in anger. This is your last chance, Xiao family. You better not seek death. 20,000. The atmosphere in the venue reached a climax. This was the highest bid in the auction so far. Liu Feng looked back at Lin Heng and said, why don't you add a little more? I feel like the person above seems angry. If you add another 500 spirit stones, it would be too insulting. It was obvious that Yiqian was getting anxious. Unexpectedly, Lin Heng stretched out a finger and shook it. No, give me 100 this time anyway. It's already an insult. There's no difference between 100 and 500. What do you think? Liu Feng. Xiao Wanking. Damn it, 100 spiritual stones. I really can't hold it any longer. Honestly, the Xiao family is a bit insulting. But I like it. After 3 sounds, the murderous intent emanating from Yiqian's dark face swept through the entire auction. However, he gave up raising the price, and the scroll finally fell into Lin Heng's hands. Feeling this murderous intent, Lin Heng couldn't help but swoosh. Senior brother Yi was furious. I was so scared that I wanted to hide in senior sister's arms. On the opposite side, room number 10. Yun Yao and Wu Yushi stared at the room where Lin Heng was after a long while. Wu Yushi finally spoke up. I feel like the housekeeper of the Xiao mansion is not very willing to bid. Could it be that Lin Heng is behind this? Yun Yao nodded. Put her hands on her waist and twisted her body. Oh, do I even need to think about this? Raising the price by 100 or 500? Only a naive guy like Lin Heng can do such a dirty trick. He is quite smart. He asked the Xiao family to help raise the price. If Yi Qian knew that he was behind this, he would definitely kill him. Wu Yushi raised her eyebrows slightly and asked with interest, what do you think of junior brothers Lin Heng and Yi Qian? Chapter 52, Mountains and Rivers. Senior sister, why are you asking this? Yun Yao suddenly felt guilty. But it be that she saw that there was some special relation